Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became the Symbol of Fear? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Muzutafu City was quiet. It had all been but deserted, save for one walking through the streets. A boy dressed in black, his face obscured by a black metallic mask. The boy walked slowly through the streets. He was in no rush to arrive on time. Then again, no one in his position would be. It was a matter of life and death in every sense of the phrase. As he walked, he couldn't help but admire the Hero Commission's work. True to her word, the president had ensured this area would be evacuated so there would be no unnecessary casualties. He didn't know how she did it, nor did he particularly care. The fewer distractions, the better. He had arrived at his destination. Making his way up the stairs, the boy felt a strong wave of nostalgia wash over him. It had been over a year since he was here last, and in that time so much had changed. Or rather, he had changed. His experiences had molded him into something else entirely. He was stronger than he used to be and more knowledgeable. Growing up, he tended to see the world in black and white like many children did. However, now that he was grown up, he realized it was far more gray. Not all heroes were perfect saviors, nor were all villains complete monsters. As much people tried to portray it as that simple, it was not, nor had it ever been. Oh no, the concepts of good and evil were much deeper than that. Upon reaching the rooftop, the place for his final battle, he stared out into the vast city, now a quiet shadow of what it once was. While it had been a year, it felt like an eternity since that fateful day, and in essence, it was. He had experienced much more in that year than he had in his entire life. Looking out into the city once more, he reflected on that day and everything after and wondered, would I do anything differently? April, 1 year ago. Can someone without a quirk become a hero? Asked Izuku Midoriya. Currently, he was speaking to All Might, his idol and the #1 hero in Japan, on the rooftop of a building after being rescued from dying at the hands of a deadly sludge villain. Izuku was asking this question because unlike most of the world population, 80% to be precise, he had been born quirkless. Although it was quite rare today, it did happen. Quirkless people were often subjected to prejudice and bullying from society as they were deemed weak, worthless, and easy targets for villains because they could not fight back. In relation to being a hero, there had never been a quirkless one before, so Izuku was wondering if it was possible. I don't think it's possible, kid, replied All Might in a flat tone. Izuku's blood froze. Pros put their lives on the line each day. So, I can't honestly say that being a hero without a quirk is possible. Izuku felt a sudden pain in his chest upon hearing this. I see, he said while trying not to show the pain he was going through. If you care about saving people, then become a cop. Sure, it's a job that's ridiculed for being on the receiving end for captured villains, but no less admirable. All Might said before turning to leave. It's not wrong to dream. Just make sure it's achievable. He finished before leaving down the stairs. When he was gone, Izuku stood still for a minute before he finally collapsed and started crying hysterically. No one believed in him. No one ever believed he could become a hero, not even his own mother. His classmates, especially Kaken, Katsuki Bakugo, his childhood friend turned primary bully, mocked his dream and bullied him relentlessly because of both it and being quirkless. To add insult to injury, he was even given the nickname Deku, an alternate spelling of his name meaning worthless. Memories of all the torment he had endured suddenly came flooding back. You quirkless piece of shit. As if someone like you could ever become a hero, you're completely useless, Deku. Why does he even try? A quirkless person can never hope to do anything meaningful in this world. One particular memory came back to him, one from earlier that day. Kaken had just destroyed his notebook on quirk analysis where he described the quirks of other heroes. As he was leaving with a smug smile, he told Izuku, you know there is one way for you to get a quirk. Just take a swan dive off the roof and pray you'll be reborn with useful one. Coming back to reality, Izuku felt truly broken. He no longer wanted to be a part of this world. He didn't want to exist at all. He just wanted his pain to end. It was then he realized that no one would actually care if he died, well except his mother who loved him unconditionally. It was there and then he decided, for the first time in his life, to take Kaken's advice. I'll wait until tonight, Izuku thought. Before I do this, I'd like to say goodbye to her. Izuku took out his burnt notebook, the same one Kaken destroyed, and threw it off the roof. He wouldn't be needing it anymore. Izuku took a quick route home to avoid Kaken and his friends. He heard some sort of commotion going on in the city but paid no attention to it as it wasn't his problem. He arrived home where he was greeted by his mother Inko. They sat down and had dinner where they had their conversations about school and how the day had been. Inko noticed that Izuku had some new bruises and burns but didn't say anything. She knew exactly who was responsible. She was going to call her friend Mitsuki, Bakugo's mother, and the school later and finally sort this out. This has gone on long enough, she thought furiously. Mom, I'm going out for a walk, Izuku announced suddenly. I've got my keys so you can go to bed. Inko was surprised since it was 10:30 but didn't say anything as it would have been a good opportunity to make those phone calls. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted, however, by Izuku hugging her tightly. Thanks, Mom, for everything. I really love you for it, Izuku told her. Inko was taken slightly back by this but simply smiled and replied, I love you too, sweetie. It was then that Izuku left, trying not to let her see his face. While she found his behavior suspicious, she said nothing and reached for the phone. Izuku arrived at the building where he had spoken to All Might. Because it was a vacant building, he didn't have any trouble getting in. As he stood on the edge of the roof, he saw his life flash before him. It was mainly of him being bullied by everyone, especially Kaken. No one had ever once defended him, not even the teachers who just watched him get trampled on like it was nothing. Some even laughed at it. He had been tortured and torn apart, and for what? Wanting to save people. And now Kaken was moving on to be a hero at UA, the top school for producing heroes, where he would probably get everything he wanted, everything Izuku wanted. How was that fair? Well, it didn't matter anymore, nothing did. And Izuku, he just didn't care. I'm sorry, Mom, but I can't take it anymore. Thanks for everything. I love you, he whispered with tears streaming down his face. It was then that he jumped. However, instead of hitting the ground, Izuku fell into a dark mist and lost consciousness. Izuku slowly opened his eyes. He was lying on a couch but made no attempt to move or examine his surroundings. I see you're awake, good, came a voice to Izuku's left. He sat up and turned to see who was talking. While doing so, he saw that he was in some sort of bar. There were two people there. One was behind the counter wearing a classic bartender suit and whose head and hands looked like a black mist. The other was a man with messy gray hair, dark trousers and top and, disturbingly, a disembodied hand covering his face leaning against the counter. Is this heaven or hell? Izuku asked tiredly. I honestly couldn't care less at this point. The other displayed no reaction whatsoever. They just stood there staring at him. You're not dead if that's what you think. My associate here saved you before that happened, replied the man with the hand on his face. It took Izuku a minute to fully register what he said, and when he did, he snorted. You're right. Why would anyone bother saving me? Asked Izuku in a depressed voice. Maybe he shouldn't be speaking that way to his saviors, but at that moment, he legitimately didn't care. He had wanted to die, but he couldn't even do that properly. He truly was a Deku. I asked Kurojiri to bring you here, said a deep voice. Izuku turned slightly to see a TV with a man broadcasting himself on it. From what Izuku could see, he had no face, no eyes, ears, or even nose, just a mouth. Hello, Izuku, the man greeted politely. My name is All for One. This is the League of Villains. Izuku was confused. The League of Villains? He asked. Izuku was fully aware these were criminals, dangerous people he should be afraid of. For some reason, however, he got the feeling they weren't going to hurt him. Why save him otherwise? Curious, he started to speak. Wait, you were looking for me, what would you want with someone like me? He asked, still confused. All for One held up a burnt notebook and said, Tamura here found this while he was out and brought it to me. I must admit, my colleagues and I were impressed by these notes of yours. You've got quite a talent. Izuku was caught off guard by this statement. Someone was actually praising him for his work? For him, that was abnormal. No one ever praised him for anything. It's also because of this that we would like you to work for us, All for One continued. Personally, I would like to make use of your abilities to further the status of our organization. With what you are capable of dash. Hold on a minute, Izuku interrupted. Do you even believe what you're saying? Regardless of what he had heard, Izuku felt it was too good to be true. The mere idea of someone needing him or even thinking he was an individual worth having seemed absurd. The two at the bar were a little taken back by this. All for One didn't react. What would you want with a quirkless reject like me? Izuku asked. There are plenty of people out there with powerful quirks you could ask. So why me? Regardless of what anyone said, quirkless people were, are, and always would be looked down on by those with quirks, even those with a weak quirk. Someone who saw them as equals and disregarded society's view did not exist. Not as far as Izuku knew. All for One must have been able to tell what Izuku was thinking. Growing up without a quirk, I'm guessing you've lived a harsh life? He inquired. Izuku answered with silence, which was more than enough for him. Suicide rates for quirkless people are exceptionally high, All for One continued. Although, they don't occur without reason. It takes a lot for them to reach that point. Young man, if you are willing, would you mind telling us how you reached that point? Izuku contemplated this for a moment. These were complete strangers who he had no reason to trust, let alone tell them about his past. However, hearing his words, Izuku felt all of his emotions and frustrations built up over the years reach the surface. All his pain, all his suffering, he couldn't hold them in any longer. Well, Izuku started. And he told them how he had been bullied for years, how he desired to become a hero and why. His encounter with All Might, what Kaken said to do. Basically, how his entire world just shattered. All for One seemed rather annoyed when All Might was mentioned but remained silent. When Izuku finished speaking, All for One spoke again. Midoriya, I understand what you're going through, I really do. However, I meant what I said about you. The fact that you are quirkless is irrelevant. What I was impressed with was your intelligence and observational skills, not a quirk. Which is why I will ask again. Will you join us? If you do, we will give the chance to be something this false society never gave you, he promised. Just then, Izuku felt something in his heart he hadn't truly felt in a while. He felt hope. He felt a desire to live again. All right, I accept, he said simply. But I have a few conditions. And what would those be? All for One asked. I will have free reign over what I do. I would like to be provided with living space as I have no desire to return home, he said, thinking of his mother. And finally, regardless of what happens in the league or whatever situation we are in, I will not have to kill anyone. That is one line I will not cross. The one covered in hands growled in annoyance. Already this brat was starting to get ahead of himself. There is no problem with any of those terms, All for One replied with a positive tone. Kurojiri, give him one of the vacant apartments close to here. Don't worry about rent since I own the building, All for One said, while the mist villain, whom Izuku realized was Kurojiri, nodded in agreement. Tamura Shigaraki, please stay behind. I have something I need to discuss with you. Tamura nodded in understanding but still had something he needed to say. Not to kill the mood but, he intervened, since you're a villain now you'll need a code name. Izuku thought about it for a moment, and one came to mind, one he had held like a scar on his back his whole life. It would serve as both his identity and a reminder of why he was choosing this life. Call me Deku, he said in a serious voice. Meanwhile, at an unknown location. Are you sure about this, All for One? Asked a woman with green hair, eyes, and dressed in green clothes from neck to foot. I personally see nothing wrong with letting a quirkless child like him join us, but Atrocity is quite against this. He may actually step in and kill the boy himself. All for One, however, was not the least bit intimidated by this. Worry not, Viper, I will deal with him if the need arises. You forget, my dear, he isn't nearly as powerful as me, he replied calmly. I suppose, she murmured. Well, anyway, good night. And just like that, her image disappeared from the screen. Viper, the League's chief scientist, Her quirk was her name, which basically allowed her to do anything a snake could and granted her immunity from all poisons. Atrocity was one of the League's other leaders. He was cruel, sadistic, merciless, and evil right down to the bone. His quirk was Power Stockpile, similar to All Might's quirk One for All, however, not as powerful. His view on quirkless people was much stronger than society's. He only saw them as sacrificial lambs for experimentation and others practicing their quirks on. Let's see how far you will go, Izuku Midoriya, all for one soliloquized. Can you survive our world? Izuku wearily opened his eyes. He glanced over at the clock and realized that it was past 10 a.m. Normally he would have woken up earlier, but frankly, it had been the best sleep he had experienced in ages. For once, he wasn't going to have to go through the usual routine of being pushed around at school. He was safe from all of that. For once, he truly felt relaxed. Well, maybe not entirely. Mom has probably noticed I'm missing by now, Izuku thought. It was very rare that Izuku missed breakfast with his mother. She might have thought he left early for school, which was natural. However, she would definitely know by the end of the day when he didn't return home, if the school didn't notify her first. Izuku may have been a bit hasty about his decision to join the League, however, he did not join just because of AFO's kind words. There were a number of reasons. His mother being one. Izuku wasn't proud of leaving her, quite the opposite in fact. He loved his mother deeply because she had always been there for him when he was suffering. However, he knew that if he had stayed with her, she would have been in great danger. He was never great at lying to her, so it was highly possible she would have become suspicious of his actions sooner or later. When that did happen, well, Izuku had a good idea of what would be done to silence her. Furthermore, he couldn't stand lying to her, so this would hurt her less if she ever found out about his predicament. To summarize it, Inko would be safer if he wasn't around. AFO was another reason. Despite his generous words, Izuku was not stupid. He was not normally the type to judge by appearances, however, he got the strange sense that AFO was not the type to take no for an answer. He must have had some other plan to ensure Izuku joined if he refused. So Izuku was just being cautious. The conditions Izuku had demanded also bettered his position. Because of them, he had full control over his actions. Furthermore, the final condition he had set meant that he would never have to cross that line, ever. An image of Kaken briefly flashed through his mind. No, not even him, Izuku thought. Despite everything Kaken had put him through, Izuku did not want him dead. Though that wasn't to say he didn't hate him, because he truly did. It was the first time he had realized it. At the bar. Since the fridge in his apartment was empty, Izuku went to the bar to see about breakfast. Upon entering, he was suddenly flipped forward and landed on his back. Izuku ummed in pain. He was then hauled up by someone and placed in a chokehold position. "If you even try to move, I'll snap your neck," said a soft, cold voice. It belonged to a female. "All right, you little sheet, why don't you tell me how you got in here and who you work for? If you answer honestly, I'll make your death quick and painless. Don't and it'll be the opposite," she snarled while tightening her grip. Izuku tried to speak but he couldn't, he was still struggling to breathe. It was at that moment when Kurogiri entered the bar and witnessed what was happening. "Razor, let that boy go. He is a new recruit, one chosen by Sensei himself," Kurogiri informed the woman. After a few seconds of reluctance, Razor finally released Izuku. Gasping for air, Izuku lay silently on the ground. Slowly, he got back on his feet and turned to face his assailant. From what he could see, Razor was a young woman, probably in her 20s, with short silver hair and eyes. Her entire outfit consisted of dark leather clothes and black high heels. As he examined her, Razor glared at him with murderous intent. "Why wasn't I told about this, Kurogiri?" she questioned while still glaring at Izuku. "He only became a member last night," the other villain replied. "And besides, you've been away for the past couple of days without any way for us to contact you." Razor said nothing more and simply sat down. Shortly after the commotion, Kurogiri sorted out breakfast for Izuku and informed him that his fridge would be filled later, something which Izuku was grateful for. When he had finished eating, Kurogiri ordered Izuku to follow him. Izuku had been more than happy to get away from Razor, who scared him. Kurojiri led Izuku to a dark room with various monitors. It was then that AFO appeared on one of them. "Good morning, Izuku. I hope there were no issues with your apartment as it was the best we could do on such short notice," he greeted. "There were no issues at all," Izuku replied. "Thank you for your concern, however, I'm guessing you didn't call me here for that." "Right you are, Izuku. I called you here because would like to discuss what you will be doing for the league," AFO told him. Izuku shifted slightly in response. "Tasks?" When AFO said this, Izuku realized that he must be doing more than quirk analysis. "What did you think you'd just be writing down notes for sensei, you little twerp?" snickered Tamura. Izuku jumped when he heard his voice. Tamura was leaning against the wall next to him. Izuku hadn't even noticed him. "Tamura, enough," said Kurojiri sternly. "He only arrived last night. And sensei didn't exactly explain things properly to Deku last night." "Sensei, do they mean all for one?" Izuku wondered. Tamura glared at Kurojiri. "Enough, both of you. I'd like to speak alone, so would you both leave?" AFO requested commandingly. Tamura looked surprised at this. Kurojiri, however, simply bowed and then proceeded to drag Tamura out of the room. Seeing Tamura in the hall, Razor proceeded to leave as she hated the man. At the bar. "Why is sensei so interested in that quirkless brat? What could he possibly do that's useful for us?" Tamura raged. Kurojiri stared at him. He understood Tamura had been against this from the beginning. Tamura had only been polite last night because sensei ordered him to be. He also told them to remain silent during the ordeal as he believed it would be easier for him to convince Deku to join. Why did he even try convincing him to join when he could have easily forced him? "He has quirk or two for that sort of job," Tamura continued. Now, Tamura Shigaraki. By offering him the choice to join us, it will further his trust and loyalty," Kurojiri softly explained. "And if his mind is left undisturbed, he will work much more efficiently." This did nothing to convince Tamura, who continued to glare at the counter. "It doesn't matter. Deku's quirklessness makes him a handicap," he said angrily. "Like it does anyone else." Upon hearing this, Kurojiri felt something snap inside him. The image of a red-haired girl appeared in his mind. "Listen here, Shigaraki," Kurojiri yelled. "Deku was not welcomed into the league because he was quirkless. Sensei was impressed by his intelligence and thought he could be of use to us. Quirks are not everything in this world. Just because someone does not possess one does not mean that they are a handicap. They are capable of many things. So, listen here, you spoiled brat, don't you dare look down on someone for being quirkless, 'cause last time I checked your quirk isn't overly useful either. Do I make myself clear?" Tamura was shocked at his outburst. He couldn't ever remember Kurojiri yelling or even being angry. "I'm going to get some more drinks," declared Kurojiri and left the bar. Kurojiri then headed to the storeroom. As he reached for a crate of drinks, the soft voice of the girl he had thought about before entered his mind. "Hey Kuro," she said sweetly, "who's your new friend?" Kurojiri froze. After a minute, however, he replied. "His name is Deku," he told her sadly. "And he's a lot like you, Laura." He turned to face the girl, but no one was there, no one ever was. Kurojiri felt tears coming but held them back. "I miss you, Laura," he whispered. "I miss you so much." Back at the communications room. After Kurojiri and Tamura left, AFO started speaking with Izuku. "What I would like you to do for the league is to take notes on quirks for both heroes and villains. From what I saw from your notebook, you analyzed and noted both the strengths and weaknesses. You even came up with several ways to improve them," he informed Izuku. "I would like you to do the same with our group, particularly ideas on how to improve our quirks. In relation to other heroes, I want you to investigate their weaknesses and assist in coming up with ways to defeat them easier." Izuku pondered over this for a moment. He would basically be trying to take down the very people who protected society. Innocent people would most likely be hurt by this decision. He thought of his mother as one of those people and shuddered. "No," Izuku thought. "There's no point dwelling on this. I already said yes to joining, meaning there's no going back now." AFO interrupted Izuku's thoughts. "There's something else I would like you to do." Tamura wasn't joking about that. He held up a document to Izuku. Izuku jumped to his feet in surprise. It was his school file. How did you get that? Izuku asked surprised. An associate of mine procured it. Your school doesn't exactly have the best security, he chuckled. She said it was almost too easy. Izuku stared at him blankly. That aside, from what I read, your grades for most subjects are average. Where the hell is he going with this? Izuku thought. AFO had already asked him to be a part of the league because of his observational skills. He couldn't understand why he would look into his school life. Most of your grades were average. However, you received top marks in your science subjects, biology and chemistry, he continued. It's because of this that I would like you to work with someone from our science branch. It is with this person that I would like you to develop certain drags that can enhance others' abilities. Izuku finally understood. However, something was bothering him. If you don't mind me asking, Izuku said nervously. Why are you being so open about everything with me? I literally just joined, and it seems strange you would trust me with this kind of information. Last night, you were even very clear about your intentions. Well, how else am I supposed to earn your trust? He asked simply. It's better for you to find out now than later. Izuku wanted to believe him, however, part of him doubted that AFO was telling the whole truth. Unfortunately, Izuku did not have enough information to act, so he would just play along for now. Okay, I'll do it, Izuku said with a serious expression. When do I start? AFO simply smiled in response. At an unknown location. Should you really have told him all of that? Viper asked AFO with a worried tone. I only gave him the necessary information, AFO responded calmly. Viper sighed and looked at him again. You haven't told him about any of our plans, have you? Especially not about those things. No dear, I'm not that stupid, he replied simply. Though he was impressed with Izuku, AFO was not about to just go and trust him with all the league's secrets. He didn't completely trust the boy yet. Does he know who he's working with? Asked Viper. No. I just told him that he would be collaborating with one of our scientists via voice chat on his computer. He won't even see your face, he responded. He doesn't even know what I truly want to use his science skills for. At the mention of this, Viper was relieved. Viper was about to leave when she remembered that she had one more question. If you don't mind me asking, she said hesitantly. Go on, FO urged her. Why did you reveal yourself to him so quickly? She asked. Even by your standards, that isn't normal. You always hide in the shadows, and it's incredibly rare for you to interact with other members of the league. AFO considered this for a moment. The reason I revealed myself was because Midoriya caught my interest. Much like Tamura and Kurogyari, something, as you know, is very rare, he explained. Viper didn't say any more. She was satisfied with what she had heard and decided to leave. After Viper was gone, AFO thought a bit more about Izuku. He hadn't told him everything, but he had told him enough. What Izuku didn't know wouldn't hurt him, at least not yet. He had plans for the boy, but given his troubled past, it was best to let things play out slowly. While dwelling on it, AFO started laughing. All Might, I promise we will meet again, and when we do, you will suffer for what you took from me, he vowed. So, what do you think? Asked Izuku. If this works, the enhancement drag should be stabler and the duration use extended. Let us hope that you are correct, replied S1, considering how the last test went. Izuku grimaced slightly at the reminder. He had seen the state of the unlucky individual who had sampled the drag. The enhancement drag Izuku created had not been completely successful so far. The drag itself, when injected into a quirked individual, gave the user a boost in quirk efficiency and power, as well as an increase in that user's physical attributes such as speed, strength, endurance, and stamina. However, it also provided a boost in aggression and a big decrease in intelligence. Furthermore, it only lasted for a few minutes. And when it wore off, the user was left in a weakened state and unable to use their quirk for at least 6 hours. It was a little similar to the drag trigger, however, with a few major differences. The power-ups were stronger. The side effects were more devastating. It did not last as long. Unlike trigger, this drag did not force the user's quirk to activate. If injected, the user, willing or not, would feel a surge of power course through their body, but it would not force their quirk to activate. Izuku had made several attempts to improve it, but with little success. So far, all he had managed to do was increase the allotted time for usage to 12 minutes as well as reduce the effects on the mind, while the intelligence part, slightly. Izuku was hoping for a bigger improvement this time but kept his fingers crossed. Deku, S1 called. You need not worry. These things take time, and for most scientists, it takes years to properly create and perfect compounds like this. So, take your time. Izuku looked up at the screen. You shouldn't give me this much credit, Izuku told them. My idea came from your formulas and theories. All I did was derive inspiration from them. Regardless of that, you have made progress, and for that we are grateful. I will message you the results later. Goodbye. S1 finished, and the screen blinked out. Izuku sighed. It had been 3 months since he joined the league. In that time, he had carried out his duties with quirk analysis rather well. Some days he would go out to different cities, with help from Kurogiri, and observe either fight between heroes and villains or heroes saving people from accidents and record their quirks. Other days he worked in his lab, a small space provided by the league not too far from his apartment, working on mixtures and formulas he developed. He had mostly adapted to his new life rather well. With members such as Kurogiri and Tamura, he was on reasonably good terms. Sensei and S1, whom he only knew through voice chat, he worked well with. Razor, on the other hand, well, she hated him. But even he didn't know. Speaking of which, it was time for training with her. Sensei had not planned on using Izuku in the field of battle, however, the decision to learn self-defense had been brought on after a few incidents. Most of which occurred when Izuku was out doing his job. The first was when he was studying a fight between Endeavor, the number 2 hero, and a shape-shifting villain. He almost got caught in the man's fire when the villain dodged. The second was when another villain took him hostage. Fortunately, the media was not present, and no one there recognized him, so he was able to slip away unnoticed when freed. Other incidents involved being attacked by thugs, leading to Kurogiri coming to save him. In the end, Sensei ordered that he be taught self-defense, specifically by Razor, considering it was her specialty. In a training room next to the bar, Razor spin kicked Izuku hard in the face and he fell to the mat in agony. Seriously, is this the best you can do, you shitty brat? Razor complained. Because if it is, then you may as well just quit while you still have the chance. This isn't a place for little boys like you. Hell, even that BSRD Tamura can put up more of a fight. Izuku glared at her. I swear she's just like Kaken, he thought. Noticing this, Razor kicked him again. Izuku let out a groan as his face hit the mat. Well, you sure are a glutton for pain, she stated. Unfortunately, I'm feeling tired at the moment, so take a break, you little sheet. Razor then left. Izuku just lay on the floor. He had been trying to work with Razor for 2 weeks now, but every time they met, she swore at him, insulted him, and attacked him. It seemed like she really did hate him, but Izuku couldn't fathom why. He couldn't remember doing anything that offended her. At the bar, unbeknownst to Izuku, Kurogiri was attempting to find out himself. So, why do you hate Deku so much exactly? Kurogiri asked. For a minute she said nothing. Finally, she took a deep breath and said, I don't hate him exactly. It's just, well, it's complicated. Kurogiri frowned. This isn't like you, he told her. And it wasn't. Razor had always hated other members for various reasons. There was hardly a person she didn't hate. Kurogiri and Sensei being exceptions. Perhaps AFO was not an exception. More of someone she did not interact with enough. Would it be because he is quirkless? Kurogiri asked. It was the most likely reason. Razor looked straight into his eyes. No. I could care less about that. I've never been biased about that sort of thing, Razor admitted. In my view, whether someone has a quirk or not is irrelevant. On the battlefield, we are all equal. Kurogiri was confused. Then what is it? He asked. I've seen how you treat him. You are harder on him than any other member I've seen you with. Razor sighed. Not seeing a reason to keep it from him, she explained why she treated Deku the way she did. Kurogiri remained silent during the entire confession. Whatever he had expected, it wasn't this. It was very rare for Razor to show concern for anyone. Then you should tell him this yourself, Kurogyari explained. Razor gave him a look. If you ever hope to work with him properly, then you should both have an understanding of each other, he explained. Razor growled in annoyance. She knew he was right and she hated it. She got up and headed back to the room. I'd better do this before I change my mind, she thought. However, she stopped before exiting. She turned to face Kurogyari with a solemn expression. Mind if I ask you something, Kurogyari? She asked. Curious, he nodded in response. The reason you've been so good to Deku, would it be because of Laura? She asked. Kurogyari didn't react, he just stared at her. The silence was enough of an answer for Razor. She then turned to leave. One of the things about her and Kurogyari's relationship, they both knew heavily personal things about each other, and they neither judged each other by them nor went around telling other members. At the training room, Razor walked in to see Izuku still lying on the floor. God, he really is pathetic, she deadpanned. Hearing someone entering, Izuku sat up to see Razor leaning against the wall staring at him. He groaned in annoyance. He hadn't recovered from her last assault. Listen up, you little sheet, Razor growled. We need to talk. Razor moved to sit down in front of Izuku. I was told that, she started but then stopped. Expressing her feelings, in a non-violent manner, was not something she excelled at. Taking a moment, she collected her thoughts. Just be honest with him, tell him what you think, she thought. Regardless of how insensitive it might sound. Staring into Izuku's eyes, she took a deep breath. I want to tell you, to explain to you, she quickly corrected, why I treat you the way I do. Izuku was quite surprised. Razor wasn't acting like herself. The reason I do is that I heard about your past from Kurogyari, she said. Honestly, I thought it was pathetic, and I mean you. Now Izuku was just confused. Don't get me wrong, I understand that you had it very rough, but at the same time, it's your own fault since you let it happen, Razor explained. This made Izuku even more confused. What do you dash, he started but was cut off by Razor. Deku, during the time you were bullied, did ever once stand up for yourself, or even try to fight back? She asked him. Izuku considered this for a moment and said, not really, no. Fight back? She couldn't have been serious. What was he supposed to do against a guy who could blow him up at any time, not to mention the other students who would gang up on him? Then how about this? Did you ever report what was going on or even go to someone for help? She asked. Like your mother. Izuku looked at the floor and said nothing. Razor put her hand to her head and sighed. So basically, if I'm understanding this right, you allowed yourself to suffer, to be kicked around like a punching bag so much that when your idol said you couldn't be a hero, you tried to throw yourself off the roof, she stated. Izuku still said nothing. Having said her piece, Razor got up and headed toward the door. Wait, Izuku said. Go home for today and think about what I've told you, Razor ordered. She then turned and faced him with a sincere look. Izuku, I will train you, but I want something in return, she said. The next time you face the one who hurt you, the one who drove you to suicide, stand your ground. Fight. Let him know that you won't allow him to hurt you anymore. You have to. People like him break people like you on a daily basis. And he will continue to break you unless you take a stand and fight back. Izuku could do nothing but stare at her. Razor turned to exit and said, not taking any action is basically the same as inviting him to hurt you, because he knows you won't fight back. She then left. At Izuku's apartment, Izuku collapsed onto his bed. He lay there for over an hour thinking about what Razor said. As he took it all into consideration, he realized that she was right. Over the years, whenever Kaken or someone else had bullied him, he never fought back, he always let them beat him down. It was also true that he had never told someone about what he was going through, not even his mother. He always told her he had fallen over, though her facial expression made it clear she wasn't fully convinced. God, I'm an idiot, he said to himself, and he meant it. When his life was going to hell, what did he do? Nothing? He allowed himself to be pushed around every day because he thought, and at the time believed, that there was no way for him to fight back. Well, not anymore. Razor was right, he needed to change. He couldn't afford to be weak, not anymore. That person he used to be needed to die. If he was going to survive being in the league, he needed to be stronger. He had to be stronger. As he thought about all of this, he got up from bed and took out some scissors. He headed to the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror. "This will be my starting point," he declared. At the training room the next day, Razor walked in and saw Izuku waiting for her. He was all geared up for training, his hair had been cut short as well. But that wasn't what caught Razor's attention. What caught her attention was the look in his eyes, one she knew all too well. It was the look of a warrior, a look of determination. Izuku approached her and bowed. "I'm ready," he said. "And willing." Razor gave a look of admiration. "Good," she replied. "Let's get started, you shitty brat." Inko Midoriya. As per the orders of her boss, and many urgings of her friend Mitsuki Bakugo, Inko was having a day off to rest. The reason? Because she had been out late so many nights searching for her missing son, and they were beginning to take a toll on her health, both physically and mentally. She had been at it since his disappearance 10 months ago. "Izuku baby, please come home. I miss you," she sobbed. Inko spent most of her days crying. Each night she looked for him by going around the city and asking random people if they had seen him, to which she always received a no. Additionally, she made regular visits to the police station at least once a week to see if they had made any progress, but the answer was always the same. Another action she took was placing posters around the city with Mitsuki's help. The result ended was the same. Izuku was still missing. "It's all my fault," she whispered. "I should have done something sooner." Her son was in pain, and she did nothing. Every day he would come, with bruises and burn marks, likely from Katsuki, which he tried to hide. Inko, however, had a sharp eye and could see them from the edges of his sleeves. Other times she could tell from the way he walked that he was limping. Izuku usually gave the excuse, "I fell over," but Inko knew he was lying. The only reason she didn't press the issue before was that she knew it would upset him, and because she knew he would deny it. She tried talking with Mitsuki about it, who in turn was furious with Katsuki, but nothing she did seemed to get through to him. The last time she was with Izuku was the last straw. She decided to visit the school the next day to inform the principal of her son's situation. She made another phone call to Mitsuki about Katsuki. "I can come in with you tomorrow if you'd like," she told her. "Honestly, we should have done this sooner. His behavior, well, it's gone on long enough." It seemed Mitsuki had finally reached her limit with Katsuki. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The next day when she got up, she noticed Izuku wasn't in bed or at home, so she assumed he'd gone to school early. It was when she arrived at the school with Mitsuki that the trouble started. According to the principal and the teacher, Izuku did not turn up that day. It was then Inko got worried. As she wondered where he could be, she recalled her last conversation with him. "Thanks, Mom, for everything really. I really love you for it," he had told her while hugging her. "No," she murmured horrified. "He wouldn't." She called the police afterwards and they started investigating his disappearance but found nothing. Shortly afterwards, Inko began her current routine of searching. "Please don't let it have been that," she begged. "Anything but that." Inko had an idea of what Izuku meant when he said those words to her, but she didn't want to believe it. Whatever her son had been going through, he had clearly reached his limit. "Your body hasn't been found, so I know you are still out there," Inko said to herself. Regardless of the situation or the progress, she was not going to give up. "Izuku, despite what you've done, I still love you. No matter what happens, I will find you. I will bring you home," she swore. Achiko Uraraka. Well, this is it, Achiko thought. She stared at the large building in front of her. UA High School, the best hero school in Japan, if not the world, where anyone could become a hero. Though it did offer other opportunities in other departments known as general education, support, and business. Achiko was aiming for the hero course. "Mom, Dad, I will become a hero," she promised herself. "And when I do, I'll earn enough money so that you never have to work again." While walking to the entrance, she saw a girl running straight past her. However, one of her shoelaces was open, causing her to trip. Before she could hit the ground, Achiko poked her elbow, activated her quirk to make the girl float. "Easy there," Achiko cautioned the girl. "It would be bad if you injured yourself before the exam." Achiko deactivated her quirk and the girl landed softly on her feet. The girl then turned to face her. From her perspective, the girl was rather pretty. She had long blonde hair and grass-green eyes. Her figure was rather thin, and she was roughly the same height as Achiko. "Thank you," the girl replied with a Russian accent. She then raised her eyes slightly. "And you are?" she asked politely. "I'm Achiko Uraraka," she replied cheerfully. "What's your name?" "Elena Belaikov," she stated simply. "Are you here for the entrance exam?" Achiko nodded in response. "I see. What course are you applying for?" Elena asked. "Hero." "You?" she replied. "General education," she admitted. "My quirk isn't exactly useful in the field of heroics." Her answer surprised Achiko because Gen Ed was usually where the applicants who didn't get the hero course ended up. It was rare for someone to apply for it directly. "What's your quirk?" Achiko asked curiously. "Empathetic vision. When I touch someone, I receive glimpses of their past related to what they are feeling. If someone feels a certain emotion very strongly, like despair or love, I can see all memories that are associated with that emotion. However, if the emotion is too powerful, it will overwhelm me and I will lose consciousness," she explained. Uraraka was amazed. She had never heard of a quirk like that before. Though, she could see why it wouldn't work for the hero course. "My quirk will be useful in the field of psychology," she stated. "When I finish high school, I'm planning to move on to college and study to get a degree." She then turned and resumed walking. "Hey, wait," Uraraka called out while running after her. "You were wondering why I didn't ask about your quirk, right?" Elena mentioned. Achiko nodded in agreement. "Well, since you just used it on me, it's obvious that it's an anti-gravity quirk. Also, I don't mean to be rude, but we've got an exam to do, so can we maybe resume this conversation later?" Realizing she was right, Achiko started walking faster to the exam. Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki could hardly contain his excitement. The test laid out before him to get into UA was a combat course, his specialty. All he had to do was destroy whatever robots got in his way and earn as many points as possible. Easy, he thought. Like taking candy from an infant baby. This was the ticket into UA, his first step to becoming a hero greater than All Might. "Say, that reminds me. Midoriya, you wanted to go to UA too, right?" The words he'd heard 10 months ago echoed in his head. A boy he bullied also came into his mind. The F dash, he thought, annoyed. Why the F am I thinking about that quirkless piece of sheet now? In truth, he had avoided thinking about Deku ever since his disappearance. The day after the incident with the sludge villain, Deku had disappeared. At first, he thought Deku was being a coward and avoiding him. He was hoping that after their little talk, the nerd had finally given up on trying to become a hero. A quirkless freak like him had no right to be one in the first place, so it was just better for everyone. However, that was not the case. Later that day, the police came to the class and questioned everyone on Deku's disappearance. They asked questions about what he had been doing that day and his regular school life. Most denied any knowledge as they were not friends with Deku, which was completely true. When it was his turn, he told the police, "That quirkless moron isn't my problem. Don't say he's my friend because he isn't. He's just an obstacle in my way. Now if that's all, can I go back to class? I've got more important things I need to do." The police were shocked at Katsuki's attitude but relented since they could not get any useful information out of him. "That FING nerd isn't my problem. He can go and die for all I care," he thought aggressively. What happened to Deku was not, nor would it ever be, his problem. It wasn't as if he had done anything wrong. Nobody at school ever spoke against him for the way he treated Deku. Other students treated him the same way, and even the teachers were okay with it. In fact, a few days after his disappearance, everyone seemed to have completely forgotten about Deku because his existence was never brought up again. "Applicants, please make your way to your selected field," announced Present Mike. Katsuki snapped back to reality. "Sheet," he growled. "Even when he's not around, he's still a pain in my butt. Just focus on the exam." Katsuki arrived at the entrance of his selected field. As soon as the doors opened, he started running. "Time to kick some butt," he said, grinning as sparks went off in his palms. "All Might." All Might watched with the other teachers as the applicants made their way through the exam. Since he was not an official teacher at UA yet, he wasn't a judge. He was there for a more important reason: scouting out possible successors to his quirk, one for all. Since he was only able to take part in hero action for 3 hours a day, locating a suitable successor to being the next symbol of peace was crucial. Though there were other students to look at. From the way points are gathering, it looks as though we'll have an interesting bunch this year, Principal Nizu stated. He was an animal, appearance mixed with a dog, bear, and mouse, with a quirk that made him highly intelligent. The teachers nodded in agreement. With their quirks, it looks as though they'll become fine heroes, All Might said. Can someone without a quirk become a hero? I don't think it's possible, kid. All Might gasped, but no one seemed to notice. They were all too preoccupied with the exam. Why am I thinking about that now? He wondered. Ever since his encounter with that boy, All Might had been recalling that memory every now and then. He was not proud of what he did. He had destroyed another person's dream after all. But at the same time, it needed to be done. Personally, All Might had nothing against quirkless people. However, he did believe that they were disadvantaged against those with quirks. He should know better than anyone, after all. He used to be quirkless. The reason he had said those things to that boy was that he believed he would be safer, that he would be less likely to die. It wasn't out of prejudice. Aside from that, even if he applied for a hero school, there was a high chance he would be rejected. There were very few hero schools that allowed quirkless people to apply, and even then, hardly anyone ever got in, so there was really no point. To his own knowledge, All Might had never even heard of a quirkless hero before. Only 5 minutes left, Nizu announced. All Might snapped back to reality and looked at the exam. Focus, he thought. You'll be teaching these kids this year, so pay attention. Later that day at Nizu's office, All Might sat alone in front of the principal. Quite a selective bunch we've got this year, Nizu said with enthusiasm. Did anyone catch your eye, All Might? Any possible successors? All Might shook his head and said, It's too soon to be sure. But I can see there are a bunch of gifted youngsters, so maybe in due time. Nizu seemed happy at this statement. Now on a side note, what were you gasping at during the exam? Nizu asked. It wasn't one of the children, that's for sure. All Might froze. He noticed, All Might thought. He mentally berated himself. If something is on your mind, you should tell someone. Don't hold it all in, Nizu told him with a concerned voice. All Might contemplated his answer for a moment. After a minute's silence, All Might took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Nizu was a friend, so there was no problem telling him. About 10 months ago, there was an incident, he started explaining. And so, All Might told Nizu all about his encounter with the quirkless boy and everything that had transpired between them. He even told him about how the boy saw him in his weakened state, though he didn't know about his powers. Nizu just listened silently, never making a move to interrupt him. When he'd finished speaking, Nizu said, I see. All Might was surprised at his calm demeanor. Don't you think it was wrong for me to say that, to ruin that boy's dream? He asked, confused. Nizu gazed at him with an unreadable expression. Why would I say that? He asked. You were just speaking your opinion, as well as from personal experience. I don't think I can begrudge you for that. All Might was relieved that Nizu was so understanding. However, he had another question. Principal, what is your view on what the boy asked me? All Might asked. Nizu got up from his seat and gazed out the window. Honestly, he said, I see no reason why it can't happen. All Might remained silent. I can understand why you would think the way you do about them. When facing a villain or trying to save someone from an accident, quirkless people would be at a disadvantage. However, quirks are not everything. They don't define someone as a hero or a villain, their actions and capabilities do. Take Aizawa for example, his quirk may be useful for stopping other quirks, but that's all it's good for. Most of the time when fighting against villains he would need to rely on hand-to-hand combat, Nizu explained. All Might stared at the floor. He had never thought of it that way before. Now a quirkless person, he continued. They could be a hero through excessive training in martial arts and reliance on gadgets and weapons. With these, it would be quite possible for them to be on equal par with other heroes and villains. All Might considered it for a moment. When he says it like that, it does sound possible, he thought. Here at UA, we believe that anyone can become a hero, even someone quirkless. It's why we allow them to apply, he continued. Although I must admit we've never actually had a quirkless student before in any department. All Might could tell from the way Nizu was speaking that he was disappointed at that last statement. Anyway, enough of what I think, Nizu said, changing the subject. I'm afraid you will have to leave. Now Toshinori. I have a lot of paperwork to attend to and you must get some rest. You're going to be quite busy over the coming days with all the holographic recording you will be making. He was referring, of course, to the messages that would be sent to the students who successfully passed the entrance exam. All Might sighed, knowing that he was right. It was going to be a long couple of days. With that, he got up and proceeded to leave the room while waving goodbye to Nizu. As he walked towards the exit, All Might thought very hard about what Nizu had told him. He wanted to believe that it was possible, he really did. However, he still had his doubts. Whenever he tried being a hero while he was quirkless, it always ended up backfiring. It was only after he had received his quirk 1 for all that he was able to do something meaningful. As he came to the exit, he halted. With the thought of quirkless people being heroes, the image of that boy came into his head again. Wonder what he's doing now, he said softly. Izuku just barely dodged Razor as her foot brushed by his hair. When she landed, she spun her other leg at him. But Izuku moved forward and caught it firmly in his arm. He then pulled her back to trip her, but Razor jumped and performed a flip kick which hit Izuku square in the chest. He flew back onto the mat. Not bad, you little sheet. You are improving. However, you need to work on your reaction speed, Razor explained coldly. A second is all it takes and then you're dead. Izuku glared at her and stood back up. Again, he demanded. Well, would you look at that, demanding something from me? It seems you've got a pair of balls after all, Razor said, sounding amused. Did you grow them while I was training you? I'll leave that to your imagination, Izuku said, sounding very annoyed. He had been training with Razor for months now and had progressed. He did not need to call Kurogyari as often anymore because he could handle thugs all by himself. In spite of this, Razor insulted him at every opportunity by saying things such as, God, you're so weak, try harder, you little sheet, I swear even Tamura could kick your butt if he wanted to, too scared to stand up, when will you grow a pair of balls? The list went on and on. She was literally like Kaken. Well, almost. Unlike him, she pushed him to be better and wanted him to improve. Can we just get back to training? He asked impatiently. Razor grinned at Izuku. As much as I would love to kick the sheet out of you again, I can't. Sensei called us for a meeting, so we have to suspend training for the rest of today. Izuku was very annoyed at this. Don't give me that face, she snapped. There's nothing we can do about it. Now hurry up, or else that whiny little beach Shigaraki will never let us hear the end of it. Judging from the sound of her voice, Izuku could tell she was angry. He would say he was surprised, but with the number of derogatory terms Razor had spewed about Tamura, it was clear she hated him. Then again, Razor hated a lot of people, so it was nothing special. At the bar, Izuku gathered with Kurogyari, Razor, and Tamura. They turned to the monitor where Sensei appeared. Good afternoon, everyone, he announced. I trust you know why I've gathered you all here. No clue, Izuku and Razor replied in unison. And they meant it. The two had been completely absorbed in their jobs and training the past weeks, so they had not been paying attention to anything that happened in or out of the league. Tamura snickered while Kurogyari tilted his head to the side. It seems neither of you has been watching the news, Sensei realized. Just tell us already, Razor snapped impatiently. Sensei sighed and took a deep breath. All Might has taken up a teaching position at UA, he informed. Razor didn't react. Izuku, however, shifted slightly. That's right, the entrance exam was just a few days ago, he thought. That means Kaken is now a student there. Despite his hatred toward Katsuki, he knew the teen was skilled enough to get in, both in quirk and intelligence. That means he's going to be taught by All Might, Izuku realized. Despite having become a villain, he couldn't help but feel jealous. The hero he and Kaken idolized, the one who had rejected him, was now training the very person who had made his life hell to be a pro hero. Another good thing gets handed to Kaken on a silver platter. How the F is that fair? He wondered angrily. He's a total D, yet he still gets everything. In Izuku's mind, it just wasn't fair how everything went Katsuki's way, yet he did nothing wrong and still got screwed over. Razor interrupted his thoughts. And why is this important? She asked uninterestedly. Razor, please listen to everything Sensei says before judging, Kurogyari told her politely. Razor rolled her eyes. Go on. Tamura glared at her and started to say something when Sensei interrupted him. It is important, Razor, because All Might is one of our primary targets for elimination, he explained with a bit more fury. He is the biggest threat to our organization and our plans. Therefore, killing him is a top priority. Izuku was surprised. He had never seen Sensei angry before. He usually acted calm and hardly ever raised his voice. Then he suddenly remembered. 10 months ago, when he first met Sensei, he had told him about why he tried to kill himself, even about his encounter with All Might. Back then he had had a negative reaction also. With that time and this one, it was obvious that they were both related to All Might. Did something happen between them? Izuku wondered. He could tell that Sensei genuinely hated the number one hero. It was the same way he felt about Katsuki. Your organization, your plans, not mine, Razor pointed out. Do I need to remind you of my place here? No, Razor, you don't. However, until that time comes you will do and listen as I tell you, Sensei replied with authority. With that, she nodded in understanding. Izuku was confused. What was Razor talking about? Wasn't she a member of the League? I've been working with her months now and I still don't know anything about her, he thought sadly. Despite training with her, Izuku knew very little about her. He didn't even know what her quirk was. He had tried asking her about some of these things, but she refused to answer. Razor made it clear that this was just training. There was no need for them to get personal with each other. Sensei, can you just ignore this speech and get to the good stuff already? Tamura asked rudely. However, Izuku detected a hint of excitement in his voice. Sensei sighed again. Earlier today I sent Tamura and a few of his friends to UA to do a little investigating. Yeah, I destroyed the gate and let the press in. While the heroes were dealing with them, I managed to get a hold of some juicy info, he boasted with a childish sense of pride. That he did, Sensei told them. And what he learned was that tomorrow Class 1A will be conducting their rescue training in the unforeseen simulation joint. From the list Tamura acquired it appears All Might along with Eraserhead and 13 will be there. Izuku recognized the names. Eraserhead was a hero who could stop any quirk just by looking at them. Aside from that, Izuku had seen videos of him that showed he was highly proficient in hand-to-hand combat. 13 was a hero dressed in a spacesuit that possessed a quirk known as Black Hole, which sucked any object into it and reduced it to dust. This was mainly used for rescue. Get to the point already, Razor said irritated. Tomorrow we shall launch an attack on UA, more specifically the area with All Might and the students, where we will kill the symbol of peace, Sensei said all in one go. Izuku was surprised at this. Kill All Might? He didn't think it was possible. He had watched nearly every video and read every report about him. He knew more than anyone that he was impossible to beat. How exactly do you plan to do that? Izuku asked nervously. Everyone turned to look at him. Is there a problem, Deku? Kurogyari asked. Tamura was more hostile. What are you scared that your idol might die? Did you forget what group you're a part of now? He growled. Villains fight against heroes all the time. They try to catch us. We try to kill them. What did you think we'd be doing? Izuku flinched. Although he and Tamura got along most of the time, he could still be hostile from time to time. I don't mean anything like that, he said quickly. I'm just curious. This is All Might we're talking about. Defeating him is practically impossible, killing him even more so. There was silence. Sensei laughed. You are mostly right, Deku. However, you are also wrong. It isn't impossible to do those things. There has simply never been anyone who could match All Might until now. Izuku was baffled. Do they have someone as strong as All Might? He wondered. It didn't seem likely, but not impossible. If they did, why had they not used them already? Then a thought struck him. Until now. Are you talking about my enhancement drag? He asked. Sensei nodded in confirmation. Izuku had spent several months working on the drag as well as other things such as a regeneration drag, for healing, and an intelligence drag, to make other members smarter. So far, he had increased the time limit to 30 minutes and decreased the side effects to 4.5 hours. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. When you add the drag to the mix, it does seem possible, he thought. Please continue, sensei, he requested. Tomorrow Tamura and Kurogiri will lead a group of villains to the USJ and kill All Might. Razor, your job is to guard the place where they are kept, he explained. Razor nodded in understanding. Tamura was excited while Kurogiri remained indifferent. Izuku found Razor's behavior strange. She was usually the type to want to fight someone, yet here she was just accepting guard duty without any argument. He was also slightly curious as to what they were but said nothing. Deku will remain here and continue your work, Sensei informed him. Normally Izuku wouldn't object, however, he was curious about something. Sensei, do you have a list of the students attending that class? Izuku asked. 'Cause if you do, may I see it? Yes, there is, but why? He asked. Do you think that boy who wronged you will be there? Izuku nodded in confirmation. Despite his position in the league, Izuku wanted to go with them tomorrow and see if Katsuki was there. There were several reasons for this, of course. Flashback 4 months ago. Izuku landed flat on his back after Razor flipped him. He aimed in pain. Seriously, is this the best you can do, little sheet? She sneered. 'Cause if it is, you will die the second you get dragged into a fight. Izuku glared at her. I swear this is all she ever does, insult me, he thought. Razor just stood there waiting for him to get up. Out of pure curiosity, Izuku started. This hellish training you're giving me. Did you go through it yourself to be the way you are now? Razor looked at him with cold eyes. We've already had this discussion. This is training, nothing more. You and I are not friends, Deku. So, stop trying to get to know me better, she replied icily. She meant what she was saying. There was absolutely no reason for him to know about her past or her personal life. Though that wasn't to say that she hated Izuku. Surprisingly enough, he had moved into her list of people she could actually stand, though that was mainly through her teaching him how to fight. She was amazed at how quick Izuku was learning. She even admitted to Kurogiri that she had underestimated his observational skills, something she did very rarely. I've known you for a few months now, but I still know nothing about you. I don't even know what your quirk is. I tried asking Kurogiri and Sensei, but they told me to ask you, he explained. Razor rolled her eyes in annoyance. Look, you little beaky, she growled murderously. There's nothing you need to know about me. There is nothing you will ever need to know about me, so give it a rest. Izuku felt intimidated by this but decided not to back down. Isn't there anything I can do to change your mind? He asked seriously. Razor groaned in annoyance. He really isn't gonna let this go, is he? She thought. What would change my mind? Razor didn't have any real reason to tell Izuku about her life. There wasn't much to tell, and most of it wasn't pleasant. However, no one had ever pushed to know as much as Izuku. Usually people didn't like her enough to ask. Razor didn't feel like just telling him though. She believed he should earn the right first. But how? Then a thought came to her mind, making her smile sadistically. Okay, there is one thing you can do, she informed him. You can show me the results of your training. Izuku looked slightly confused at this. He knew what she wanted him to do, but he couldn't figure out how to do it. I want you to fight someone, of course. However, it's who I want you to fight, she explained. The one I want you to fight is that be, you know, the one who turned you into the weak little sheet you are now. Izuku froze. Fight Kaken. She wants me to fight Kaken, he thought. He had trained well enough that he could hold his own against most quirked individuals, but Katsuki, he was on another level. As if noticing the uncertainty in his eyes, Razor spoke up. Don't get the wrong idea. This is also for your sake, she told him. This confused Izuku. He was your primary tormentor, right? She asked. Izuku nodded in confirmation. Then facing him should be good for you. If you defeat him, then you will have overcome him, and he will no longer be someone you should fear, she said. If you can do that, then I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Izuku said nothing. He was still trying to process what Razor said. All right, that's all for today, she said before turning to leave. Flashback and wanting to know more about Razor was one of his reasons for going. Another was that he wanted to face Katsuki. He needed to know if he could defeat him. He also had a third reason, revenge. Over the course of his time with the League, mostly with Razor, Izuku had built up a desire to get back at his former bully. He wanted to give Katsuki a taste of his own medicine. He wanted to repay him for all the years of torment he gave him. This was the perfect opportunity to do it. I don't know if he will be there or not, but I would like to know. Facing him is something I need to do. If he isn't on the list, I'll stay here. If he is, I would like to go with Tamura and Kurogiri if that's all right, he told Sensei. Sensei stared at him in silent contemplation for a minute before ordering Kurogiri to show him the list. The Shadow Man used his quirk to send it to Izuku. Izuku read through it quickly until he came across Katsuki's name. He's there, Izuku said. So, can I go? All for one remained silent for a minute. I suppose, he said. However, Izuku could detect a small amount of reluctance in his voice. However, you will need a costume, or at least a mask to disguise yourself. No one knows about your association with us. If your identity gets compromised, then it will be impossible for you to walk around freely like normal. Izuku nodded in understanding. Sir, is this really a good idea? Kurogiri questioned nervously. Izuku blinked, a little surprised by Kurogiri's reaction. He knew he could handle himself in a fight, so why? Perhaps it was because he would be fighting Katsuki. Given the nature of their relationship, Kurogiri's concern was natural. Deku has proven himself capable in the field of battle. Kurogiri, Sensei explained with a slight edge to his voice. If he wishes to confront his bully, then I see no reason to deny him the opportunity. It may provide him with the closure he needs. Izuku was happy to hear Sensei had faith in him, but at the same time, suspicious. The way he said it, he still sounded reluctant. There was also the way he said closure, like it was the most vital thing that mattered. Izuku wouldn't deny it was important, but the way he said it felt like there was a deeper meaning behind it. You know, I think Kurogiri's more concerned about the idiots Shigaraki hired for this job, Razor said in a mocking voice. What do you mean? Tamura demanded. They'll be perfect for this job. Oh really? Razor replied in an unnervingly calm voice. Did you run a background check on them to see if they are mentally prepared for the task? Tamura didn't answer, and surprisingly, neither did Sensei or Kurogiri. I mean, they could be suffering from some form of trauma or mental illness, Razor pointed out softly. If that is the case, do you really want them breaking down on the job because they can't handle it? After all, you never know what might trigger them. In that one sentence, Izuku felt the entire mood of the room shift. At first, it was light, but now it had switched to something much darker. Razor glared at Sensei in a way Izuku had never seen her before. Kurogiri just stared solemnly at the counter in what appeared to be shame. Tamura was unusually quiet. He had not even tried to argue with Razor on her claim. The whole thing was making Izuku uncomfortable. What the? Why are they acting this way? Did something happen? He thought. Their backgrounds have been looked into, of that I can assure you, Sensei promised. If you would like to examine them yourself, you are more than welcome. However, perhaps we should continue this conversation privately in person. We should, Razor said. And we shall. She continued to glare at him while Sensei never took his gaze off of her. Izuku was really confused now. Just what had happened between them? Was it something from before he joined the League? Shouldn't you at least discuss this with them first? Kurogiri asked, attempting to change the subject. Yeah. If Atrocity finds out, he'll flip, Tamura added. Izuku had an idea of what they were talking about. He knew that AFO was not the only leader in the League, however, up until now, he hadn't received much information about them. He knew their names though, Atrocity and Viper. Kurogiri deemed it fit to inform him because Atrocity, from what he had been told, possessed an extremist view of quirkless people. Don't worry about it. If Deku wishes to go, let him, but be sure to bring him back, Sensei said. You will all leave tomorrow at 10 a.m. sharp, so I suggest you get some rest. With that, the atmosphere returned to normal and the meeting ended. Izuku's apartment. Izuku lay on his bed. He was exhausted from the day. Razor had guessed why he was going and told Kurogiri to give her the details on his fight with Bakugo. Her only words of advice to him were, "Give him hell," though that was all he needed. He was still confused by what happened at the bar but decided not to investigate it. Right now, he had more pressing matters to attend to. He got up and went to the bathroom where he gazed at his reflection in the mirror. His appearance had changed in recent months. In addition to cutting his hair short, he had also dyed it black to make himself less recognizable. His body was more muscular and had a few scars, courtesy of Razor. He wore darker clothes as well. Throughout his life with the League, he had done many things. He had analyzed quirks and marked out weaknesses and ways they could be greatly improved. He had developed many types of enhancement drags and, from what he could tell, toxins with S1. Izuku had also been working on a secret formula by himself. This was something none of the League knew about. They were willing to keep many things from him, so he didn't see why he couldn't keep one secret from them. "All right, time for bed," he said to himself. As he lay in bed, Izuku made a silent promise to himself. "I will see you tomorrow, Kaken. And when I do, I will break you the same way you broke me." "That's a promise." Izuku then drifted into a deep sleep. Izuku woke up early that morning. He quickly got dressed into his villain outfit, which consisted of a black hoodie vest, black pants, black metal arm and shin guards, and a black metallic mask that covered his entire head. He also wore combat boots and a belt with various tools such as a taser, a grappling hook, and several small projectile blades. The outfit he had mostly forged himself except for the helmet, provided by Kurogiri. He had a feeling he would one day be out fighting with the League, but he wanted to make sure his identity wouldn't be compromised. Still, he was ready to face Katsuki. At the bar, Izuku met up with Tamura and Kurogiri, where he also met their large entourage. Izuku was not sure what to think of the group. He had not seen them in action yet, but at the same time, they just looked like regular thugs. What caught his attention was the bird-like creature who looked as tall and muscular as All Might. This must be the guy, he realized. Izuku didn't have much time to think, however, as Kurogiri's quirk completely absorbed him and everyone around him. Unforeseen simulation joint. They arrived at an area that had various buildings with different natural disasters going on for each one. The group of villains looked up to see the students and teachers at the entrance, who had also noticed them. Strangely enough, All Might was not present. Izuku didn't care though, that wasn't why he was here. He scanned across the students' faces until he came across a familiar one. Wearing gauntlets and an outfit that matched his personality was Bakugo, giving his usual glare. The moment he saw him, Izuku felt a sudden flood of anger. He wanted to fight him, he wanted to hurt him, however, to do that he would need to get him alone first. "Kurogiri, could you warp me and you know who to an area where we won't be disturbed?" he asked politely. "Of course. I'll also send the students to other zones where they won't be able to interfere," he replied. "Here comes Eraserhead," Tamura butted in. The pro-hero launched himself at the group and started fighting off the thugs like they were nothing. Meanwhile, the students and 13 were running toward the exit. "Kurogiri," Tamura started. "I understand," he replied. "While I'm at it, I'll send you Deku to a place for your battle. Expect that boy to be there within a few minutes." Izuku nodded. Kurogiri's power took hold again and Izuku was in a ruined city area. It was desolate and he was on flat ground. "Perfect," he whispered. Here he could fight Katsuki without interference. After waiting for 2 minutes, Kurogiri's mist appeared again, bringing an angry Katsuki with it. At first, Bakugo did not take notice of Izuku, he just swore about Kurogiri. "That FA bastard, those FA villains. I'll FANG kill them," he shouted. Swearing and death threats, Izuku thought. Nice to see that he hasn't changed a bit. Katsuki examined the area around him when he noticed Izuku. "You one of them?" he asked in a murderous tone. He didn't pay attention to his classmates, not that he needed to, they were all beneath him. Izuku answered by taking up a fighting stance. Katsuki smiled sadistically and punched his right fist into his left hand while causing an explosion as a form of intimidation. "This will be fun," he snarled. Izuku felt slightly nervous about fighting Bakugo. "Give him hell." Razor's words echoed in his mind, and he was calm again. He glared at Bakugo. That's right, I've trained for this, he thought. I'm not the same weak individual that you used to beat to a pulp. I'm Deku, the villain that will defeat you. With that, he charged at Katsuki. Seeing his enemy move, Katsuki started to swing his right arm. However, Izuku was prepared for this and much faster too. As soon as Bakugo swung his arm, Izuku grabbed it, turned, and flipped him onto his back. When you get someone on their back, get on top of them and punch them as hard as you can and as many times as you can. Izuku started doing just that. While doing so, every memory of Katsuki bullying came back to him, which made his punches more vicious. This is strangely satisfying, he thought. Knowing he would be knocked out soon, Katsuki released an explosion to phase Izuku and then another one to get him off. Katsuki stood up. His mouth was bleeding from the punches. This made him sad as hell. He screamed out in anger and unleashed a flurry of explosions on his opponent. Izuku flipped from place to place, dodging them with relative ease. This is the guy I was scared of, he thought. He couldn't believe how well he was holding his own against Katsuki. Months of training were paying off. Meanwhile, it seemed that all Katsuki had to rely on was his quirk because he had no training whatsoever in hand-to-hand fighting. So much for having a powerful quirk, Izuku thought. Having no luck at long-range combat, Katsuki swapped to close range by rushing towards his enemy and swinging his right again. Seriously, does he think that will actually work this time? Izuku thought. However, he was wrong. Katsuki used his quirk to propel himself over Izuku. Got you now, he shouted while successfully hitting Izuku with a lot of explosions. Izuku lay on the ground with his clothes slightly torn and a crack in his mask. How'd you like that? Bakugo sneered. He assumed he had won, but he couldn't have been more wrong. A few seconds later, Izuku stood up, not showing any sign of feeling injured, greatly shocking Katsuki. No effing way, he spluttered. Katsuki's attacks may have been painful, but they did nothing to dissuade Izuku. He was used to this sort of pain. Well, actually he was used to much worse. Razor did not play around. Katsuki moved to attack again, but Izuku came in very quickly and kneed him in the stomach. Katsuki flinched with pain. Izuku didn't stop. He grabbed Katsuki by the shoulder and started to repeatedly punch him in the stomach, which caused the latter to vomit a little. Izuku then grabbed him by the shoulders and headbutt him so hard that part of his mask broke off, showing his right eye. In the process, he had broken Katsuki's nose, causing blood to flow from it. Izuku then let go of Katsuki, leaned back, and sighed. Kicked him up into the air. Katsuki tried to retaliate, but Izuku was quickly behind him and grabbed him by the collar. He then ran and threw Katsuki into one of the ruined buildings, where he was sent crashing through the wall. Seeing no movement, Izuku assumed he was unconscious. I did it, Razor. I won, he thought as he turned to leave. Izuku was hit by another explosion on the back, though this time he managed to remain standing. Hey, came a hoarse voice. This fight isn't over, you bstrd. So don't turn your effing back on me. Izuku turned to see Bakugo standing, blood running down from his forehead and 1 or 2 bruises on his arms. He looked rather pitiful, like the state he'd put Izuku in for years. Oddly enough, it made Izuku happy to see him this way. I should have expected him to not go down without a fight, he thought. Katsuki stared at his opponent's eye for a moment. There was something familiar about it. Don't think about it. Just finish him off, he thought. For the first time in his life, he was hurt all over. He was used to dishing out pain, not receiving it. The whole sensation was strange, which was why he needed to finish it quickly. He held up his arm and reached for his gauntlet's trigger. They stored up his sweat, which was nitroglycerin, which allowed him to create explosions. With the amount stored up in them both, it would be like firing a rocket launcher. Izuku didn't know why, but something told him to get as far away from Katsuki as possible. If he was reaching for his gauntlets, then they clearly weren't just for show. He started running, and as he did, Katsuki shouted, "Die!" From the gauntlets came a massive torrent of flames that moved very fast while consuming everything in its path. Izuku instantly pulled out his grappling hook and shot it towards the nearest building on his left. Unfortunately, the explosion was too fast for him. While he managed to avoid death, The bottom part of his legs had been burned. Izuku examined the damage Katsuki had done. It was very wide scale. What the F is wrong with him? He could have killed me or one of his allies in that, Izuku thought, alarmed. Huh. How'd you like that? Katsuki yelled under the delusion he had won. Okay, I've had enough of this, he said to himself. He walked toward Katsuki, who could not believe his eyes. Why won't you just stay the F down? He screamed as he prepared to attack him again with his other gauntlet. Izuku was prepared this time though. He threw one of his blades at one of Katsuki's hands, causing him to howl in pain. When you're in pain, put all your power into that point of pain and deliver the final blow. Izuku ignored the pain in his legs and charged at Katsuki. His bully tried to defend himself with his quirk, but Izuku leapt up, spun and delivered a kick to Katsuki's face with full force. Katsuki fell back and his face landed hard onto the ground. This time he did not get up. Izuku checked his face. He was unconscious. I won, he declared before walking off. Kurogiri, I'm finished over here, Izuku told him over the communicator in his mask. That's good to hear. I had a camera or two around your area, so your battle has been recorded for Razor to see, Kurogiri informed him. All Might's here by the way, and the pros will be here soon also. I suggest you make your way back to us at the center. I will, Izuku replied. As he walked, he could really feel the pain in his legs. Katsuki did a better job than he thought. I'm almost there now, he said to himself as trudged along. Suddenly he heard a scream. He turned to see a girl in pink being held to the ground by one of the thugs. She looked terrified. Now then, the thug declared. Let's have some fun, shall we? Izuku had a very good idea of what he was about to do and headed towards them. He may have been a villain now, he may be a colder and serious person, he may be willing for heroes to die, but RP, that was a different story. Despite his time with the League, Izuku still possessed a certain degree of morality. The girl's terror increased when she saw another villain appear. The thug turned to Izuku and said, What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy? Izuku, annoyed with his tone, tossed him in the neck, knocking him out cold. The girl was stunned at what just happened. Noticing her expression, Izuku said, If you don't want that sort of thing to happen to you, then I suggest you run. Find your friends and get to safety. At first, she didn't move, she was still shocked. Izuku glared at her and yelled, Now. With that, she scrambled away while still looking at Izuku. He then turned and proceeded to where his allies were. He arrived just in time to see All Might blast that bird-like creature out of the building. There were a bunch of unconscious thugs. Tamura was also there with Kurogiri looking very set off. Are you guys all right? Izuku asked them. Nomu got beat, Tamura raged. So that's what that thing was, Izuku realized. He made his way to them. He also looked at All Might. It was strange, his childhood idol was now his enemy and a kill target for his new group. All Might was staring at the new arrival. Great, just what I need, and I've already gone past my limit, he thought. He inspected him further. There were burn marks over him and he was limping. He's injured, he realized. Those marks, did Bakugo do that to him? He knew the boy well enough to know what kind of damage he could deal. I take it you finally defeated that explosion user, Kurogiri said. They're talking about Bakugo, he thought. Yeah, I beat him, the new villain said with pride. I beat him to a bloody pulp. All Might tensed slightly in anger at this. You, he said in a furious tone. The villain turned to look at him. He had a green eye from what he could see. Relax, he isn't dead, just unconscious, the villain told him. All Might was both relieved and surprised at this. What the hell, Deku? Tamura yelled. Why didn't you finish him off? You know very well that I don't kill, he retorted. That was one of the conditions I set when I joined this group, remember? Now All Might was definitely surprised. Deku wasn't a killer, yet he joined this band of villains with some conditions. Just who was he? Izuku noticed that All Might was steaming. He's reached his limit, he realized. Izuku remembered that from their last encounter All Might had told him that he can only use his power up to 3 hours a day. When he steamed, he reached his limit and reverted to his real form, something no one else knew about. Izuku did not know why. But something told him to keep his mouth shut at that moment. He was in possession of a very valuable piece of information. If he blurted this out now, All Might would most definitely know who he was. Not only that, but they were at a disadvantage with so few forces and the pros on their way. Tamura, Kurogyri, let us withdraw for now, he told them. We're at a serious disadvantage with him here and the pros on their way. Also, our ace was just blasted out of here and our forces are down. The two just stared at him. He's right, Tamura. The situation isn't in our favor, Kurogyri stated. Tamura scratched his neck in frustration. Fine, he relented. He turned to face the symbol of peace. All Might beware because your days as the symbol of peace are numbered. Tamura swore. All Might grunted in response. We'll see about that. For some reason, though, he was still staring at Deku. From the sound of his voice, he seems to be in his teens. Also, why does it seem familiar? All Might pondered. This boy probably wasn't that much older than his students. It made him sad to think that someone that young had become a villain. Kurogyri's mist surrounded his allies, and they disappeared from the area. During the transport, however, Izuku lost consciousness. At his apartment, Izuku woke up surprised to see that he was in his apartment. He moved his legs slightly, but he felt no pain in them. He inspected his body. There were no signs that he had ever been injured. It wasn't a dream if that's what you're thinking, came a voice he knew all too well. Izuku looked to his right to see Sensei sitting at the table drinking what could have been tea or coffee. Hello, Deku, he greeted the boy. It's good to see that you're awake. Sensei, you're here, Izuku replied, stunned. He had spoken with the man before but had never met him in person. Why are you here? Izuku asked before he could stop himself. Was he in trouble? Once again Sensei seemed to know what he was thinking. You're not in any trouble. I came today to sort out a few issues with the League and just thought I would check up on you. You came back with severe burns and have been out for nearly 2 days now, he explained. We had to use your regeneration drag to get rid of all life-threatening injuries and scars. Otherwise, you might have died. Thank you, Izuku replied. However, I'm guessing you didn't come to just check up on me. He knew Sensei well enough to know that he wouldn't come here in person unless it was very important. Sensei grinned. Observant as ever I see, he said. You're right, I came here to discuss something with you. Something that happened during the assault on UA. And I'm not talking about your fight, that was impressive. Izuku sat up straight and faced him. It's about your decision to retreat. There were cameras around the area, so I saw the entire ordeal. While your reasoning was logical, and the pros did show up shortly after you had left, there was something else that made me curious, he informed Izuku. Why didn't you tell the others that All Might had reached his limit? Izuku was definitely surprised now. If he knows about that, then he must have a history with All Might, he realized. He took a deep breath. He needed to be careful about his answer. It's because I knew it that I didn't tell them, Izuku explained. Oh, Sensei responded amused. Let me point out something. I told you about my first encounter with All Might. During that encounter I learned about his little weakness, however, I also learned something else. He told me that not a lot of people know about this. Therefore, since I am one of these people, blurting it out would have led to my identity being exposed, he explained. Besides, you clearly know about it too, yet you didn't tell the others, so you're in the same boat. How did you know it? From what I have seen of you, every time All Might has been mentioned you got angry, meaning you've some sort of history with him. So, tell me, am I wrong? There was silence. Maybe I went a little too far, he thought nervously. However, Sensei started laughing. Izuku was now confused. It appears I underestimated you, Deku. You are correct with that assumption, he told the boy. Your answer for not telling the others is also acceptable. He wasn't joking either. If Deku had figured all that out from observing, then he was a lot smarter than he originally thought. My past with All Might, well, to explain I would have to tell you about my origins, something which I have no intention of doing, Sensei told Izuku. However, if you know about his weakness, then I can tell you about his quirk. Izuku shifted slightly in response. No one knew the exact details of All Might's quirk, people just assumed it was strength enhancement. All Might's quirk is known as One for All, one passed on for generations. Several days after the USJ incident, the students were buzzing with activity. After recovering from their experience, they started preparing for upcoming sports festivals where they would get their chance to show off their quirks and skills to pro heroes in hopes of being scouted by them. Although, some individuals did not have the same spirit. Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki was less than enthusiastic. He was still furious about his battle with the dark-dressed villain. How the F could I have lost? I'm supposed to be the best and the strongest. But I still lost, he raged. As much as he hated to admit it, he had lost the fight, and it really set him off. When he woke up in the recovery girl's office, he was covered in bandages. Later that he was informed of the injuries he sustained with x-rays to back them up. That BSR did more than mess up his face. Those shots to his stomach had broken 2 of his ribs. It was the most humiliating of his life. Sure, his injuries had healed, but his pride had been damaged in a way that would never heal. Not unless he got some payback on that BSTRD. Being beaten like that, it reminds me of how I used to kick the crap out of Deku, he thought. At the thought of his former friend, Katsuki froze stiffly. Deku, he said to himself. He remembered the villain's eyes. They were green, the same as Deku's. Then, does that mean the one I fought was Deku? He thought, horrified. He pondered over the idea for a little bit before smirking. No FING way. That couldn't have been Deku. He's a useless, quirkless piece of shit who can't do anything right. He could never beat me, he realized. That villain must have had an endurance or strengthening quirk of some sort to be able to take that sort of damage from me. He knew Deku well enough to know he wasn't a fighter, he wasn't anything. A quirkless reject like Deku would never be able to put him in the state he was. I'm just stressed out, he decided. I should just prepare for the sports festival. It's there that I'll be able to prove to everyone at this school, no, the world, that I'm the best and the next #1 hero. Achiko Uraraka. Achiko wasn't overly enthusiastic about the sports festival either. Of course, she was excited and wanted to prove herself to the pros, so she would be one step closer to realizing her dream. However, she still couldn't get that villain dressed in black she'd met a few days ago. During the assault, she had been captured by one of those villains. She screamed for help, but none of her classmates or teachers was around. Then he came along, the villain in black. At first, she thought he was there to help the other one. However, she was not prepared for what happened next. Rather than help his ally, he tossed him unconscious and urged her to run. The entire event had been shocking for her. She had been saved by a villain. She still couldn't believe it. The only person she had told was Elena. The two had become good friends in such a short amount of time. Why did he save me? She wondered. He's a villain, so shouldn't he be a bad person who enjoys hurting others? Her thoughts were interrupted, however, when she bumped into a large figure. It was her most famous teacher, All Might. He was wearing a suit for a meeting with the teachers. Watch where you're going, young Uraraka, you might get hurt otherwise, he cautioned her. Sorry, sir, she apologized quickly before trying to move on. Hey, is something bothering you? He asked politely. You've been spaced out since the incident. At least that's what I've noticed from class. Achiko said nothing. If something is troubling you, don't hesitate to come to one of us for help. It's what we're here for, he assured her. Achiko wasn't sure what to do. Then a thought came to her. All Might was there most of the time before the pros arrived. Maybe he saw him. All Might, during the assault a few days ago, did you see a villain dressed in black, wearing a broken helmet and looked as though he had been burned by something? She asked nervously. All Might's eyes widened in recognition. Yes, actually. His name was Deku, I think. He was one of the few villains that escaped, he told her. Achiko didn't know why, but she was relieved at that information. Why? Did something happen? He asked, noticing her expression. She hesitated for a moment before speaking up again. It's like this. And she explained what had happened to her. I see, he said, surprised. Well, I'm very relieved that you weren't harmed. So am I, she replied. But that's not what's troubling me. I can't understand why he, a villain, would save me. All Might gave her a contemplative look. I don't understand it either, but perhaps it was because he wasn't a completely bad person, he told her. She stared at him. You really think so? she said. All Might nodded. Villains vary in personality. Some are pure evil, some aren't, he explained. Achiko considered what he had just said and decided to accept it. Thanks All Might, she said cheerfully. No problem. When in need come to us for help, it is what we are here for, he replied. I'd better get going then. I need to prepare for the sports festival, she told him. Good luck, he said to her as she turned and headed back to class. The staff room. Principal Nizu had called a meeting of some of the teachers at UA. In attendance were himself, All Might, Midnight, Blood King and Snipe. Naomasa Tsukachi, a detective from the police force, was there as well, giving a report on the League of Villains. He revealed that there wasn't any information on the villains that escaped. The teachers discussed Shigaraki's character as well as the Nomu creature. Despite these discussions, All Might was still curious about something. Naomasa, are you sure you don't have any information on the villain Deku? All Might asked his friend. No, the detective replied. There are no records on him, no previous appearances, no known crimes. It seems like this was his debut. Is something on your mind, All Might? Nizu asked. All Might stared at the desk. It's just that Deku, he was different from all the other villains, he explained. In what way? Midnight asked curiously. Everyone else there was now curious also. It's strange, but despite being a villain he didn't seem like one, he told them. Now everyone was confused. It's like this. He beat Bakugo to a pulp but didn't kill him, more like he refused to. He stated he didn't kill and that was one of the conditions he made when he joined their group. More than that, he seemed like the reasonable member of the league since he pushed for them to retreat when the odds were seriously stacked against them, he told them. No one said anything. But that's not all, he continued. I just learned that from Uraraka that when one of the villains attempted to RPE her, Deku intervened and rescued her before telling her to run. The teachers and detective were stunned at what they had just learned. The idea of a villain saving one of their students seemed absurd, yet it had happened. You're right, that doesn't seem like a villain, Blood King stated. He still attacked one of the students though, so he's still our enemy, Snipe piped up. All Might, do you have any more information you could give us? Naomasa asked. The symbol of peace thought hard about his answer. His mask was slightly broken so I could see that he had a green eye. Also, from the sound of his voice he seemed around the same age as most of the students, All Might explained. Someone that young becoming a villain, that is sad to hear, Nizu lamented. Although, from your description, he hasn't been a villain for too long. If given the right push he could become a hero. Though that depends on him really. Everyone stared at Nizu. A villain turning into a hero was something that very rarely happened. Also, he was saying the exact same thing about Shigaraki a minute ago but realized the naivety of it. With this boy, he seemed to think it was possible. Well, thanks for that, Naomasa said. With very little information we need all the help we can get. We don't even know what his quirk is. Though that boy Bakugo thinks it was some sort of strengthening or endurance quirk. He could be quirkless, you know, Nizu told him. Everyone stared at him. I'll make a note of that, the detective replied uncertainly. The idea of a quirkless person being able to do this sort of thing seemed absurd. All Might remembered what Nizu had told a few weeks ago about how quirkless people could be on par with those with quirks. Perhaps we should consider it a possibility, he told Naomasa. Quirks aren't everything in this world. Most were surprised at his statement. Nizu, on the other hand, was happy that All Might was taking his words to heart. Naomasa took note of that and left. The next thing the teachers did was discuss the upcoming sports festival. Shortly afterwards the meeting ended. Later that day, All Might walked to the staff room finished for the day. He was planning on watching the sports festival closely to look for a potential successor. The meeting from today was still in his mind. A quirkless person, could they really have done that? He wondered. Since his conversation with Nizu, he started to consider it more. However, part of him still found it difficult to believe, especially considering how powerful Katsuki was compared with most individuals. Can someone without a quirk become a hero? I don't think it's possible, kid. All Might stopped. That again, he thought. Ever since he talked to Nizu he had started thinking more about that boy. He could still remember his voice. How he had admired him. his face when All Might had told him that he could not become a hero. He could have sworn tears were about to erupt from those green eyes of his. Green eyes, All Might suddenly realized. He remembered that Deku had possessed similar eyes. And his voice. All Might thought very hard about his and the boys. They're the same, he thought horrified. He could be quirkless, you know. Nizu's words echoed in his ears. No, don't tell me. That boy couldn't be, he said without realizing it. That boy was Deku. Don't tell me I pushed him to that point, he thought. He really did not want to believe it. What am I going to do, he wondered. If he's Deku, then that means I'll have to. He knew he would have to stop him. As a hero and the symbol of peace, that was his job. He thought about it a bit more. That boy had idolized heroes. He was a good person. Deku had saved Uraraka and refused to kill. He hasn't been a villain for too long. Those facts made it seem more realistic. And he was quirkless also. As he pondered over his options, he decided to keep this to himself. Until I have more evidence I can't act, he thought. He would have to find that boy first, but how? He didn't even know his name. However, he did know what he looked like. The government has a list of people who are quirkless. Maybe I could get Naomasa to show me it, he said to himself. He needed to find out the truth. If that boy had become a villain, maybe there was still a way to save him. Izuku walked along slowly to the sports festival, seeing as he had plenty of time before it started. He wore a black hoodie, trousers and combat boots. He also wore a black face mask to cover his face and red contact lenses so he wouldn't be recognized. Sometimes when he went out, he would see his mother out searching for him. Whenever he did see her, he always felt a strong sense of guilt for leaving her without an explanation. Occasionally, he got the urge to walk over to her and come back home, but always held it back after remembering why he left in the first place. That home of his was part of the very society that rejected him, and he didn't belong there, not anymore. Besides, Inko was safer without him in her life, though he imagined she must be very lonely since his father went off to work in some other country for reasons when he was a child and had not been heard from since. Pull yourself together. You've got a mission to do, he thought. 2 nights ago, he was given a mission by Sensei to attend the UA Sports Festival and analyze the quirks of the students participating. According to Sensei, they were likely to become future enemies of the League, so it was best to have knowledge on their abilities beforehand, although Izuku had a feeling they were looking for potential members or at least worthy quirks for Sensei to steal. Izuku was surprised when he learned what Sensei's quirk was because he had never heard of someone being able to give others quirks before. He was only told about it because he needed to explain about All Might's quirk, which came from him. He didn't go into much detail about it because it would involve explaining his past. Izuku continued to the festival with his backpack full of notebooks, 7 to be precise. He was going to be recording like crazy. UA staff room. All Might was sitting alone getting ready for the festival. He would be expected to make an appearance towards the end to present the medals to the victors. This would also be a good chance to look for a successor. However, his mind was focused on another matter. He had spoken to Naomasa about seeing the list of quirkless people who had promised that he would be able to see it. Surprisingly, the government didn't place much security around or care who looked at it, which All Might found strange. Naomasa would be coming next week to talk with him as he still had a lot of work to do. Knowing how busy his job was, All Might didn't mind. While he didn't want to believe it, he had to consider the possibility that the boy he'd met nearly a year ago was Deku. If he was, then it was possible that the boy's dark transformation was his doing, meaning he would need to be the one to fix it. However, despite his assault on Bakugo, Deku had displayed certain qualities of a hero. That meant that there was still hope. I will find out the truth, he swore. If you are Deku, then I will stop you, and I will save you. UA Sports Festival stands several hours later. Izuku had been recording what he saw like mad. Throughout the first and second rounds, he watched as each of the competitors used their quirks and recorded them for analysis. Thanks to the monitors, he was able to keep up. It was the rounds of combat that he watched intently. The competitors that had made it that far were the most skilled and dangerous. Most of the 1A group, not surprisingly Katsuki included, made it to this round. Izuku knew each of them, of course. He had looked at the list from the USJ enough to remember their faces. Some, however, stood out more than others. Shoto Todoroki was the son of the infamous hero Endeavor and possessed a quirk that allowed him to manipulate ice. Although from what Izuku had seen, he clearly had inherited his father's quirk as well, though he appeared reluctant, more like repulsed, to use it, though he didn't know why. The other was Tenya. Izuku recognized his family name as the one who embodied the turbo hero Ingenium. His quirk only added further proof. As the battles progressed, Izuku recorded everything he saw, how people used their quirks and their battle styles. He watched Bakugo's first fight with Achiko Uraraka, who he recognized as the girl he rescued. Kaken's as violent as ever I see, he thought grimly. He watched as the girl tried to fight back with her anti-gravity quirk but was ultimately defeated. Seeing the state she was in, Izuku couldn't help but feel sympathy for her, as it was the same state he'd been in many times. The battles went on and on until it was Bakugo versus Todoroki. At first, Todoroki seemed to have the upper hand with his ice quirk, but Katsuki managed to utilize his in a way to win him the match. For some reason, Katsuki was not happy with his victory and started shouting at an unconscious Todoroki. Before things could escalate, Midnight rendered the explosion user unconscious with her quirk. Izuku was going to leave at the presentation of medals when he noticed the position Katsuki was in. He was chained to the champion's podium where he was struggling violently to get himself free. In Izuku's mind, he looked like he was about to go on a murderous rampage. Unable to restrain himself, Izuku started laughing at his former tormentor's situation. He also took note that Ito was not there despite having qualified for third place also. Then All Might arrived with a big entrance and catching the audience's attention and awe. Izuku, however, felt nothing but contempt towards the symbol of peace. This had all stemmed from when he learned about his quirk. Flashback. Passed on? What do you mean by that? Izuku asked, confused. Do you mean by bloodline? That would be the logical idea, Sensei replied. But no. I mean it's passed on from person to person through DNA. Izuku was very surprised. He had never heard of anything like this before. The quirk originally came from me when I gave it to someone. That person, however, stood against me and passed it on to a successor to fight against me. The process has continued for several generations. As to why it came from me, well, my quirk allows me to take and give quirks to and from others, Sensei explained. Why are you telling me this? And several generations? Izuku asked, more confused. He couldn't understand why Sensei would just trust him with this sort of information. Considering everything you've done for the League, I think you've earned the right to know. Besides, the others know as well, so there is no point in keeping it from you, he told the boy. And as for the generations part, well, I simply stole a quirk that prevented me from aging. As Izuku processed all this information, he decided to accept what he was hearing as the truth. Normally, he would look for more evidence to see if this were the truth. However, knowing Sensei, he wouldn't joke about something of this scale. Then another thought came to mind. What is All Might's quirk exactly? You called it One for All, Izuku questioned. It's a quirk that stockpiles power, granting the user large boosts in strength, speed, and agility, the older man explained. If he inherited that quirk, then what happened to his old one? Izuku asked curiously. He had not heard of All Might doing anything other than what Sensei described, so it was either he'd lost it or just hadn't shown it yet. Nothing, he stated. A quirk wouldn't be affected by getting a new one. You see, Izuku, he used to be like you. He was quirkless. Flashback, and Izuku had been furious when he found out. That BSTRD, he thought. Looking down on me for being quirkless when he used to be just the same. He could not believe his childhood idol had the nerve to say those things to him when he used to be in a similar position. Having amassed enough data for analysis, he took his notebooks and left the stadium. At the bar. I wonder if Razor's back, he thought. She had been on a job for Sensei since his battle at the USJ and had yet to return. Kurogiri notified him that she had watched the fight via recording. He had also been told that she would keep her part of the bargain, much to his delight. Aside from martial arts, he had learned much from his master. Under her tutelage, he had become fluent in French and English, two languages he studied in school, and improved his computer skills by learning how to hack and use various programs. There were now words to describe how grateful he felt towards her. Upon reaching the bar, he was met with a disturbing sight. An armored assailant lay on top of Tamura, holding him down on the floor with a knife in his left shoulder while holding another in his right. Razor and Kurogiri were just standing there silently observing the scene. Razor was no surprise, but Kurogiri, Izuku would have expected him to intervene, especially with Tamura's life in the balance. The assailant leapt back with a destroyed knife, probably from Tamura's quirk. However, he didn't seem to notice Izuku. Tamura complained about his wounds. "Welcome back, Deku," Kurogiri greeted him. "I trust your mission went well." Izuku nodded in confirmation. The assailant turned to face Izuku, having finally become aware of his presence. The assailant had bandanas covering his face, a red scarf, and wore a surprised yet intimidating expression. "What the hell, Razor?" he snarled. "You kids joined this psycho group." He and Razor know each other, Izuku thought. "He's my student," she replied simply. "A runaway the League took in. I believe I told you about him, Stain." Stain examined Izuku from head to toe. Izuku felt like the man was judging him, and in a sense he was. One could only glean so much information about a person just by looking at them, and in Stain's case, he was getting a lot. Going by Razor's words and examining his body, he could tell he had been trained thoroughly, and presumably hellishly. However, his eyes told another story. There was something strong, determined, yet sad, and broken. He was not a fake like the rest of them, however. Of that he was certain. Returning his attention to the man-child, Stain smirked. In spite of his opinion, the visit had not been a total waste. "We are opposites, yet we seem to have the same goal. I have seen it in your eyes. They say those at death's door reveal their true colors. Even you have it. Creed you follow. Like me, you are working to destroy the current society," Stain acknowledged. Tamura glared hatefully at Stain. He didn't want this man here, or part of the League, despite what Sensei or Kurogiri said. As much as he would have loved killing him then and there, he knew it was a stupid move with his current wounds. As much as he hated Stain and what he stood for, he placed some value on his life and did not want to see it end here. "Tamura, Kurogiri, he isn't going to join. Your ideals just don't mix. So let it go." Razor ordered. Something is wrong here, Izuku realized. Very wrong. Razor's behavior was legitimately scaring him. Normally she would have full-on attacked a guy like this, yet here she was being reasonable. Additionally, she was smiling, genuinely. Izuku couldn't ever remember her smiling except with estism. "Since you're here, though, I have a favor to ask if you'll follow me?" she asked politely. The villain grunted and followed her out of the bar. "Okay, would someone tell me what the hell is going on?" Izuku demanded as he took out one of his regeneration drags. He always kept a few with him just in case. He then injected Tamura with it, causing the villain to heal quickly. Kurogiri quickly briefed him on the situation. Stain was the notorious hero killer who had been eliminating various heroes he came across. Due to his combat experience, they had hoped to recruit him for the League, but Stain took an instant disliking to Tamura, a mutual feeling they both shared, saying he's the type he despises most and tried to kill him. Tamura still said about what Stain had said, stormed out to clear his head. While Izuku understood the situation, there was something still bothering him. "Kurogiri, what's up with Razor?" he asked. She was acting odd. By that I mean she wasn't being violent, wasn't swearing, and was smiling in a non-sadistic manner. "I'm afraid I can't answer. She has some sort of history with Stain, or so she says," he replied honestly. She didn't go into much detail. Their conversation was interrupted by the two villains' return. "Well, now that that's settled, Deku, tonight you'll be going out with Stain, and then you'll be spending the entire week with him. This will be a sort of educational experience for you, as there are a few things you can learn from him," Razor explained. "Also, you could use a small break from the League." "Huh?" Izuku and Kurogiri shouted in unison. "But Razor, he started. "Don't worry, there will be no killing. Stain has agreed to put his crusade on hold for a week," she told him. No one said anything for a minute. "Razor, just what kind of relationship do you have with this guy that he would just agree to it?" A few minutes ago, he was ready to kill Shigaraki, Kurogyari asked curiously. Stain here's a friend of mine, something I have very few of, she replied nonchalantly. They couldn't believe what they'd just heard. Razor had friends, actual friends. There was barely anyone she could stand being around. You're both wondering how this is possible, right? Despite my personality, I am not without friends. Now Stain and I tried to kill each other many times in the past but eventually came to respect each other's skill and became friends through fighting, she explained. That's how she makes friends. Through death matches, Izuku and Kurogyari simultaneously thought. As much as they wanted to voice their surprise, deep down, they weren't. This was Razor after all. I've already gotten permission from Sensei, so it's all right, Deku, she told him. And just how did you get this permission? Kurogyari interrogated with a slight edge to his voice. I asked nicely, Razor replied calmly. After 6 hours of arguing and convincing. Kurogyari's eyes narrowed dangerously at Razor. He was amazed she would want Izuku to apprentice with Stain considering what his training might entail or remind him of. After all, she had argued against him going to the USJ with Sensei. Why was now so different? Just like before, the tone of the room had shifted. It was not as tense as before but still noticeable. Izuku wondered if Kurogyari was just worried because of what happened with Tamura. It would make sense since hardly anyone would trust someone who stabbed a colleague of theirs with another. Izuku gazed at Stain who gazed back. Their eyes locking onto each other. Don't worry, kid. Everything is as Razor put it, he grunted. I'll see you tonight at around 8. Knowing he was in no position to refuse, Izuku nodded begrudgingly. May I know what your quirk is first though? If I'm going to work with you, I'd like to know what you can do. Razor, you too, you promised you'd tell me everything, Izuku stated. I will. However, you just reminded me of something, she said walking over to him. Before he could react, Razor flipped and brought her foot down hard on his head. Izuku fell to the ground and just barely prevented his face from colliding with the ground. During your fight, you turned your back on the enemy. In doing so, you almost died. Make sure it won't happen again, you little sheet, she scolded. And she's back, Izuku deadpanned. As for my quirk, she said while facing Izuku. Multiple blades of different sizes and shapes emerged from her body, not tearing her clothes. I can manifest blades from any part of my body. One of which is sharp and strong enough to cut all might, she explained. Mine is blood curdle, which lets me paralyze my enemy by tasting their blood. It varies with blood type though, Stain piped in. There, are you hap-dash? Razor stopped. Izuku was rambling like an insane person at an asylum. She, and even Stain, found it weird. Deku, what the F are you doing? She asked. Oh, that's right, you've never seen Deku in his state, Kurogyari realized. Whenever he sees a quirk, he starts thinking of its uses, weaknesses, and ways to improve it. Okay, when he snaps out of this, tell him to get some rest for tonight. And send Stain to where he needs to go, Razor told the mist villain before leaving. Fine, Kurogyari relented. But you and I shall be having a serious discussion about this later. Razor nodded as she turned to leave. She expected this reaction from Kurogyari, so later she would indulge him in some answers. For now, she had work to do. Kurogyari opened up a portal to Hosu which Stain entered. With a time and place in mind, he began to make preparations for the upcoming week with Deku. By the time Izuku had finished, Razor and Stain were gone and Kurogyari cleaning out some glasses with 2 cups of hot tea. Ready. It was going to be a long week. Izuku wasted no time in getting ready for tonight and the week in general. His villain suit and mask had been repaired so he would be able to go out without anyone recognizing him, which was a relief. However, he was still nervous. Following their encounter, he extensively researched Stain's career as the hero killer. He discovered he had killed at least 17 pro heroes and his most recent attack, which was during the festival, was on Ingenium. The turbo hero was not dead. He had been found and taken to hospital where he was currently in critical condition and undergoing treatment. What was strange, however, were the effects of Stain's murders in which crime rates decreased. On a side note, he was angry that Razor was unavailable, again, to tell him about herself. Apparently, Sensei had sent her out on another job, or so Kurogyari said. Either that or she was purposely avoiding him, though he somehow doubted it. Razor did not seem like the type to run from her problems. Izuku packed his taser, grappling hook, some knives, some ice grenades, made by him, and several doses of regeneration drag. Kurogiri provided some cash to last him the week and a phone. He didn't know what he would be up against this week, so it was best to be prepared. Well, it's nearly I'd better go and see Kurogiri, he said to himself before exiting the room. Hosu City. So, you're here, the hero killer greeted him. Good, then we can get started. Before we do, I'd like to know exactly what we'll be doing, Izuku replied. If that's all right. Stain frowned. Well, to put it simply, I'll be going through knife skills and working on your senses and mobility. I will also be attempting to teach you how to channel your killing intent, Stain explained. Izuku was slightly surprised. Those were things that Razor could have taught him herself, so why would she want him to learn from this man? Maybe it really was just a way to give him a break from the league. However, he was curious about this killing intent. From the look in your eyes, I can tell you're wondering why Razor isn't going to teach you these things herself, Stain assumed. Izuku internally cursed. Why was he so easy to read? When she said this was an educational experience, it wasn't a joke. While you are with me, I shall be teaching you my way of life. The way I see the world, Stain told him. He then started jumping from wall to wall until he was at the top of a building. Follow me, he called out to Izuku. Seeing no reason to disobey, Izuku started to do the same thing but used his grappling hook to bring him the rest of the way. As soon as he'd reached the top, Stain motioned him to come over and sit with him on the edge. Before we start, I think it would be best if we get to know each other a little first. So go on, tell me a bit about yourself, Stain told Izuku. Izuku hesitated for a moment. Then he decided that if he was going to work with this man, he was going to have to get along with him. I lived with my mother until I joined the league. My hobbies are quirk analysis, science, and reading. My work for the league involves the first two hobbies. Also, I don't know if Razor told you, but I happen to be quirkless, Izuku told the hero killer. Stain didn't appear fazed by this. My parents died a long time ago. Up until about 3 years ago, I worked as a vigilante called Stendhal and eliminated criminals until a certain incident changed all of that. My hobbies include martial arts, listening to music, and sword collecting. And my primary goal is to rid society of the false heroes who plague and corrupt it, Stain explained. By the way, Razor did tell me you were quirkless, but I couldn't care less about that. The fact that you do not possess the quirk doesn't mean that you are weak. Izuku was slightly surprised at this. Most generally saw people like him as weak and worthless, though there were exceptions. However, something Stain had just said caught his attention. When you say false heroes, what do you mean? Izuku asked. Stain's face contorted into one of contempt. What I mean is everyone, except for All Might, who bears the title hero, are not heroes at all. All they care about is fame and money and nothing else. Female heroes parade around like slots to increase their popularity, and male heroes display their quirks like they are the most impressive thing in the world, garnering attention. The only true hero in this society is All Might, who does not care about any of those things. As such, it is my duty to free this society of all its pretenders and make it a place of true heroes, Stain preached. Thinking on what Stain just said, Izuku couldn't help but agree with him. Most of the heroes were as he said. In fact, it was the reason so many of his classmates, Katsuki included, wanted to become heroes. However, Izuku had mixed feelings about All Might. If your goal is to eliminate all false heroes, then why is Ingenium still alive? You don't seem like the sort of person that would leave things to chance, Izuku questioned. A vigilante by the name of the Crawler stopped me before I could. He told me that Ingenium was willing to help him master his quirk and even offer him a place at his agency as a sidekick, despite not having a hero license. It was also from him I learned that Ingenium was more interested in saving people. It was the reason why he was interested in taking the man as a sidekick, Stain explained. Had I known any of this, I wouldn't have attacked him the way I did. Unfortunately, there isn't anything I can do about it now. Stain genuinely regretted crippling Ingenium. He should have investigated him more like the other heroes. He did not want a repeat of them. Izuku was stunned. Ingenium sounded like a noble hero compared to most of the others. If you are so hung up on heroes, then why didn't you ever try to become one? Izuku asked curiously. At one point I did. When All Might debuted, I was deeply inspired, so I worked hard to become one. However, after I entered a hero school, I started to see how the world truly was. It disgusted me to no end, which led to my crusade today, Stain told him. Izuku was starting to see the similarities between him and Stain. He had been the same once until shit happened, and everything went to hell. I can relate. I used to look up to All Might, and at one point I wanted to be a hero as well. I wanted to do it because I wanted to help people with a smile as he did, Izuku replied. Stain's eyes widened. What changed? He asked. Curiously. Razor never told me about your past or why you joined the league? Stain really was intrigued by this boy. From the way he spoke about himself, Deku seemed like another version of All Might. Strangely enough, Stain could see a bit of himself in the boy. Someone who had dreams and aspirations, only to have them shattered by the deeds of others. Not really seeing a reason to keep it from him, Izuku decided to tell him. Since you're curious, I may as well tell you. It all started when I discovered I was quirkless, Izuku started. And so, he told him. How he had been bullied for not having a quirk. How he had so badly wanted to be a hero but was put down every time. His encounter with All Might, though he left out the details of his weakness. How he tried to commit suicide at Katsuki's suggestion, and why he joined the league. He even talked about his training with Razor and how he had gotten revenge on Katsuki. While he was listening, Stain could not help but feel sympathy for Deku. Being quirkless was not a crime, nor was wanting to be a hero. He didn't deserve to suffer for either. At the same time, he was also furious. Assaulting someone without power just to boost their own ego. Great, now I have another reason to hate this society, Stain thought. I swear some of these false heroes and those who would become heroes are even bigger villains than most of the villains I've encountered. He was slightly interested by the encounter with All Might. Despite what he said, Stain figured there must have been a specific reason All Might acted the way he did. The symbol of peace wasn't the type who looked down on others. Stain himself had nothing against quirkless people and didn't see why they couldn't become heroes. Sure, he relied on his quirk, but most of the time he needed to use hand-to-hand combat to defeat his enemies. Quirkless people could do the same. Society's view of them was outright pathetic. To make matters worse, they were openly discriminated against by not being allowed to attend most hero schools and had a hard time finding employment, due to the preference for quirks that were suited for the job. From Deku's description, it seemed that even in schools they were made a mockery of and excluded from activities. Your reasons for becoming a villain are understandable. As for All Might, he may have had a specific reason for acting that way towards you. From everything I have seen of him, he is not the type of person to just look down on someone. He is a true hero who instills those with hope, not despair, Stain told the boy sitting next to him. Izuku pondered over what Stain had just said. All Might had been quirkless, maybe he had gone through something similar. That would explain why he seemed so hesitant when answering him. Regardless, he still viewed All Might as a hypocrite. It did not matter now though. He was a villain, and nothing would change that. Izuku leapt to his feet. Whatever the case, let's get started. This is a learning experience, or internship if you prefer, he said. Stain could not help but grin at the boy. He was enthusiastic he'd give him that. He leapt to his feet. Alright, first I'm going to teach you how to channel killing intent. This might sound like a bad thing, but it can be pretty DMN useful, Stain started explaining. At the bar. It had been an hour since Deku had gone out with Stain. Razor was currently drinking some red wine served by Kurojiri. Tamura was still out trying to cool off after his encounter with Stain. Do you really think this is a good idea? Kurojiri questioned with a judging tone. Deku going out with Stain? Razor took a sip of her drink and spoke up. It will be a good experience for him, she replied. Good experience? Kurojiri repeated. Given the man's reputation, how do you know he won't? Because I asked him to. Razor snapped. This might come as a shock to Shisa, but I trust Stain. I trust him to look after Deku and hold up on my request, more than I do most people. If I didn't, then he wouldn't be out there. Kurojiri frowned at his surname being invoked. It meant Razor was serious about this. Why the sudden change of heart? He interrogated. When he wanted to go to the USJ, you argued with AFO for hours before finally giving in. So why? When I watched the video, I saw he didn't get triggered once. No matter what that explosive fucker threw at him, he maintained level-headed the entire time, Razor explained. And that's when I thought, if he was fine during that, then he could handle a week with Stain. Kurojiri took a moment to consider this. Razor may have had a point about Izuku's stability, however, Bakugo was not the best example to show it. I doubt he would be seeing as how he put up with it for 10 years, he pointed out. He is accustomed to dealing with violence from that boy, among others. I doubt he would be triggered by it. But Stain, his way of life could end up with small flashbacks of. Okay. Razor yelled. I see your point. However, I stand by what I said. I know I was stupid to do what I did 4 months ago, but with Kaizome I'm certain. He won't kill anyone, he won't let Izuku fall to any harm, and he won't cause him to remember. I spoke with AFO before this, and he reapplied the process. So, we don't have to worry about him remembering anything, not yet at least. Kurojiri was, albeit only a little, relieved to hear that information. That meant they were safe for the time being. It seemed Razor was taking extra precautions with Izuku, not that he blamed her. Despite her attitude, she genuinely cared about Izuku. Kurojiri, what do you think of Izuku? Razor asked him in an attempt to change the subject. The Black Mist villain was caught off guard by the question. I think he's intelligent, loyal, courageous, kind, but also sad. He's passionate about what he does and is not afraid to speak his opinion, he responded. He looks out for us like family, and we do the same for him. Personally, I think he's the nicest member we've had so far. Yes, he is a nice person, Razor said. And he doesn't belong with the League. Now Kurojiri was surprised. It seemed that she was showing was the closest to her soft side. Is this because of what you saw in the video? He asked. Or maybe a few months ago? Both, she responded. She and Kurojiri watched the video of Izuku's battle with that explosive little bastard. She watched with pride as her student stood his ground and fought using everything she had taught him. However, when it came to the part where he saved that girl, Razor saw that. Despite how much he had changed with the League, deep down he was still a good person. He still possessed morality, much like he had shown a few months ago. Not that she cared, she had a certain degree of morality too, a certain line she would not cross. You know, part of me thinks he would be better off as a hero, Razor told him. He'd be one of the few that are actually in it to help people rather than the usual bullshit reasons. Kurojiri said nothing. He knew this wasn't the place to be saying those things, yet part of him wanted to agree with her. At one point in his life, he had wanted to become a hero like most. However, that event happened, and he became a villain. I can understand where you're coming from. However, at the same time, it isn't possible. Society would never accept someone like him as one of them. I know from experience, he explained to her. And given everything else that has happened, I don't believe it would be a good idea. Razor remained silent. It was just a thought. Thanks for the drink, she said before walking off. She had purposely avoided Izuku so that he could prepare for his week with Stain. She would keep her promise though. She thought a bit more about the type of person Izuku was and who he had been. An idiot that was more interested in helping others than himself. Razor sighed as it made her think of another person she knew all too well. He's just like you used to be, Toshinori. Why couldn't you have seen that? At an unknown location. Ah, so that brat Tamura is planning on taking some Nomu to Hosu City, the voice said. Yes, Viper confirmed. He has become jealous of the hero killer and seeks to remove his name from the news. To achieve that, he intends to create chaos using these creatures. The voice giggled. And just how many is AFO giving him? Asked the voice. 3, Viper informed. Perfect. 3 is rather small, so give him that one as well. This will be the perfect opportunity to do it. Accidents do happen after all, the voice replied sinisterly. Viper shifted uncomfortably. This man was one of few that could scare her. Sir, is this really necessary? Viper asked carefully. He has contributed so much to the league and has even perfected the enhancement drag as well as others. Is it really necessary to kill him? As soon as she had said that, Viper felt a sharp pain in her head and dropped to her knees. Gasping for air, she stared up at the screen. Have you already forgotten who you serve, Viper? Or do I have to remind you? Why are you even questioning my orders anyway? The voice demanded. No, I have not. However, FO has grown rather fond of him. I just want to avoid starting an all-out war over the death of something you despise, she explained. It was the best explanation she could give, rather the only one he would accept. Personally, she had nothing against Deku. When she had hacked his school system, it was one of her side jobs for the league. She had been impressed with his intelligence, even more so when she saw his quirk analysis abilities. Working alongside him as S1 had moved some of the league's projects faster. Honestly, she found it hard to believe his school had treated him like dirt when he was this gifted. Don't worry about him. As long you complete that, it should be no problem. Besides, with what I've got planned, well, even he won't expect it, the voice laughed. Anyways, you've set the Nomu the way I wanted it, right? Of course. When it is deployed, it will seek out and eliminate its target. In this case, Deku, Viper explained. Good. And Viper, because you want to avoid suspicion so much you can have it kill that quirkless sheik quickly. Pretty nice of me, don't you think? The voice said with glee. Viper nodded. Compared to what he usually did to quirkless people, a quick death was rather nice. Nothing more was said between the pair, so she logged off to continue her work. The man who had been talking to her walked over to the sink to wash his face. When he stared in the mirror, he saw a man with a muscular build like All Might. Short hair, shaved around the sides, and eyes as red as blood. Dressed in a crimson armored suit, he grinned with malice. FO, your day is coming. The same can be said for all those brats who work for you. And as for that quirkless filth you brought to the league, well, his death will be the first stepping stone to achieving my goal. One more atrocity to add to my list. With that, Atrocity walked out. Hosu City. You've definitely gotten the hang of all this, Stain applauded. It had only been 5 days since he and Deku's internship began, but things were progressing quickly. In a short span of time, Deku had learned to focus his senses so they would be even sharper than before and mastered the knife skills he was taught. As for killing intent, that had been a little harder to work with as he had no desire to kill. To help, Stain told him to think about the one that made him suffer so much and what he wanted to do to him. He told him to channel his anger and rage to attribute it as some form of bloodlust. It took a while, but he was finally able to produce some form of it, though not very powerful. Still, it was better than nothing. To add to it all, his mobility and balance had increased drastically from climbing and parkouring across various buildings. You've done enough for today, so take a break, Stain told him. You sure? Stain nodded. Their conversation was cut short, however, by an assailant's face-kicking Stain at high speed. He was wearing All Might-themed clothes, mainly a hoodie, a black mask to cover his face, gloves and goggles. Stain staggered slightly but regained his balance and readied his sword until he saw who it was. Managing to land a hit on me, you've gotten stronger, Stain complimented the assailant. Still though, I never expected to see you here. Shouldn't you be out with Knuckle Duster and Popstep patrolling your own area? Don't try and flatter me, the man snarled. I was just passing by. As for my friends, they can handle things just fine without me. Izuku had no idea what was going on. Stain clearly knew this man, yet he didn't seem annoyed by the assault. Furthermore, he was not irritated by his appearance, which meant he couldn't have been one of the false heroes Stain hated. As Izuku inspected him further, he noticed how he was crouched down in a crawling position. Given this information, Izuku guessed that this must be that vigilante Stain told him about. Excuse me, he started, attracting the man's attention. Would you be the crawler by any chance? Suddenly the man moved toward him with such speed and grabbed his hands. It looked as though he were about to cry tears of joy. You're absolutely right, he said with joy. Finally, someone gets my name right. Izuku looked at Stain, who simply shrugged. Crawler changed to a serious expression. Wait, hold on. If you're with him, is he trying to kill you? He asked. No, I'm sort of on an internship with him for the week learning new fighting skills and how the world works, Izuku explained a little sheepishly. Crawler was stunned, but that quickly turned into anger. What the hell, Stain? He yelled. I thought you said you didn't involve children in your so-called war. The hero killer sighed. I'm doing this as a favor to a friend of mine. I'm not involving him or anything, I'm just teaching some new things, one of which isn't how to kill. I even put my crusade on hold because I was asked to. What he didn't mention was that Razor had made him swear not to kill anyone while he was out with Deku. It seemed that of all the things he wished, she did not want him to become an accomplice to murder. He understood. Once you crossed that line there was no going back, ever. Wait, so is he a vigilante then? Someone training to be a hero wouldn't work with you. Crawler said suspiciously. No, he's a villain. Not your usual one though, he is mainly an analysis and support one. Kid's actually a member of the League, Stain explained. Though let me tell you now, he is one of the nicer members. Crawler slowly digested the information. He had heard of the League even before the attack on UA. One of the perks of being a vigilante meant you heard about things heroes normally would not. Also, he knew Stain well enough to know that he wouldn't just work with villains. The man absolutely despised them. However, if he did have a friend for who he was willing to do this for, then it was possible. So, wait, does that mean you don't kill? Crawler asked Izuku. He just wanted to be sure. The boy in black nodded in response. With this, he relaxed. However, he moved towards Stain and punched across the face. Izuku was surprised that Stain was just letting this happen. He could have easily dodged. I'm guessing this is about Ingenium, he mentioned. You're DMN well, right? The guy's never gonna be able to walk again thanks to you. His life as a hero is over, Crawler yelled. You put a good man out of commission. He wasn't even one of those false heroes you hate so much, he was genuine. There were tears in his eyes now. Izuku felt bad for the man. He remembered how Stain had described Ingenium, rather the Crawler's description. Izuku could tell he looked up to the man a lot. It was the same way he had looked at All Might. Stain wore the same stoic expression. He was about to speak when they all heard an explosion in the distance. Stain immediately started climbing towards the roof. Crawler was about to protest when Izuku grabbed him and used his grappling hook to hoist them both to the roof. Climbing up, Izuku could see fire coming from another part of the city. A figure flew out from the smoke, one Izuku recognized. Nomu, he whispered. The other two turned to him. You know that thing? Crawler inquired. It was a weapon the League created that was supposed to defeat All Might. But some things are not right. That one was defeated. Also, it didn't have wings or gray skin, Izuku explained. This one must be brand new. I bet it's that brat from before, Stain snarled. I should have just killed him when I had the chance. Izuku knew he meant Tamura. Given the man's personality, Izuku wouldn't put it past him to do something like this. Maybe we should all get off the roof first so we can work out our next move, Crawler suggested. Stain leapt to the alley below. Izuku grabbed Crawler and used his grappling hook to bring them both down. Stain ordered them both to wait while he checked things out. So, if you know what that thing is, do you know how to defeat it? Crawler. No, sorry. The first time I even saw Nomu was during the USJ incident, and even then, I didn't know about any of his powers. I was only there to get revenge on someone, Izuku told him. The Crawler's eyes narrowed at this. Revenge? He questioned. The person I fought against and won was my childhood bully. He used to beat the crap out of me every day for being quirkless, until that one incident when I finally put him in his place, Izuku said with a bit of pride. What about you though? Stain said you were a vigilante. Well, yeah. I work with two others to keep my area safe from threats most heroes and police wouldn't see or deal with. We're considered villains, but technically we're heroes, Crawler replied. For a moment they said nothing. You don't seem like a bad person. Just how did you end up becoming a villain? He asked. Izuku hesitated for a moment. This man was a stranger whom he had just met. He didn't have any reason to tell him. Oh, I'm sorry, Crawler apologized after noticing Izuku's discomfort. I guess that was a bit insensitive. We just met and why would you tell a guy you just met your life story? Don't forget you kicked my mentor in the face, Izuku reminded him. And punched him for good measure. Crawler chuckled. Fair point. Question just came out of nowhere. Forget I said anything. Beneath his mask, Izuku pursed his lips. Crawler was not pushing him for answers, much to his relief. However, there was a part of Izuku that wanted him to know. He really didn't have a reason to tell him the whole story, but maybe he could just give a general outline. I told you I was bullied for being quirkless. When I was pushed to a certain point where I could no longer take it and tried to end it all. The League saved me and took me in, Izuku told him. They saw something in me no one else ever had and filled me with hope and reason to live again. Crawler said nothing. He knew quirkless people did not have an easy life in society. His colleague and master knuckleduster was quirkless, but that never stopped him. He always fought any villains that came his way and even defeated Stain once. Strangely enough, Koichi had never once asked the older man about his daily life, since there had never been much reason to. What's your name? He asked the villain. You don't have to tell me your real one. I'd just like something to call you. It's Deku, Izuku replied. By the way, does it seem weird that we're just having a casual conversation while a crisis is going on? Probably, but fortunately, there's no one here to judge us, Crawler said. They both laughed, which ceased as soon as they heard yelling a few feet away. They immediately ran to the source only to find Stain standing over a defeated teenager wearing an Ingenium-like costume. Stain's sword was covered in blood. Izuku inspected the teenager's face, who was glaring hatefully at Stain. He recognized him as Tenya Ida from Class 1A. He was a splendid hero who gave me a dream. Tenya yelled at Stain, who returned with a glare. Izuku and Koichi were confused as to what was going on. Why was Tenya here? Was he looking for Stain? I'll kill you, he roared. The pair froze at Tenya's words. He had come here to kill Stain. Becoming consumed by vengeance for the sake of satisfying your own selfish desires. That is the furthest act from being a hero, Stain scolded. Not able to stand this any longer, Koichi spoke up. Stain, what the hell is going on? He's just a kid, he asked. Tenya looked up to see the new arrivals. One was dressed up kinda like All Might, the other dressed in black. There was something familiar about him though. He attacked me, what was I supposed to do, just let him kill me? Stain retorted. He came after me with the full intent of attaining revenge for my assault on his brother, Ingenium. Ingenium, Crawler responded surprised. Your Tensei's little brother. Tenya, along with Izuku, were surprised. Stain made no change in expression. You know my brother? Tenya stammered. Koichi nodded. Yeah, I do. He is a good man and an amazing hero. He helped me master my quirk even though I didn't have a hero license. He gazed down at Tenya with a solemn expression. I truly am sorry about what happened to him. Tenya didn't speak. Izuku was going over all this in his head. If Crawler knew Ingenium's identity, then they were obviously closer than he thought. You should be grateful, Stain piped up. Crawler here stopped me when I was about to kill your brother and gave me the same rant you were giving me. The only difference was that I actually let him hit me. Well, the second time. Tenya glared at Stain again. Stain, would you please leave? I'd like to talk with him. Deku, you can stay. I need you to help me treat his wounds, Koichi said. Stain nodded and informed them he would just be in the next alley. Crawler placed Tenya sitting up and motioned for Izuku to come closer to help. He then took out a first aid kit in his pocket. Is it just your right arm he got? Izuku asked. Tenya nodded as a reply, which was all he needed to hear. He took out one of his regeneration drags and injected it into his arm, causing him to yelp in pain. Relax, it'll go away in a minute. That'll be faster than treating you, Izuku assured him. True to his word, the wound cleared up as though it had never happened, much to the shock of the other two. Well, now that that's taken care of, we can talk, Koichi said as he sat across from the boy. Tenya, he started. You complete idiot. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The two boys were taken back, however, Crawler wasn't done. I understand you're upset about your brother, but what the hell? Stain has killed multiple pro heroes all by himself, and you thought you could beat him alone. What would Tensei say if he could see you now? He scolded. Hearing this only angered Tenya further. I inherited my brother's name. I'm the one who has to do it, he angrily retorted. So don't you dare tell me I shouldn't. If you did save my brother, then you should know the condition he is in, you should understand. I do understand. However, Tensei happens to be my best friend, so I know about the type of person he is. Believe when I say he wouldn't want you to get revenge, Crawler told him. He loves you more than anything, and one thing he truly wishes for is for you to become a hero. Can you even imagine the state he would be in you just died or killed someone yourself? Are you that selfish? Tenya looked away. Izuku couldn't tell if he was ashamed of his actions or not, but he decided it was finally time to speak up. I don't know anything about Ingenium, but if he is anything like Crawler described, then I doubt he would want this, he said. Tenya turned to look at him. I know you want to be a hero like your brother, but this isn't the right way. Murder is hardly a heroic act no matter how much one might deserve it. If you did manage to kill Stain, which I seriously doubt is possible, what do you think would happen? Do you think you would be praised? No, you would be considered a villain and thrown in prison. So let me tell you now, stop before you can't. It won't end well for you if you don't. Izuku was not sure where his words were coming from because they felt so natural. He had never been fond of killing by anyone, hero or villain. Through some miraculous means, Izuku's words resonated with Tenya. Tears were beginning to form. Izuku saw a variety of emotions in his face: shame, regret, anger, and sadness. Crawler pulled him into a hug. It's all right. You don't have to hold it in, Koichi assured the boy. With that, Tenya began to cry hysterically. They were right. He knew they were right. What kind of person was he? To suddenly decide on something this severe. He wasn't a hero, he was a fraud. He had no right to call himself Ingenium. Brother, I'm sorry, he whispered while still crying. No one said anything. Izuku and Koichi acknowledged that Tenya had a lot going on and needed to sort it out himself. After a few minutes, Tenya stopped crying and stood up and faced the two. Thank you and I'm sorry, he said. You've got nothing to apologize for, Koichi told him. No, you were right. I shouldn't have acted the way I did, it was foolish of me, he admitted and then turned to Deku. Thank you also. And out of curiosity, were you involved in the USJ incident? It's just that you look familiar, and I haven't encountered that many villains. Izuku nodded. Koichi tensed slightly at this, fearing how Tenya would react. Surprisingly, Tenya grinned. So, you were the one who defeated Bakugo, he realized. How do you know about that? He asked curiously. He seriously doubted Katsuki would brag about a loss to anyone. I heard a report about it. Also, he was swearing, when I find that BSE in black, I'm gonna kill him. He really hates you, Tenya explained. If only you knew, Izuku thought sarcastically. Their conversation came to an abrupt end when something large came crashing into the ground near to them, generating a loud impact. It was the winged Nomu. From before. This thing, Tenya recognized. What's it doing here? I thought the police had captured it. The Nomu was staring intently at Izuku. Recognizing its target, it moved with great speed and swung its arm at him. Izuku barely dodged as the creature destroyed the wall behind him. He had Stain and Razor's training to thank for that. Nomu moved to attack him again, only this time he was pushed out of the way by Crawler using his quirk, a mobility one that required him to be on all fours. Why is it attacking me? Izuku wondered. Aren't we on the same side? Izuku figured it must be on the enhancement drag. However, from the damage it was not as powerful as the first one. It moved to attack him again, only to have its leg chopped off by a familiar katana. Stain stood next to Izuku ready to strike again while the leg quickly regenerated. You okay, Deku? He asked concerned. Yeah. Although, that thing is trying to kill me for some reason, Deku replied. Well then we had better finish it now. All of you get ready, that includes you, Ingenium, Stain exclaimed. Tenya glared at him. Just once I'll do this, after that we're back to being enemies, he explained. Working with Stain was the last thing he wanted right now. However, he also knew just how dangerous Nomu was. His teacher wrapped in bandages and his classmates' descriptions were enough reason to be worried. If he hoped to live to see another day to rectify his mistakes, he would need to cooperate with him. Luckily, he would not be alone in this endeavor. If he is using the drag, then it should wear off in 10 minutes. It has been at least 20 since this all started, Izuku thought. Standing beside each other, the vigilantes, the student, and the villain began their fight against the monster before them. Stain threw 2 knives at Nomu and jumped. Tenya and Crawler used their quirks to move to opposite sides to flank Nomu. Deku charged forward with great speed and his grappling hook out at the same time. If this thing is after me, then it's probably only gonna focus on me, he informed everyone. True to his word, the creature flew up, avoiding his grounded opponents and straight towards him with both fists held out straight. Deku flipped sideways to avoid it. There was a loud impact that sent everyone but Stain flying. The hero killer came to the ground and attempted to slash Nomu, only for it to recover quickly and dodge. It then directed a kick at Stain, who moved gracefully to the side and directly next to Nomu. He then impaled the creature straight through the heart with his katana. Nomu wasn't even remotely phased as it punched Stain away and moved quickly to grab him, fly up and throw him to the ground, where he created a small crater. Stain grunted in pain and tried to get up. Nomu launched itself down to try and finish off Stain. However, Crawler was faster as he managed to move Stain out of the way. It's strong. We should have about 9 minutes until the drag wears off, Deku thought. Nomu removed the sword from its stomach and threw it away. Deku watched in horror as the wound regenerated as it had never happened. Everyone be careful, this thing has multiple quirks. Regeneration and flight are 2, but it may have others, he announced. Having spotted Deku, Nomu moved to attack him with his arm. Deku threw an ice grenade at the ground and moved to the side. Nomu tried to turn, but it tripped and skidded across the ice and crashed into a wall. Deku, let's aim for the head, Tenya called as he rushed forward using his quirk. Right, he agreed while running towards Nomu. The 2 boys jumped and spun in opposite directions. Deku put all his strength into his left leg. Tenya used his special move, Recipro Burst, to give him extra speed and power. The 2 kicks collided with Nomu's head simultaneously. The impact was so powerful it caused blood to burst from Nomu's head. For a minute it didn't move. Tenya and Deku thought it may have been unconscious. Wanting to be sure they hadn't killed it, Deku raised one of its arms and let it drop. There was no reaction. However, Nomu grabbed Deku and slammed him into Tenya and sent them flying back. Nomu stood up. It began to regenerate its body again, but at a slower rate. If this thing has multiple quirks, then maybe it's possible that shock absorption is one of them, Crawler stated. When did you get so smart? Stain asked. Oh well, Crawler started. Hey! Deku wondered how they could bicker at a time like this. That wasn't what concerned him though. What concerned him was that Nomu was healing at a slower rate than before. But the drag couldn't have worn off yet, as there should be at least 5 minutes left. He examined Nomu further. The head part of it had a brain-like pattern and gas mask. Deku had not given it much thought before, but what if that brain pattern was its actual brain? Since it had been damaged, that was why it was taking so long to recover. Quirks were part of the body, and like every body part, they were controlled by the brain. This was no different. It was surprising that such weakness was made so obvious. Then again, it was also smart, since no one would anticipate it. Everyone. The brain part of it is its actual brain. That's why the quirks are running slower, Deku announced. As everyone processed this information, Nomu fully recovered. Once it did Stain through 2 knives which struck its head perfectly. Rather than attacking Stain, it removed the knives first so it could heal. Guess that proves your theory, Stain told Deku. We'd better finish this quickly then. Crawler, get me my sword or one of those knives. I want to try something. Crawler didn't question Stain. Dashing forward, he grabbed his katana. Stain then licked the blood off it. At this, Nomu froze completely. Stain grinned maliciously. It isn't immune to my quirk, he stated. Let's end this now. Stain and Crawler moved to attack while Izuku and Tenya recovered. Unfortunately, Nomu flew up to dodge them. Stain couldn't believe his eyes. His quirk had only lasted for 10 seconds. Regardless of blood type, it should have lasted much longer. Nomu attacked Stain again, but the latter dodged by jumping backwards side to side against the walls. Crawler was not so lucky. Nomu managed to successfully smash into him and pinned him to the ground. Crawler coughed up blood. Nomu was about to finish the man off when Stain threw 2 daggers at it. Nomu blocked them with its arms and threw them on the ground next to Crawler. Its attention had changed to the larger threat. The regeneration must be shortening the time my quirk works for, Stain growled in anger. However, if given the right moment, it may be just what we need to win. Deku, get ready. You and I are going to do that move. Deku's eyes widened. He knew what move he was talking about. Stain only taught it to him recently, so he had practiced very little with it. Here we go, Stain yelled as he charged at Nomu. Not having much choice, Deku charged at the monster. The latter did the same. Deku took out a knife and his taser. This is a sort of fake-out move that can only work when you've got at least 2 weapons. Though there is rarely ever a time when it's used. It can be pretty effective if you want to blind an opponent and then take them down. It had taken a while for Deku to get the hang of it, but eventually he managed. He first threw his knife at the monster's head. Nomu instinctively brought up left its arm to protect itself, temporarily blinding it. It was then Deku moved at max speed so that he was directly in front of Nomu. Using his taser, he jammed it straight in Nomu's face and electrocuted him. The shock absorption was the only thing stopping its head from exploding. Nomu staggered slightly and swung its arm. Deku, however, used his grappling hook to soar up. How do you like it? He shouted. Stain, who had gotten behind Nomu, sliced off its legs, causing to fall flat on its stomach. Before it could react, Crawler, who looked like he was about to collapse from pain, had 2 of Stain's daggers moved toward it at incredible speed. Improvise special move, slip slide slice, he shouted as he slid over Nomu and sliced off both its arms simultaneously. Nomu looked helpless. However, it still had its wings which it used to fly up. Unfortunately, Stain wasn't having it. Liking the blood off his sword, Nomu became paralyzed mid-air. As it started to fall, Deku released his grappling hook and dived straight toward it while pulling his fist back to punch it. Tenya, who had recovered from using his special move, had a similar idea and used his quirk to leap into the sky. Recipro extend, he shouted as the engines in his calves accelerated even more. Deku put every last ounce of strength he had into his right fist as Tenya did with his right knee. Their blows collided with Nomu's head, causing even more blood to spill. The impact, though, broke Deku's hand and he and Tenya fell to the ground along with Nomu. Crawler pulled Tenya out of the way and Stain caught Deku. Once Nomu crashed to the ground, Stain wasted no time in cutting off its wings. Nomu lay motionless. It started to regenerate but stopped after a few seconds. The drag's aftereffects must have kicked in, Deku realized. When he realized this, he knew. It was over. They had won. Guys, we won, Deku announced. Trust me. This thing is definitely down for the count. He left out the part of the drag as that was league business. He didn't even want to think about what would happen to him, or his mother, if he just casually told people about it. His past was fine as long as he didn't reveal too much. While the other 2 were convinced, Stain kept up his guard just in case. Deku couldn't blame him though. On a side note, they each had different injuries. Tenya's leg was sprained and out of commission from using his quirk. Crawler's body was sore all over. He could have sworn some of his ribs and internal organs had been damaged. Stain's body was hurt from being thrown down but nothing more. Deku's right arm had problems also. The impact from Tenya's special move had broken his hand and burst several blood vessels in his arm, causing him to feel immense pain. Fortunately, he still had some regeneration drag left over. The only reason they hadn't gotten smashed during the battle was because of the container they were kept in. Taking out the medicine, Deku injected himself first. He felt a sharp pain in his arm as it fully regenerated. After he was healed, he moved to do the same to the others. After a few minutes, they all appeared as though they hadn't been hurt in the first place. Hey, so what are we gonna do about that? Crawler asked while pointing at Nomu. We should leave for the law enforcers, Stain stated. If not, I will finish it off. I don't think that will be necessary, Tenya interjected, who had his phone out. I can notify the heroes. It seems their battle is over now. Someone has been broadcasting it live, whether it's the news or some crazy fan I don't know. If that's the case, then the 3 of us should probably leave. We aren't heroes and Stain is a notorious serial killer, so things might get worse if we stick around, Crawler informed. By the way, Tenya, how are you going to explain your absence to your superiors? I mean, the fact that you're here all dressed must mean that you're on an internship with someone. There's no way your absence at UA would go unnoticed. Tenya said nothing. Ida, what are you going to do? Deku asked. What are you going to tell them? Tenya waited about a minute or so speaking again. He decided to be honest with them. I'm going to tell them the truth about what happened, he stated. All of it. Won't you get in trouble for that? Deku asked. Oh, I will a lot actually, he sighed. But there's something I need to say to Stain first. The hero killer shifted slightly in response. Tenya turned to face him. You attacked my brother and I despise you for it, regardless of what happened here that hasn't changed. However, you were right about me. What I attempted was the furthest act from being a hero. Crawler and Deku, you both helped me realize that and I am grateful. However, it's because of those things that I need to tell the truth, Tenya explained. That's why, until I become a true hero, one worthy of the name Ingenium, I will accept the consequences of my actions. This will be my first step. No one said anything. Crawler was looking proud of Tenya. Deku was grinning beneath his mask. He's learning. Willing to learn from his mistakes and try become a true hero, Stain thought. Maybe there's hope for this false society after all. I still intend to catch you one day, Tenya declared. I look forward to it, Stain replied. Stray from the path you are on, however, and I'll add you to my list. Okay guys, we just survived death. Let's not ruin it by threatening each other, Crawler intervened. Tenya then turned to Deku. Thanks especially for the advice you gave me. If it wasn't for that I wouldn't have realized my flaws, he told him. There's no need to thank me. Remember, I'm still a villain who attacked you and your classmates, Deku retorted. Still though, thanks, Tenya said. And it was just Bakugo, so don't worry about it. If anything, his defeat at your hands had some good impacts. Deku was surprised. He doesn't underestimate his opponents now and he's willing to respect those who actually challenge him, even remembering their names, Tenya explained. He's still foul-mouthed and looks down on others, but he's improving. So basically, what you are saying is that he's slightly less of AD than he was before, Deku translated. Tenya nodded. When he did, Deku couldn't help but laugh at how direct and honest he was about this. Tenya and Crawler joined in, but Stain remained silent. On top of a building. Tamura was sad as hell. Not only had the Nomus been defeated, but one had flown off, left the scene. It completely ignored his orders and went off the moment he arrived. He heard sounds of impact a few streets away but couldn't see who it was fighting. So, are you satisfied, Tamura Shigaraki? Kurogiri asked. You'll know tomorrow when we see the news if we are on the front page, he stated furiously. What about that Nomu though? Don't you think its behavior was odd? Yes, actually. It looked as though it was searching for someone. Maybe there were a few flaws Viper didn't know about when it was conditioned, Kurogiri suggested as he opened up a warp to the hideout. Let's ask Sensei when we get back. Tamura grunted in annoyance and followed him. He wasn't the only one set off about what had happened. At the exact same time, a bee that had been observing the fight returned to its host. A girl who was a student and part-time villain at the same time. Atrocity is gonna be said about this, she said. I didn't expect a student or that vigilante to be here. Seriously, first he stops the distribution of trigger, and now this. It's like he's stalking me. Well anyway, I'd better get back. May as well get this report over and done with. And with that, Keen RoxasItsuka headed off. Back with the others. Tenya said goodbye to the three and headed to where Manuel was. Boy, was he going to get it? Still, if he wanted to be a hero, being honest was the first step. Crawler had said he'd be checking in on his brother, so he would see him soon. Stain and Deku left to continue their internship. Despite what he felt about Stain, he had to admit he liked Deku. If he wasn't a villain, there may have been a chance. They could be friends. Tenya, where were you? Manuel shouted while running towards him. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Tenya bowed his head in shame. I'm sorry. I betrayed your trust, he said. Manuel was taken off guard by this, though this was also because of the way Endeavor had been fighting. He was angrier and more brutal than normal. Tenya, what did you do? He asked despite already knowing the answer. He knew it was why Tenya had become an intern at his agency. This what happened, he started while still bowing his head. The next day. The aftermath of the attack on Hosu had been rather quiet. The situation was different for each person though. Koichi had stayed the night with Izuku and Stain in an abandoned apartment block which surprisingly wasn't all that bad. He was getting ready to leave but still had something to do first. It was something he had to say with Deku. "Hey Deku, I was just leaving but I wanted to give you something," he said while holding out a card. It was his phone number and address. Deku took the card and stared at it. He then looked at Koichi. "I know you're a villain right now, but if you ever want to stop and be a hero, well, a vigilante really, then why not join my team? It would be great to have you there." "You'd be the youngest though," he said. He was surprised when he had seen the boy's face. He couldn't have been much older than 15. Additionally, he had seen what type of person Deku was. He wasn't a villain, he was good, and Koichi couldn't help but feel that he would be better off as a hero. Stain, who was eavesdropping on their conversation, had been having similar thoughts throughout the week. In his mind, Izuku seemed like someone who could be a true hero. However, at the same time, he knew that he had been hurt by society one too many times to want it now. That league, regardless of how pathetic it was, had saved him from the depths of despair. There was no going back for him. "Thanks for the offer but I'm happy where I am," he said while accepting the card. "I'll let you know if I change my mind though." Koichi was somewhat saddened by this but accepted his answer. He then said his goodbyes and left. He was going to have quite a story to tell his comrades when got back. Stain was still tired after last night's ordeal and told Izuku that they would train later. He needed to talk with Razor about this. Fortunately, Izuku made no complaints and went back to sleep. Tenya was in the hospital for a check on his health. Last night after he told his story, Manuel harshly berated him for acting out of revenge. However, after that, he hugged him tightly and told him he was relieved he was not harmed. An hour later, Tenya was questioned by the police about Stain and those with him. He told them everything he knew about their quirks and their battle with Nomu. He felt like he was betraying them but knew he had to tell the truth. Following this, the police let him go. They released the story out to the public but excluded Tenya. Due to his information, he had been pardoned, however, would still be punished by UA, who had been informed about the incident. The story was bigger than the Nomus the heroes fought. Tenya was not looking forward to facing Aizawa but knew he had to face the consequences of his actions. Manuel would be here shortly also to pick him up to go out on patrol. However, he made it clear that he would be keeping a closer watch on Tenya this time. However, the information he had provided did catch the interest of Naomasa. Knowing that All Might was interested in Deku, he decided to take it to him. He had something he needed to talk about with him anyway, along with the list of quirkless people he requested to see. On a side note, Naomasa was curious as to why Nomu was after Deku, according to Tenya. He was a member of the League, wasn't he? If so, why was he suddenly a target? Had he betrayed them? Those were questions he needed to find the answers to. The last 2 days of his internship with Stain had gone by quickly. They trained constantly but did so while hiding. The police knew Stain was in Hosu, so they were on high alert. Their battle with Nomu was all over the news, though Tenya had been left out of it. Neither of them was mad at Tenya though, since he was following through on his decision. The time had come for Izuku to finally return to the League. He and Stain arrived at the location where Kurogiri was supposed to pick him up in a few minutes. Before he did, Izuku and Stain had some things to say to each other. Facing Stain, Izuku bowed his head. "Thank you for everything. I learned a lot from you this past week, and for that, I am truly grateful." "It's no problem. I actually enjoyed training you," Stain admitted. "It was refreshing from my usual line of work." Izuku laughed. "Razor trained you well," Stain continued. "Languages, different fighting styles, and pain endurance." While he was right, there were other things Razor had taught him. He did not want to discuss them. The two men said nothing for a moment. Awkward as they might have been at the start, they ended up enjoying their week together, brush with death aside. Stain saw a lot of himself in the boy, and the latter felt the same. "If you don't mind me asking, what's your name, your real name that is?" Stain asked. "Izuku. Izuku Midoriya," the boy replied. "Mine's Kaizome Akaguro," Stain informed him. No one said anything, but at that moment the two men had established deep respect for each other. Before they could continue talking, however, a black mist appeared behind them and Kurogyari emerged to greet them. With his arrival, Izuku and Kaizome said their final goodbyes. Farewell, Deku. I hope that the path you walk will give you the happiness you seek, Kaizome said. Goodbye, Stain. Thanks for everything and good luck with your crusade, Izuku replied as he disappeared into the mist. At the bar, Razor was away on another job for Sensei, but for once, Izuku did not care. Not when he had something more important to ask. Shigaraki, Kurogyari, were either of you in Hosu a few days ago with a couple of Nomu? He asked. We were, Kurogyari confirmed. I was going to use them to cause such destruction that everyone would forget about the hero killer. However, 2 of them were beaten and 1 flew off, Tamura raged. And in the end, it wasn't the top story in the news. He was. Him, you and some vigilante defeating Nomu received full attention. Izuku was beginning to see that Tamura was a childish individual that was just desperate for attention. Speaking of which, why did you fight against Nomu anyway? Tamura asked while glaring at Izuku. Aren't you supposed to be our side? Oh, I'm sorry. Next time one of them comes to kill me, I'll just let it so you can soak up all the attention, Izuku bitterly retorted. His response earned him shocked reactions from his coworkers. What do you mean it was trying to kill you? Kurogyari asked. Even if it attacked you, how do you know you were its target? Well, it's like this, Izuku started. And so, he explained the entire event. How Nomu attacked him. How it rarely changed target unless threatened by another individual. Throughout the explanation, Kurogyari and Tamura remained silent, never interrupting once. They remembered how the Nomu just took off suddenly and started flying around like it was looking for something. Sensei had told them that Viper couldn't find the reason why it acted the way it did since it had been functioning properly before. If it was trying to kill Izuku, then it must have been under orders from someone else. Fortunately, they didn't need to narrow down a list of suspects. There was someone in the league who hated the quirkless, and this would have been the perfect chance to get rid of him. How Atrocity had done this, well, that was something to take up with Sensei. Izuku, you've had an eventful week. Why don't you rest for the day? Kurogyari suggested. I'll let Sensei know. Izuku was overwhelmed with relief. He was exhausted, both physically and mentally, so he left the bar to get some sleep. As soon as he was gone, Tamura and Kurogyari started talking again. You think Atrocity did this? Tamura offered. Who else could have done this? Kurogyari replied. Whatever the case, I'm going to let Sensei know. Kurogyari left. Tamura shortly followed afterwards. If Atrocity had done this, then he was also the reason he hadn't gotten much attention. It really set him off. Later that day at the UA staff room, AM and Naomasa had just finished talking about the Nomu from the USJ incident. While the part about him having multiple quirks from at least 4 different people was surprising, Naomasa also mentioned that there was some sort of lingering substance inside him that affected his body. Though they still were not sure what it was. Them was furious, however. The fact that Nomu had been given multiple quirks meant that this was the work of someone who could transfer quirks. That man. He's back, he whispered furiously. AFO had returned. There was no other explanation. And he was leading the League of Villains. Sensing his friend's agitation, Naomasa spoke up. That Nomu aside. I have something else to tell you about, he said. Did you hear about the attack on Hosu a few days ago? Briefly, I have been busy with work, so I haven't been watching the news much. From what I did hear, it involved several Nomu and the hero killer, All Might replied. Why did something else happen there? It seems Deku was present also. He was fighting with the hero killer, a vigilante and a student here against one Nomu, Naomasa explained. That definitely caught All Might's attention. He had been thinking a lot about how Deku and that boy may have been one in the same. But why was he fighting against Nomu? They were both members of the League, weren't they? According to the testimony we received, it seems as though Nomu was trying to kill Deku. As to why, I don't know. He could have betrayed them, or someone within it could be out to kill him, Naomasa explained while AM remained silent. On a side note, you wanted to see that list of quirkless people, well, here it is. AM took the list and quickly scanned through faces until he finally came across a familiar face. Izuku Midoriya, so that was his name. His eyes were as he remembered them, green, just like Deku's. His age also matched the way his voice sounded. "This boy," he said. "You think he's Deku, don't you?" Naomasa asked, causing him to look up at him in surprise. "I'm a detective." When you requested to see this list after discussing the possibility that he may have been quirkless, it wasn't hard to figure out. AM nodded. Naomasa glanced at the picture and his eyes widened in recognition. "Izuku Midoriya. I know him. There have been reports about him since he went missing last year," he explained. "Missing?" All Might repeated. "What happened?" "It was about a year ago. According to his mother, he went out for a walk late at night and never came back," Naomasa explained while AM listened intently. She didn't think much of it at first, but when she went to the school the next day to talk to the principal about her son, only to discover that he hadn't shown up. Later she called the police and the search began. We questioned his classmates and teachers at the time, but no one had any information they could give us. Other than them, he had no known associates. Toshinori gulped. "A year ago, that was about when he had encountered him." "Hey, this may sound strange to ask, but when exactly did he disappear?" he asked nervously. "Actually, it was the day of the sludge villain incident," Naomasa replied. Toshinori's eyes widened in horror. "If he disappeared on that day, then that means I did more than just destroy his dream," he thought, terrified. "But do you know something I don't?" Naomasa inquired, noticing his expression. Toshinori hesitated before answering. He hoped Naomasa wouldn't react badly to what transpired between him and young Midoriya. The man was quirkless himself. "I met him that day," started. "And I destroyed his dream of being a hero." Toshinori explained about his encounter with Izuku. He even recited their conversation as though it were happening again. Naomasa said nothing. "I'm not offended, Toshinori," he replied honestly. "You were just speaking from personal experience. Also, you aren't wrong." Toshinori was relieved Naomasa wasn't offended, but he still had something else to say. "Originally, I believed that," he admitted. "However, after a talk with Nizu, my views have somewhat changed." Somewhat, not completely. Toshinori was more open-minded to the idea, but at the same time, still held some doubts. Naomasa stared at Toshinori for a moment before smiling. "Thank you," Naomasa replied. "But that's not important right now. Finding out if that boy is Deku is." He then stood up and took out his phone to check something. "Izuku's mother will be stopping by the police station in about an hour or so. She visits at least once a week to check in on our progress. If you want to know more about him, then I suggest you come with me." "As Toshinori Yagi," he explained. Toshinori simply nodded and stood up. He texted Nizu to let him know he would be busy for the afternoon and would finish whatever work he had tomorrow. He could not afford to pass up this opportunity. He needed to be sure that Izuku was in fact Deku, and speaking with the boy's mother was the only way. At the police station, Inko was sitting in a room all by herself waiting. She was quite tired. Every day she went out looking for her son with no success. Whether he was in the city or the country, she didn't know. Whatever the case was, it seemed Izuku didn't want to be found. Since his disappearance, a lot had changed for her. Her routine, her social life, and her appearance. She had lost quite a bit of weight and looked exactly like she did 10 years ago. And here she was today for another report on the search for her son. While she was annoyed with the police, she understood that they did not have much evidence to go on. There were no witnesses, no sightings, no clues as to what he had done that night. There had been no sightings of him either. Her thoughts were interrupted by two men, a thin blonde man and a dark-haired man, who came in and greeted her. Then came the report where there were still no leads, much to her frustration. She was about to get up and leave when the blonde man started to speak. "Mrs. Midoriya, if you don't mind me asking," Toshinori started, "could you maybe tell me why your son went missing? It's just that I'm new to this case." Inko eyed the man suspiciously. If he was new, shouldn't he have received a report about it? She had given a testimony after all. "I don't know where this is coming from, but if he wants to know, I may as well tell him," Inko relented. If you really want to know, I'll have to start from his childhood, she stated. Toshinori nodded in understanding. As a child, Izuku was quite happy and got along with other kids. Like most children his age, he looked up to heroes. All Might being his favorite. He had action figures and posters of the man, Inko told him. He even watched that video of his debut a lot. I think that is what inspired him to become a hero. Toshinori tensed. He suspected the boy had admired him when he encountered him, but he did not think it was to that level. The trouble started when he was outed as quirkless, Inko continued. The doctor told him he couldn't become a hero and to give up on it, which of course he didn't. Unfortunately, things only got worse from there on out. When word got out, his classmates started to bully him because of it. Katsuki Bakugo, you might know him from the sports festival, used to be Izuku's friend until he was established as quirkless. After that, he started to use his quirk to torment him. Toshinori froze at this statement. Bakugo and Midoriya knew each other. What is more, Bakugo bullied him. He could not believe it. Toshinori knew the boy could be aggressive, but he never thought he would bully another person. He reflected on the conversation Deku had with Kurogiri at the USJ. He had known exactly what Bakugo's quirk was when the other students mentioned the villains didn't know what their quirks were. Does that mean he was there that day to get revenge on Bakugo? Toshinori wondered. If what Mrs. Midoriya says is true, then it does seem likely. Every day he would come home with new bruises or burns, Inko continued. However, he always made some silly excuse like he fell over. I didn't say anything because I knew it would upset him and he'd deny it. However, I should have done something sooner. He was in pain and I did nothing. She was really getting emotional now. After much reflection, she realized she should have done something much sooner. It didn't matter how upset Izuku got because of her decision. Doing nothing was far worse. What about his father? Naomasa interjected. I read that he no longer lives with you. Inko's face became even sadder at the mention of her husband. Hisashi moved off to some other country shortly after it was revealed that Izuku was quirkless, she informed them. Apparently he had been suffering ridicule at work for his son's status, something which he and I endlessly argued about. He said he couldn't stand it anymore and said he was leaving. I know he doesn't hate Izuku, but I don't think he could stand the fact that his son was quirkless. He still sends money overseas to support us, but that's it, other than that we've had no contact with him. Since Hisashi left, he hadn't been involved in Izuku's life at all. It was the reason why they normally told people he left after Izuku was born to work in another country. It was better than the real reason though. Even now, she could visibly remember the day he left them. The two of them were having the worst in the history of their marriage. It escalated into full-on shouting which ended in him leaving. Toshinori was beyond shocked. He knew quirkless people were looked down on, but he never believed it was bad to the point where someone would abandon their own child. The prejudice had gotten much worse since his day. What about his high school years? He asked nervously, desperately. It couldn't get any worse, could it? Inko sighed. There were tears running down her face now. They were even worse. He had no friends because he was quirkless, and possibly due to Katsuki, who was in the same class as him. He continued to bully him, and others joined in. They all made fun of him for wanting to be a hero, she told them. He was such a kind boy who wanted to become a hero so he could help others, and nothing anyone said or did could deter him. Toshinori didn't know how to respond. The description of Izuku's life he was receiving was horrific, to say the least. Yet at the same time, from the way Inko described him, he sounded much like Nana Shimura, his predecessor. In essence, he was the sort of person he would have wanted as a successor. Mrs. Midoriya, this may seem strange to ask, but does the name Deku mean anything to you? He asked. Inko stared at him confused for a moment before suddenly remembering. Actually, yes. It was a nickname Katsuki gave my son from the kanji of his name. It's supposed to mean worthless though, she told them. Toshinori's blood froze. In that moment his worst fears about Deku were confirmed. There was no denying it now. He and that boy, Izuku Midoriya, were one and the same. Why does that matter though? Inko asked. Where did you even hear that name? That was a nickname he was given. It wasn't his real one. There was no real way the police could know it. It's something Naomasa read from the interviews conducted with his school. Toshinori lied. I believe Bakugo was the one who said it. Naomasa looked at him surprised. All Might took no notice of it though. He didn't know why, but in that instant every fiber of his body told him to lie. Part of him just couldn't tell Mrs. Midoriya that her son might be a villain. Fortunately, Inko's suspicions were not aroused. To her that sounded like something Katsuki would say. The day he disappeared, she continued. I don't know what happened, but it was clear that he had reached his limit. He came home acting like nothing had happened, like everything was okay. Later at 10:30, he said he was going out for a walk and that he would let himself back in. It was then that he hugged me and thanked me for everything. He told me he loved me for it and left. That was the last time I ever saw him. Tears were streaming down her face now. She had been holding this in for so long she couldn't take it anymore. Naomasa handed her some tissues which she took. Toshinori was too shocked to speak. He didn't even know what to say at this point. All he could feel was a mixture of sadness, guilt, and shame. He was hanging off a cliff of hope, he thought. And I pushed him over the edge and into the abyss. He needed assurance, but I gave him despair. What kind of hero am I? Inko stood up ready to leave. She had wiped away her tears and stopped crying. She then bowed to the men in front of her. Thank you for listening, she told them. It's been a long time since I opened up to anyone about this. Thank you for telling us, Naomasa replied. Please, Inko begged them. Find my son. Bring him back to me. Naomasa nodded and said, We will, I promise. It was then that Inko left and it was just the two men. Why did you lie to her? Naomasa asked. If we ever do catch Deku, she'll find out then. I know, but until that happens, until this is resolved, this has to stay between us, Toshinori stated. I caused this, so I need to be the one to fix it. So please, for the time being, just keep quiet about this. Naomasa looked at him in disbelief. He could tell Toshinori wanted to save this boy, but with the hole he had dug himself in, there may be no way to save him. The only things he had going for him were saving that student from being raped and stopping a Nomu. However, he had still attacked UA, worked with known criminals, and committed an act of vigilantism. Basically, he was still a villain. I will let you try, but don't expect things to go your way, Naomasa told him. At the very least, inform Nizu. He can be trusted. Toshinori nodded. Regardless of what anyone said, he had caused this, so it was his duty to solve it. It wasn't just that he wanted to save Izuku, he needed to save him. Now more than ever. A week passed since the incident at Hosu, and the students of UA were settling back in while preparing for exams. However, things were not the same for three students. Achiko Uraraka. Achiko sighed as she walked along. The day had finished and she was just about to go home, but first, she wanted to check in on Ida, who had been in detention since he returned. According to Mr. Aizawa, he had crossed a certain line during his internship and was currently receiving punishment for it. The entire class found this incredibly strange because Ida was the type to follow all rules, not break them. The worst part of all, he wasn't even allowed to tell them what he did, much to their annoyance. Ida, aside, something else had been on her mind. It was the villain who had saved her during the USJ incident, Deku. She had seen the news. He had been in Hoso fighting against the Nomu alongside the hero killer and some vigilante called the Hauler. She had forgotten about him during the sports festival, but during her internship, he had slowly returned to her thoughts and distracted her. Her behavior did not go unnoticed. Gunhead, the hero she interned with, asked if she was worried about a friend of hers. She denied it, of course, but then he asked an even more awkward question. Is it a boy you like? Why did he have to go and ask something like that? She thought, frustrated. She denied it, of course. However, she only did so after a few seconds and rather frantically while blushing. She didn't like Deku, not that way. They only met once, for crying out loud. However, she couldn't stop thinking about him. Last night she actually dreamt about him. Her friends were gone. She was all alone, surrounded by villains who were going to kill her. She was terrified. One of the villains moved to kick her, and that's when he showed up. Deku entered by delivering a flying side kick to his face. He then proceeded to beat up every other villain there until they were all down for the count. He then moved towards her and picked her up and started to carry her in a princess-like fashion. She didn't know how to respond. He looked at her and said, "Are you all right?" She blushed heavily and struggled to answer. That's when she woke up, still blushing. Do I like him? She wondered. Honestly, she didn't know how she felt about Deku, but she knew she didn't hate him. He was a villain, sure, but part of her could see good in him, or at least she wanted to. While walking, she suddenly remembered where she was going and snapped back to reality. Come on, focus, she told herself. You're here to check on your friend. Tenya Ida. Tenya was currently cleaning Power Loader's workshop where a lot of the support cows, including that infuriating girl Mei Hatsum, built their inventions. The entire room was soundproof so students could build new things without disrupting anyone. Naturally, there were a lot of work tools lying around, so he had a lot of cleaning to do. Tenya didn't mind. After what he did during his internship, he deserved it. While the remainder of it had gone smoothly, his return to school the next day had not been pleasant. Nizu and Aizawa berated him for his foolish actions and sentenced him to cleaning duty as detention. Aizawa was furious with him and informed him that he would be doing this for a month, barring weekends, as he would need to catch up on homework and study, though Tenya considered this rather merciful since he wasn't being expelled or suspended. And so here he was cleaning the workshop on his first evening. Afterwards, he was off to clean the toilets. I wonder what they're all doing right now, he thought. He was of course referring to Deku and Stain. Koichi, Crawler, he knew was back with his own team. They had met during a visit to his brother who was asleep at the time. Tenya figured out who he was but said nothing. While he was committed to being a better and more honest hero, he did not see the problem with certain people trying to help others, even if they were vigilantes. That was one thing he had learned during his encounter with them. And hey, who was he to judge? After the stunt he had pulled. Koichi aside, Tenya had often wondered about Stain and Deku as there had been no news of them. Stain appeared to be laying low for the moment as there had been no reports of hero deaths. Deku had also made no appearances recently, though he hadn't made many before. Despite his villain status, Tenya was hoping he wouldn't get caught. He had helped him get back on the right track to being a true hero after all. Hey Ida, just thought I'd check in and see how you're doing, Achiko said. Thanks, Uraraka, really, he replied. There's not much to see though. The brunette giggled. I don't be like that. I was just concerned, Achiko said. Still though, I can't believe you have detention. Just what did you do during your internship? Tenya shot her a look. You know I'm forbidden from speaking about that, so please don't ask me, he told her. Besides, I'd rather not get into any more trouble. This caused Achiko to pout a bit. She should have known that Ida wouldn't just tell her. While she had come to check on him, she was also curious about something, and she wasn't about to give up now. Was it something to do with the hero killer? She asked. Tenya froze. It had been the most logical answer. She knew about his brother, she knew it had happened in Hosu, so she must have figured out why he interned there. Tenya mentally cursed himself. Don't say another word. No point digging yourself in further when you've already gotten in far enough, he ordered himself. Look, Ida, I understand if you don't want to talk about it, but, Achiko started. Could you at least tell me if you saw Deku? He's the villain who defeated Bakugo. Tenya gave no response, fearing that he would give away information. Still though, now he was curious. What did Uraraka want with Deku? If you wish to tell her, Mr. Ida, then by all means do, came a voice from behind them. The pair turned to see the principal standing behind them. Sir, what are you dash? Tenya started before Nizu interrupted him. I just happened to be walking by when I noticed the door was open, Nizu told them. I couldn't help but overhear Ms. Uraraka pry about your punishment. The latter started to fidget nervously. As to why I am letting you inform her, well, it's because you both share something in common, or rather someone, he continued. You both share an experience with that someone which you haven't shared with others. So just this once I will allow it. However, Uraraka, you must not tell others of Ida's ordeal. If you did, then he would be in trouble with the police. The brunette nodded. Nizu took that as his cue to leave and exited, unaware that Bakugo was hiding near the door listening in. So can you tell me what happened now? Achiko asked impatiently. All right, Tenya replied. This is what happened when I was interning in Hosu. And so, he explained the entire ordeal to her. How he hunted Stain, how he nearly got killed, how Deku and Crawler helped him, how they fought against the Nomu and what happened afterwards. Achiko never once interrupted him when he spoke. She did have mixed feelings about it though. She was glad Ito was safe but at the same time furious at what he had done. When it came to Deku, it only made her more curious about him. She was convinced he was not a bad person but was confused as to why he was a villain at all. Okay, now it's your turn. Why are you so hung up on Deku? Tenya asked her. He knew something must have happened between them if she was interested in him. Uraraka stared at the ground before speaking again. I met him during the USJ incident, she said. She explained everything from how she met Deku and how he saved her. Tenya was blown back by what he just learned. What happened to Uraraka aside, he was stunned at what Deku had done. Back when he first met him, he didn't think he was a bad person but now he was certain. This doesn't make any sense, Tenya said. He isn't evil but he's a villain. I know, right? Achiko piped up. All Might told me that villains vary in personality but with him. What is it? Tenya asked curiously. Up until now I just thought villains were bad people who enjoyed hurting others and creating chaos. But now I'm starting to think that there's more to it than that. The same with heroes, she replied. Tenya didn't even know how to respond to that. He never really thought about it before. He had just accepted what he had been taught growing up. She has a point, he thought. Deku is a villain but wasn't evil. Koichi is a vigilante but goes around saving people. Stain is a cold-blooded murderer, yet he believes he is doing society a favor. Then there are heroes like Empty Lady and Captain Celebrity who only care about fame and wealth. Though there are also heroes like my brother and All Might who actually want to help people. It was all so confusing. What are heroes and villains anyway? Achiko asked. Honesty, I don't know. I thought I did, but now I'm not so sure, he replied. Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki was walking along as fast as he could. There were a lot of things racing through his mind right now which were brought up from the conversation he had just heard between Four Eyes and Round Face. What happened to them was surprising enough, not that he actually cared. What was causing him to act this way now was the name of the villain he'd fought. He hadn't heard it from the police, and he hadn't watched the news, so had not known. Deku, he thought furiously. That BSTRD I fought was FANG Deku. It isn't possible. He still couldn't believe it. He remembered that A-hole had similar eyes, but he didn't think much of it then. Could they be the same? He wondered. He still found it impossible to believe. Deku was quirkless. Deku was weak and useless. Deku never fought back. Also, there was no way in hell he could ever beat him. But still, some of it made sense with him disappearing and having that name. What the F does he think he's doing? He snarled. That hero-loving nerd decided to become a villain. Does he even realize the state he's put Inko in? Despite his hatred toward the boy that didn't actually extend to his mother. On occasion, she had acted more like one to him than his own. If he has become a villain, if he was then the one who did that to me. Well, I'll have to remind that quirkless sheet of his place, Katsuki growled. Izuku was having a normal day. He had just been doing quirk analysis and had headed back to the bar for a break and a nice drink. Kurogiri always had his favorite soft drink. However, when he arrived, he was greeted by the sight of Kurogiri using his quirk to stop Tamura and two others, a man in black with dark hair and a teenage high school blonde girl, trying to kill each other. A man dressed in purple was there smoking also. He seemed to be enjoying the scene before him. No one seemed to have noticed his presence yet. Kurogiri moved to speak with Tamura while still holding everyone in place. Please calm yourself, Tamura Shigaraki. If your desire is to be realized, then we must increase our numbers. Now that we are in the limelight, this is the perfect opportunity. Don't reject them straight off, you should use them, and what there is of Stain's ideology, the Dark Mist villain explained. Shut up. Tamura snapped as he started moving towards the exit. I'm going out. He barged past Izuku while shooting him a murderous glare. As soon as he was gone, Izuku turned to Kurogiri. Okay, what the hell is going on? He asked frustrated. Hey, Kurojiri, is this that boy I've been hearing about recently, the one called Deku? The guy in purple asked. Izuku didn't know how this man knew about him. Either he was a member of the League or some shady information broker. The other two had different reactions. Deku, repeated the man in black. As in the one who fought alongside Stain in Hosu. Oh, what's Mr. Stainy like? What's his blood type? Was he bleeding while fighting? Wait, what's your blood like? Can I taste it? The girl asked with a crazed expression while also holding out a knife. Izuku took a fighting stance in case she attacked him. He only just met her and could already tell she was a psychopath. Being in the League taught him to recognize certain individuals. You can relax, Deku. They won't harm you, Kurojiri informed him. They are actually here as potential recruits. And so Kurojiri explained the entire situation and who they were. The guy in purple was called Jiren, a broker in the underworld who associated with League. The man in black was called Dabi and the blonde was called Himiko Toga. Both were here because they heard that Stain was affiliated with the League and was inspired by his ideology when they saw a video uploaded about him in which it detailed his past and ideals. Izuku briefly wondered how a video like that got out since Stain wasn't the type for publicity. However, he was more concerned with why they were here. Stain wasn't exactly affiliated with them, mainly just him and Razor. The media must have come to that conclusion based on the attack in Hosu where Stain and the Nomu were present at the same time. However, Kurojiri was motioning him to say nothing. You let kids join this organization, the one called Dabi said, surprised. Are you that desperate? We took him in when he was on the verge of death, Kurojiri explained. Since then he has proven to be a valued member of the League in providing both tactical and scientific support. Well, whatever the case, I intend to be the one to carry out the hero killer's will. However, I don't want to do it while being led by a guy like that, Dabi explained. I'm guessing he means Shigaraki, Izuku thought. Seriously, that guy makes me want to vomit, Dabi continued. He's just upset, that's all, Kurojiri went on. Twice in the past he has been humbled, once by All Might, the other by Stain. That's why he left, to sort out his issues. Until he does though, would you like to talk about recruitment at a later date? Izuku had been listening but kept quiet till now. Why don't you all wait here? I'll talk to Shigaraki myself, he offered. Everyone turned to face him. Are you sure about this, Deku? He doesn't like you very much, Kurojiri stated. While Tamura usually acted polite towards Izuku, but that was only because Sensei ordered him to be. Truthfully, he hated the boy, no longer because he was quirkless, but because it seemed as though Sensei favored him more than himself. Izuku was aware of this, yet he never commented on the subject. Kurojiri couldn't understand why he would want to do this. I know, but still, I'd like to talk with him, he said with a look of determination. Kurojiri chose not to argue. This may have been necessary for Tamura's growth, and by extension, Izuku's. Kiyoshi Ward Shopping Mall. It took him a while, but he finally tracked down Tamura. He received information on where he usually goes from, shockingly, Sensei. Kurojiri must have informed him of the situation, but that didn't matter right now, finding Tamura did. Izuku had not been lying when he said he wanted to talk to him, however, he had his own reasons. Mostly, he was curious about the man and his past. Izuku knew Tamura was Sensei's protege. The man once bragged about it and later Kurojiri confirmed it, yet they never said why. How did someone like Tamura, a spoilt, childish brat, become protege to someone like AFO? How did he even join the League at all? Izuku wanted to know. His thoughts were interrupted by a girl bumping into him. Oh, sorry. I wasn't watching where I was going, the girl said, bowing her head. It's no problem, Izuku replied with no malice. I wasn't watching where I was going either. As soon as he got a good look at her, he recognized her. It was the girl he had saved from the USJ incident. Achiko Uraraka, he murmured. The latter stared at him surprised. As soon as he realized what he had done, he quickly moved to correct himself. I recognize you from the sports festival, he said while grinning. You put up an amazing fight against that explosion boy, Bakugo was it? Her surprised expression didn't go away, however. Wow, I can't believe people still remember that, she replied. A few minutes ago, These guys recognized me and my class, saying we were awesome at the festival. That last part Izuku's attention. Class 1A was here. He kept calm however and continued talking. Class 1A is here? He asked, sounding like an intrigued fan. Yeah. Most of us are doing some shopping for a school field trip, she explained. I was just going to buy some bug spray. Sheet, Izuku mentally cursed. Does that mean Bakugo is here also? While he was certain he could handle him, it raised the risk of exposing his identity and compromising the league. He quickly calmed himself down. He needed to be sure if he was here or not. Hold on, most of you? Is there anyone who didn't come with you? He asked. This was a risky question likely to raise suspicion. Luckily, Uraraka didn't seem to notice. Just Bakugo and Todoroki. They aren't the most social in our class, Bakugo especially, but otherwise they're all right, she replied. Izuku breathed with relief. He was safe for the moment. He then remembered why he was there. I have to go now, I'm meeting a friend, so please excuse me, he said politely. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep you up, Uraraka said apologetically. Before you go, can I ask you something? Have we met before? It's just that, there's something familiar about you. She wasn't lying. There was something about his eyes that was just familiar, but she couldn't think of what it was. No, I don't think we have, Izuku lied. I think I would remember meeting someone as beautiful as you. As soon as the words left his mouth, he froze. Uraraka started blushing. Well, I really need to get going, so bye, Izuku told her in a frantic manner as he started running towards another location. Uraraka still stood there blushing. She then wondered why she hadn't bothered asking for his name. He seemed so nice. Izuku was currently having similar thoughts. Why did I say something like that? He wondered, frustrated. He didn't spend much time pondering about it, however, because at that moment he saw a familiar hooded figure. He reached for him only to earn a cold glare from the man. What the hell are you doing here? Tamura angrily demanded. In fact, how the F did you even find me? Doesn't matter, Izuku said firmly. We need to talk like now. Tamura grunted in annoyance. Oh really, and just why should I do that? He asked arrogantly. Look, I get you don't like me and you've been screwed over twice, Izuku told him. There are some things I'd like to clear up between us. So could you just please lend me 5 FING minutes of your time? Tamura flinched. He'd never heard Deku swear before, so he must have actually been serious. Tamura would have liked nothing more than to disintegrate his face at that moment, but then an idea came to his mind. Deku was with Stain, he thought. So maybe he can tell me why people are more focused on him than me. Okay, fine, let's talk. But not here, someone might overhear us, he said while walking towards an alley as Deku trailed behind. When they were alone, Tamura started talking again. All right, you little brat, he snarled. Me and Stain, what's the difference? The question caught Izuku off guard. What's gotten into him? He thought. He genuinely couldn't understand Tamura's actions. The difference between him and Stain, why did he want to know? Why do you want to know? I thought you hated him, he responded. Tamura glared at Izuku. Of course I hate him. I despise everything about him, he growled. However, he seems to have outshined me in that everyone is now more focused on him and have forgotten about the attack on the USJ and the Nomu I released in Hosu. Why is that, I wonder? In the end, all he really does is destroy the things that he hates like me. Yet he's got sympathizers and people willing to support and look up to him, and they couldn't even give a shit about his ideals. I can't understand it, and it really pisses me off. Izuku was beginning to see a different side of Tamura. He was willing to change so he could improve. In essence, he was growing. So, Midoriya, what do you think the difference between us is? Tamura asked again. Okay, I'll tell you, but I want something in return, Izuku replied, causing Tamura to growl. I want you to tell me about how you joined the league, about how you became Sensei's protege. If Tamura wanted him to give an answer, then he should give one in return. God Razor was really rubbing off on him. That whole if you want answers then earn it thing she pulled on him before was now coming into play. Tamura, on the other hand, was stunned at what Deku had just demanded from him. Why the hell should he tell him about his life prior to the league? Then again, this was his only chance to understand why people noticed Stain more than him. Suddenly an idea formed in his mind. If this kid wanted his life story so badly, then fine, but with a couple of conditions. Okay, I'll tell you, but only if I find your answer to my question good enough, Tomura declared. Fine then, Izuku accepted. I will. He spent a minute thinking about his answer before speaking again. What, I don't get it all. I don't understand your goals and ideals, Izuku said carefully. Stain is a different matter. He doesn't just destroy things that annoy him, he has genuine reasons for doing what he does, unlike you. During my week with him, I learned that he and I had a lot in common, one of which was the defining factor in what we became, All Might, who inspired us both. Also, despite what he encounters, Stain never wavers in his beliefs, unlike you. That is the difference between you two, that's my answer. Izuku hadn't noticed it before, but Tomura was actually smiling now, and it looked very disturbing. That feels like a weight off my chest, he exhaled. I see it now. Why I hate him so much and why you irritated me. Everything makes sense, it's All Might, he's the problem. It was in front of me the whole time and yet I couldn't see it. He's the reason these morons are smiling like they haven't got a single care in the world. They feel so safe because their so-called symbol of peace is smiling like there's no one in the world he couldn't save. He then faced Deku. Thanks. I'm glad we had this chat. I feel better, Deku, since I don't have to change my ways at all. Because now I know what I must do, he told the boy. You know, it's ironic, hero killer. In many ways, I'm your opposite, but you let me live. And now your convictions and ideals will become a stepping stone for me, he internally monologued. I had those things myself, I just never realized it. Create a world without All Might. And show them all how fragile their justice system truly is. That's my conviction, my ideal. From this day forwards, it's all about destroying All Might. He started to walk away but called out to Izuku at the last second. I find your answer acceptable, Deku. However, I need to do something first, so I'll tell you about my backstory later. See ya. When he was gone, Izuku just stood there. I swear this is Razor all over again, he thought. Izuku hadn't seen her in a while because she was still away on business. He did what she asked and yet she still had not talked to him. Admittedly, he found it frustrating. He nearly died fighting Katsuki, the least she could do was uphold her end of the bargain. Razor aside, he really didn't know much about the others from the league. Even with Kurogiri, who was the nicest member by far, he didn't know much about or how he had even joined the league. To be fair, their relationship was more of a professional one, they weren't friends. I wouldn't know what that's like though, would I, since I've never really had friends, he lamented. Sure, here was Bakugo when we were children, but then he got his quirk and I never got one. And that's when my life went to hell. Since then, I haven't had friends. It was sad, but it was the truth. His mother had made it all bearable though. She loved him unconditionally and tried to be there for him through all his struggles. In all honesty, she was the one thing about his former life that he missed, the only thing. Whenever he saw her out on the streets looking for him, he always resisted the urge to run over and go back to her. He missed her so much and he hated hurting her like this. His thoughts were interrupted by someone groaning. Izuku turned to see 3 students kicking another student to the ground. They were ganging up on him using their quirks. The ringleader summoned fire to his hand. He was going to burn the other student. Izuku started walking away since it wasn't his problem. There was also no need to attract attention in this place. That's right, you quirkless reject, just stay down and it won't hurt as badly, the leader threatened. Izuku stopped dead. The other boys were snickering and jeering, God, he's so pathetic. So useless he can't even defend himself, though I guess that's to be expected from a quirkless person. Izuku didn't say anything, but in that instant, a variety of thoughts were flowing through his mind. Memories of the abuse he had endured for being quirkless flowed through him like a river. He remembered how helpless and weak he had been, the injustice of it all, and the scars he bore, not all of which were caused by Bakugo. When he remembered all this, he pulled up his hood and his scarf to cover his face. He then turned to the bullies and charged at them. They never saw him coming. He went for the leader first. He delivered a powerful punch straight to the jaw that sent him crashing to the ground. The bullies were caught off guard by the sudden new arrival. Before they could react, Izuku turned and performed a back-rising kick into one of the students. The kick connected with his stomach and sent him up into the air, slightly vomiting, where landed on his back. He was clutching his stomach in pain afterwards. This time the third student did react, and so he manifested some spikes from his body and shot them at Izuku. Izuku easily dodged the projectiles by flipping forward over them. While doing so, he spun quick and close enough to the student to land a solid axe kick on his face, thus sending him crashing to the ground. The kick split a part of his lip, causing blood to ooze out. However, the rest of his face was left unscarred by the impact. Wow. I'm a lot stronger than I thought. That's Stain and Razor's training for you, he thought. Ruthless but effective. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Yelled the leader who had gotten back up. Stopping you guys from beating up this kid, Izuku stated honestly. What did he ever do to you to deserve this? That quirkless runt wants to become a hero, which is complete bullshit, the leader barked furiously. Someone like him has no right to be a hero. That's something only people like me deserve. He even wanted to go to UA, which is dumb. There's no way a prestigious school like that would ever let in a weak, pathetic loser like him. It would be a disgrace to their reputation. Izuku was sad as hell. This guy was a lot like Bakugo. Arrogant, cruel, abusive, prejudiced, a complete and utter bully. In short, he was the sort of person who Izuku hated, the sort who had driven him to become a villain. He can't be a hero because he's quirkless, you say. Well, that's funny because I happen to be quirkless, and look at what I just did, he said, catching the boy's attention. A hero can be anybody, even someone quirkless, but not you know. A scumbag like you could never be one. Want to know why? It's because you're a coward who only preys on the weak to boost your own ego. If you came face to face with someone stronger, you would run away because that's the kind of person you are. The leader's face contorted with anger. He activated his quirk and prepared to attack, but Izuku was too quick for him. He grabbed the leader's arm, twisted it, and brought his knee up sharply to it. It snapped like a twig. The leader howled in pain as he clutched his now broken arm. His two sidekicks had recovered and moved to aid him. The three of them glanced at Izuku fearfully and started running with hopes of reaching a hospital. Izuku didn't even bother to pursue them because he had made his point perfectly clear. Why did you help me? Asked the victim, who was staring at Izuku in awe. Because I understand how you feel, he replied simply. I too was bullied for being quirkless. For so long I allowed it to happen, and most of the time it felt like I was dying. It was only when I learned how to defend myself that I took a stand. The victim said nothing. He was still staring at Izuku in amazement. Let me give you some advice that someone gave me a long time ago, he said, now looking at the victim. Go to someone for help, or at least try to defend yourself. Otherwise, they will always torment you as they tormented me. The victim just stood there completely stunned. Having achieved his objective, Izuku departed towards the hideout. Izuku arrived back at the bar only to see Dabi and Toga exiting. Dabi wore the same emotionless expression, but Toga was jumping up and down with excitement. They nearly bumped into Izuku. Well, we've officially joined, Dabi announced. That Shigaraki is surprising. A world without All Might, huh? At least he's got some sort of creed. I'm looking forward to working with you, Toga said enthusiastically. I hope I can try some of your blood sometime also. Okay, Toga was actually starting to scare him. Dabi looked annoyed at this. I know she's crazy, but I'm sure you'll get used to her eventually, he assured Izuku. And so will I probably. Toga just giggled at this. So far Izuku was liking Dabi, so far. Nothing more was spoken between them. The duo then moved off down the alley and were gone. Izuku walked into the bar and was surprised at what he saw. Razor was there drinking some wine while Tamura lounged on the couch and Kurogiri managed the bar. Feeling he'd been patient long enough, Izuku spoke up. Okay, time for answers, people, he announced, attracting everyone's attention. Razor and Tamura, you both owe me answers as part of our deals. You both owe me the truth about your pasts. Kurogiri, I made no such deal with you, but I would still like to know about your past, or rather, why and how you joined the league, if that's okay. Everyone just stared at Izuku. Tamura looked irritated. Razor looked amused. Kurogyari looked surprised and slightly uncomfortable. Demanding something from me. You've finally grown a pair of balls, Izuku. I'm so proud of you, Razor told him. They were always there. I just didn't know it, he replied. Razor laughed at his response. Izuku had transformed into a different person from the one she met a year ago. He'd even learned how to make proper comebacks. Oh, alright, I suppose you've earned them. Tamura, you'd better own up also, she said. I will. You don't have to tell me, Beach, he snarled. Kurogyari, do you want to tell Izuku? Razor asked. The Black Mist villain said nothing. Izuku realized that this must be a painful subject for him. Kurogyari, Izuku started. You really don't have to do this if you don't want to. I was just curious, that's all. No, it's alright. I'd like to tell you. You'll probably find out someday anyway, he said. I'd like to go last though if that's alright. Izuku nodded. Okay then, ladies first, Izuku said while looking at Razor. There's a lady in the room, Tamura joked. Really, where? Razor glared at Tamura. You know, Izuku, you're right, it should be ladies first, she said. So go on, Tamura, you're up first it seems. This time it was Tamura who glared. Izuku and Kurogyari were both wondering if they would be able to get through this without insulting each other. Razor, please go first, Izuku politely requested. Still glaring at Tamura, Razor relented and turned to Izuku. It was then that she started telling him about her past. Flashback. Her name was Razor, at least that's what she had been told. She didn't have a real name since she did not have parents. She was abandoned by them, or so she had been told, either way it didn't matter. Not where she was. It was a place which would have been known as hell at the start, but over time it became her home. Razor was the name given to her when she was 4, when she manifested her quirk. That was how it worked for all the children adopted by the organization. It was called Butler, where they even came up with such a stupid name she did not know or care. However, it was kind of appropriate. Hired servants doing their employer's bidding, that's what they were. Butler was a mercenary organization that took on any job, be it assassination, protection of someone or something, acquiring information, you name it. Whatever it was, they would always take it on, well, not always, depending on whether or not the available people would accept it or not. They took jobs from anyone, hero, villain, or some other individual. It didn't really matter as long as they were paid. Most who were recruited were orphans, those who'd been abandoned and forsaken, or those who were runaways. She happened to fit into the abandoned category. Each child was usually given a name based off of their quirk. When taken in, they were cared for, educated, and trained, in the same hellish manner she taught Izuku, though with less swearing. They were also taught to mainly rely on themselves, something she excelled most in. That wasn't to say you couldn't be friends with anyone because it was allowed. Though she preferred to be on her own most of the time, even back then there were few who she could actually stand, even she had managed to make 2 friends whom she genuinely liked and respected. They didn't keep in contact most of the time though. An odd thing about Butler was that it allowed people to willingly leave it and live a normal life. It was even allowed that you be able to live a normal life while still working for the organization, something which she found stupid since it was quite dangerous. Razor had never understood why it was allowed, but she never questioned it either. One friend of hers lived the first life while the other lived the second. She had always lived the usual though, it had been the only she had ever known. Also, she didn't really fit in with society because of her personality. She took on all sorts of jobs which were mainly centered around combat, something she really enjoyed. Along her missions she encountered many individuals, including Stain and All Might, whom she came to befriend or despise. At one point she had a lover, well, really it was only for a few days, then she broke it off by disappearing. It was best for both of them. She had spilled blood, saved lives, tortured and defended, all because she was ordered to. The only thing she had not done was take the life of a child. She acknowledged she was a beach, but not that big of one. That was one line even she would never cross. It was one of her few morals. There was no time limit for how long she worked for her clients. Whenever they declared the mission was completed, she would return to Butler. Other times being when the employer was arrested or killed. That was her story. This was her life. It was all she had. Flashback, and no one said anything. Izuku, however, was especially surprised. Razor's a mercenary, he thought. Thinking back to the day before he fought Bakugo, he remembered what she had said to Sensei. Your organization, your plans, not mine. Do I need to remind you of my place here? It made sense now. Razor wasn't actually part of the league. She was just a hired gun. That meant she wouldn't always be here, something which upset him. Despite her personality, he genuinely liked her. Razor had completely changed him. When he was a weak, scared kid, she helped him and made him stronger. When the time for her to leave would come, he was going to miss her. Seriously, someone actually did it with this thing, Tamura said, shocked. What was he, blind or mentally unstable? He was none of those things. So shut the F up, or so help me I will slice up every single one of your precious hands, Razor threatened. And we both know how devastating it would be if you lost your dear father. Tamura glared murderously at her, which she returned. Kurogiri intervened and calmed them both down, however. Razor didn't know why, but she felt happy that she had told Izuku her story. Though she hadn't told him everything. She didn't tell him about that man she was in a relationship with. Because seriously, if he knew she had dated his idol, he would go all hero otaku on her. The reaction from the other two wouldn't have been great either. Besides, what happened between her and Toshinori, or more specifically All Might, stays between them. Okay, now that you're both done threatening each other, Tamura, it's your turn, Izuku informed him. Tamura stopped glaring at Razor and turned to face Izuku. He then began talking about his past. Flashback. Long before he was Tamura Shigaraki, before he was Sensei's protege, he was someone else. He was Tenko Shimura. Or at least that's what he'd been told. In truth, he didn't remember much about his life before the league. He had flashes, none of which were pleasant, but that was it. He remembered walking through the streets alone, injured, bleeding, broken. He walked by people who took a brief notice of him before turning away and moving on. They could tell he had been in trouble, that he had been hurt, and what did they do? Nothing. Nothing at all. They walked on like nothing had happened. They didn't help him. Whatever his problem was, whatever danger he had been in, they didn't care. Why should they? They believed a hero would come and save him, like they did with everyone else. They were wrong. A hero never came to help him. No one did. Except for him. Tired from walking for so long, Tenko collapsed in abandoned ally, tired and exhausted from walking around aimlessly. Why do I continue walking? Tenko said to no one in particular. What's the point? Where am I even moving towards? He didn't know why he walked. He didn't remember. He was an empty shell of whatever he once was. He didn't feel any desire or care, only emptiness. Perhaps it's because you have a reason to continue pressing forward, came a voice from the shadows. Tenko looked up and saw a figure walking towards him. It was a man. Tall, young, well-built, with short blonde hair, light-colored eyes, accompanied by a tuxedo. The man was smiling. His smile wasn't cruel, but it wasn't kind either. Who are you? Tenko asked without thinking. A friend, the man answered. At least I'd like to be. Tenko wasn't sure what to make of him. He didn't seem like a good person, but he was the first person in a long time who didn't turn away and ignore him. I've been watching you for some time now, the man informed him. Tenko wasn't sure how to react. Surprise, anger, he didn't know. He was empty. It is an unfortunate fate that has befallen you, Tenko Shimura. Tenko Shimura, he softly repeated. Is that my name? The man stared back at him, this time wearing an expression of surprise. Did the boy really not remember? I'm sorry, Tenko apologized. I don't remember much about my life, even my own name. I should be bothered, but instead I feel nothing. Why is that? Why do I feel empty inside? And why did I end up like this? Tenko stared at his hands, for some unknown reason feeling revulsion. He didn't remember, but he knew it was important. I've walked for so long, he admitted. And those people. The man started moving towards him again. He hadn't been lying about watching the boy. He'd seen what he'd done, why he did it, and how and why people treated him the way they did. Nobody came to save you, did they? The man asked, catching Tenko's attention. It must have been so painful, Tenko Shimura. To us. It must have been so scary. To us. It must have been so painful. to us. That's why you ran searching for a helping hand, the man continued as he stretched his own hand out towards the boy. It must have been so horrible. Tenko stared at him, unable to comprehend. Was he actually offering to? Surely a hero will. Just leave it to the heroes to. Everyone used excuses like that to ignore you, didn't they? They did. They all did. Tenko didn't understand why, but the man's words resonated with him and he began crying. The man was close enough now, and seeing the tears in Tenko's eyes, he pulled the youth into an embrace. Who in the world could do something like this to you? He didn't know, but it felt like he should. It's fine now. You have me now. That embrace, that comfort he hadn't realized he'd been desperately craving. Of all the things in his memory, that hug, Sensei's embrace, that was what he remembered most. Because it made him feel something that he hadn't in a very long time. Sometime later. After that, All for One took him in. One could even say he adopted him, which wasn't entirely inaccurate. All for One gave him a room of his own and told Tenko he would be his sensei, though the boy was curious as to what he would be taught. Doctor, All for One called. Tenko hadn't noticed him before, but there was another man in the room. He was a short-statured man who was bald and possessed a large mustache. In addition, he wore goggles. That wasn't what caught his attention. What caught his attention was what was on the table in front of the doctor. It was a series of mutilated hands. These are your family members' remains, the doctor informed him. What? Tenko thought disbelievingly. Surely he heard him wrong. The remains of his family. That meant they were dead. You suddenly developed a previously unheard-of quirk, the doctor continued before dropping the bombshell. And killed your family with those hands of yours. Tenko felt a sharp pain in his head. A large wave of nausea began to come over him, and he felt the urge to throw up. He had a flash of a dog, then some ashy remains. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt, and he started pulling on his face. Vomit started coming up in his throat. Do you remember? There was a flash of decayed bodies. A flash of a girl with black hair in pigtails. And a flash of a man with a horrified expression that sent chills down his spine. In the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore and vomited. What remained in his mind were fragments of his past, and unexplained surge of anger that overwhelmed his urge to vomit. He didn't really understand it. He wasn't even sure he wanted to understand it. Yet at that moment he felt the incredible urge to be near those hands as he started crawling towards them with a broken, mortified expression on his face. When he reached them, he clutched them for dear life, all while Sensei and the doctor just watched. Shall I fix him? The doctor offered. No, All for One declined, his attention never wavering from Tenko. Even if your memories never return, your feelings will remain embedded in your heart. I can't take away your feelings, your anger, but I can teach you where to direct those feelings. He didn't understand why, but he believed him. Tenko believed this man. He believed he could help him, save him, when no one else could. After this incident, he began his long road as All for One's successor, shedding the name Tenko Shimura and becoming Tamura Shigaraki. Flashback, and Tamura just stared at the ground. He hadn't told anyone about this in so long. Everyone had gone silent, with each having different thoughts on the matter. Razor, despite how much she hated this brat, actually felt sorry for him. Kurogiri, who had heard this story before, looked away sadly. Izuku was beyond shocked. He never would have imagined Tamura had gone through something like that. To be left broken like he was, only for Sensei to come in and save him at the last minute. It was more than that, though. The fact that those people, those civilians, just left him to fend for himself while assuming a hero would come and save him made Izuku realize for the first time how fragile society truly was. They had to be if they depended on heroes to that degree. Still, he sympathized with Tamura in more ways than one. People think quirks are so great. But they aren't. That's why I hated you starting off. I wish I was still quirkless. It would have been better than what I have, Tamura exclaimed. I'm surprised Sensei didn't even offer you one. Oh, he did. However, I said no. Wanting a quirk was actually me wanting to be accepted by society, which will never happen, Izuku replied. Still, though, he was surprised as to why Tamura had hated him. He'd never heard of someone wishing to be quirkless before. It appeared as though Tamura believed the world of quirks was a very dangerous place. "Sensei doesn't favor me, you know," Izuku stated. "He likes the work I do, but that's it. Other than that, there's nothing else, so you don't need to feel threatened by my presence." Tamura glanced at him with an unreadable expression. He then sighed. "Whatever," he said. "Anyway, it's Kurogiri's turn." All eyes were now on Kurogiri, who was somewhat nervous. Aside from Razor and All for One, no one knew about his past or about Laura. Taking a deep breath, he began to speak. "My rise to villainy is somewhat similar to Izuku's. The only difference is that it involves a quirkless person in my life who went through what he did. Her name was Laura, my younger sister. Flashback. Kuro Shisa used to be his name. He lived with his sister Laura, who was 4 years younger than him. Their parents passed away when he was 15, leaving him to raise his sister all on his own. It wasn't entirely difficult. The money their parents left them enabled them to both go to school. His part-time job paid remarkably well also, so they could afford to pay rent. Back then his body wasn't completely covered by black mist. That was something that was optional for him. He could turn his body into dark mist at will. It was because of this that his sister gave him the nickname Kurogiri, which was the kanji for black mist. Like his sister, he had red hair and green eyes. His was also tall and muscular, perk of doing his job. Laura was such sweet girl. She was always good to others and always looked out for the well-being of others rather than her own. She had this dream of being a singer too. She didn't even care that she was quirkless. Kuro loved her deeply. When he was with her, he felt like his life had a purpose, a reason to live. Things were happy between them, or so he thought. When Laura was in high school, she changed. He didn't notice it at first, but after a while he could tell something was wrong. She wasn't socializing as much as she used to. Most days when she came home, she would head over to her room and stay there until dinner. Usually when they talked, it was about school and work. When the topic of her friends came up, Laura always said that they were busy with study like she was. She was always smiling during these conversations, so he never questioned her. As the years went on, Kuro began to notice certain changes in sister, most notably physical ones. When she came back from school, some days Kuro could see faint outlines of bruises on her wrists. Also, there were times when he noticed some from her neck. She covered them both up, but he still noticed them. Whenever questioned about it, Laura would make up some excuse about how she fell or hit into something when she wasn't looking, though he knew otherwise. He came to the conclusion that she was being bullied at school and confronted her about it. Laura denied it, but she was a poor liar, so he saw right through her. When she realized this, she pleaded that nothing was wrong and everything that happened to her was just an accident. Not wanting to upset her, he did nothing. It was the biggest mistake of his life, one that would forever haunt him. There came a day when she returned home more exhausted than usual. Her eyes, they had the look of a dead person. That did it. Kuro couldn't take this anymore, so he was going to go to her school tomorrow and speak with the principal and teachers about this. Laura suddenly announced she was going out for a walk despite that it was late. She told him she had her keys, so she would let herself back in, he could go to bed. She then said something that he would never forget even if he tried. She hugged him tightly and said, "Thanks for everything, Kuro. Thanks for being my big brother. Thanks for always being there for me. I really love you for it." He was slightly taken back by this. However, he returned the hug and told her he loved her also. It was then she went for a walk. That was the last moment they shared with each other. The following day, when he noticed she wasn't at home, he figured she must be at school. Of course, when he arrived at the school, he discovered that she hadn't been there all morning. It was then he remembered what she said to him last night, the way she said it, and state she had been in. Fearing the worst, he called the police, only discover they were about to call him. Approximately an hour before he called, Laura's body had been found in a local river. She had drowned. The moment Kuro heard that, he froze. He couldn't breathe. The nausea he felt at that exact moment was overwhelming, so much that he collapsed. When he woke up, he was in hospital. There were 2 police officers outside talking. Apparently, he had been asleep for total day. What's more, they were talking about Laura. Have the school been questioned yet? Yes, but no one is saying anything, or rather they're denying it. Despite what Ms. Shisa's diary says, no one is confirming anything. They stopped talking when a man came up to the room and entered. He wore a black coat and hat. He possessed blonde hair, chocolate brown eyes, and was quite tall. "Hello, Mr. Shisa. My name is Ryo Yagami, Detective Yagami," the man informed him. "I know this is sudden, but I'm here to ask you a couple of questions about your sister's passing." "Passing? What a polite way of putting it. You mean her suicide?" Kuro retorted. "You don't have to sugarcoat it. I realized when I heard, the way she acted last night made that possible." The detective frowned. "And just what do you think made her fall to that point?" he asked. And so he explained to the detective about Laura's behavior and her injuries. When he finished, the detective was silent. Kuro knew from the way he was acting that he knew something he didn't, and so he demanded answers. Detective Yagami, feeling the man had a right to know what happened to his sister, decided to tell him. Laura had been bullied at school. The primary reason, she was quirkless. It wasn't a major issue at first, but after a while it got worse. From what the police got from her diary, they had to search the apartment for evidence. She was mainly tormented by a girl called Ninriki. In her own words, the girl used her telekinesis to trip her up, steal from her, shove her around, and abuse her in a variety of other ways. She also called her a variety of names such as Quirkless Beach, and some far worse ones. It wasn't long before others joined in and things got worse. Her friends stopped talking to her as well. Apparently Nin, whose father was a lawyer, had threatened them to stay away from her or else their parents would lose their jobs. Nin always made fun of Laura's dreams, saying she would never be anything more than what she already was. The girl even bragged about how she was going to be a hero admired by everyone, more famous and rich than any other. To put it simply, she was a self-absorbed beach. The only reason she hadn't been arrested was because her father defended her, and no one was willing to speak against her, mostly out of fear. The detective didn't tell him everything, but he told him enough. There were certain details that he left out for specific reasons. Kuro shook with rage. He was angry at the school and Laura's friends for what they had done to her. But most of all, he was angry at that girl for making her life hellish for no real reason other than the fact that she was quirkless. He thanked the detective for his information and said it made him feel more understanding of why his sister died. When the detective exited the room, he began to sob hysterically. He apologized to Laura for failing as her big brother and not protecting her when he should have. It was at that moment he made silent dark promise to himself. To get revenge. This was achieved a couple of weeks later. It wasn't hard for Kuro to get details about the girl. He had gone to one of Laura's friends who, out of guilt for not helping Laura, gave him information about Nen and picture of what she looked like. Then using his quirk, people at the time thought it was transporting something as far as his mist could go at the time, he stalked her to learn everything about her daily routine. Eventually he decided that he'd waited long enough. When she was alone, he struck. First, he sliced off her hands with a large knife to render her quirk useless. She was caught totally surprised by the assault. She started screaming in agony and then for help. She tried to run, but Kuro wouldn't let her. He used his quirk to get in front of her and stab her repeatedly. As she coughed up blood, she pleaded for mercy. He coldly refused and informed her why she was about to die, much to her surprise. He then icily told her that no threat she used, or even her quirk, would save her. She was going to die and nothing could change that. She stared at him in fear. Furious at what was happening, Nin began gloating at how she tormented Laura. She referred to her as a quirkless were and admitted to advising her on drowning herself. Enraged, Kurojiri stabbed her in the neck to silence her. Watching her die satisfied him in ways he couldn't describe. After this he went into hiding, or rather he disappeared from the world. He didn't want to be part of a society that didn't have Laura. Sometime after this he met Sensei and joined the League. His villain name became the cute nickname his sister gave him. While to others it was just a name that matched his quirk, but to him it had a deep meaning. Flashback, and everyone, barring Razor, was shocked. Tamura remembered how Kurojiri reacted to quirkless people before. Now it made sense. He felt an odd amount of sympathy for the man. Izuku felt a deep sadness and sympathy for Kurojiri. He was also disturbed at how similar Laura's situation had been to his. If I had actually died, my mom, would she have, to Kaken? He thought, horrified. No, she wouldn't, she would never. Izuku didn't want to think that his mother was capable of such action. He wouldn't have been alive to know it, but he couldn't bear the thought. He had been so selfish, he never even considered what might happen if he had committed suicide. Well, that's all of us. Are you satisfied, Izuku? Razor asked. Izuku nodded as a response. He felt somewhat closer to them now that he knew their stories. Tamura and Razor started to leave, but he called out to them. Thanks for telling me. I'm quite grateful. You too, Kurogyri, he informed them. They all turned to look at him. We aren't good, Izuku, but we aren't totally evil either, Razor told him. We all have something that defines us for who we are, much like heroes, Tamura added. It was Kurogyri's message that affected him the most. There's something you should know, Izuku. Good and evil, they aren't born, they are made, he informed the boy. It was then that they all took off. Izuku returned to his apartment overwhelmed from the day he had just had. He collapsed on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. At an unknown location. So that brat Tamura is planning on kidnapping a student from UA during this training camp of theirs, Atrocity said. That's correct. There is someone he feels would be a valuable and worthy recruit for the league, AFO informed them. He will be sending his team to retrieve the student while he stays behind and gives orders. The brat's become a leader, finally grown up, has he? Atrocity joked. Quite a bit actually, AFO responded seriously. He wasn't joking either. In the past few weeks, Tamura had matured and acted less childish than usual. He was even starting to think more for himself. And it's all thanks to Deku, he thought. Quirk analysis, scientific gifts, and helping to develop Tamura. He is one of the best things that I brought into the league. He meant it. Deku had done so much for the league, even though he didn't know it. His notes had improved their tactics, his experiments had empowered their members. And though they had yet to be properly utilized, his analysis notes would serve as the upcoming downfall for several heroes. He was a treasured asset, one AFO couldn't afford to lose, especially not because there were certain individuals who despised him for being quirkless. Case point, Atrocity. AFO didn't know how he had managed to tamper with a Nomu, but he knew it was him as there were very few individuals that knew where they were being kept. Even then it was hard for anyone to get in without him or Viper knowing about it. Yet he had still achieved it somehow. He knew Viper couldn't have been involved. She served herself and no one else. Furthermore, she despised Atrocity and feared him to a degree. AFO made no direct accusation, he merely mentioned that Deku survived an assault from Nomu, something Atrocity said was a pity. Will they require any of the Nomu? Viper asked. Or any of the drags that have been developed? Deku's safety aside, a meeting between the leaders of the League of Villains was occurring. The main topics, the status of the Nomu, Tamura's mission, the League's experiments, Viper's department, and their current allies and technology. No, that won't be necessary, AFO answered. He would like to do this on his own. He wants to show what his team is capable of before even resorting to those options. There was no reaction from Atrocity, but Viper nodded in understanding. With that, the meeting concluded. With Atrocity and Viper. Have you completed it, Viper? Atrocity asked impatiently. Yes, it's done. Earlier, I tested it on another individual to your specifications. It was successful, she informed him. Atrocity grinned evilly, which scared her. Viper had worked hard to complete the device just so she wouldn't suffer this man's wrath. It's not as though she had a choice anyway. That chip he put inside her made sure she did whatever she was told. Good. Everything's going according to plan then, Atrocity stated. What exactly are you planning? Viper asked curiously. Something bad, Atrocity responded while still grinning. Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. For now, just keep on working like you normally do and leave everything to me. This was enough for Viper, who quickly left to continue her work. What he was planning involved Tamura's attempted kidnapping and several devices he had secretly placed around the bar AFO owned. This time I won't fail, he vowed. I'll eliminate both AFO and that quirkless BSTRD he employed. He was furious when Deku survived his assassination attempt. He started breaking anything he saw, even his own henchmen. Keen had fled before she suffered the same fate, but he didn't care. He was so angry he didn't even give a sheet. It was bad enough that AFO had a lot more power and influence over the league than he did, but when he wanted someone dead and they didn't die, well, there was hell to pay. He did acknowledge that it was because of the hero killer, the vigilante, that Keen referred to as the hauler, and that pesky student were the reason he had failed. Their quirks had been powerful enough to defeat the Nomu. He seriously doubted that Deku could have done it. He was just a useless, quirkless piece of flesh and nothing more. Well, maybe not entirely useless. Atrocity would never outright admit it, but the BSTRD did take somewhat decent notes on quirks. Despite his frustration, he decided not to let it bother him. He had a plan. One that would get him everything he desired and more. FO would never know what hit him. To relieve him of his stress, Atrocity decided he needed to do his favorite hobby, torture. He liked to choose his victims and then either stab them with various sharp objects, cut off or crush certain body parts, burn them, and psychologically torture them in various ways. His main victims were the quirkless, since the only thing they were good for was being punching bags for others to test their quirks on. His other victims included ones with animal quirks, subhuman half-breeds like Viper, ones with a freakish appearance like Kurogyres, and some human-looking ones with weak quirks. If they were weak, then there was no point in them being alive, not in his world. Atrocity took out a hammer from his collection of torture weapons. With this, he would be able to feel every blow, every impact. The image of his victim's face in agony, the magnificent screaming that would follow. The mental images made him smile with SDSM and glee. Time for some fun, he declared as he headed for the torture chamber. On top of a building a week later. I don't do this often, Deku, so you'd better enjoy it, Razor informed the boy sitting next to her. I am, Izuku barely replied as he sampled the sweet sensation in his mouth. Izuku and Razor were currently sitting on top of a building having donuts and hot chocolate with marshmallows. Both of which were quite delicious. The reason they were doing this, Razor decided to take Izuku out as a special treat for this current event. They both raised their cups. A toast to you actually managing to survive your first year with the league, Razor announced. Just barely. Izuku ignored the insult at the end. He was surprised himself. Has it really been a year? He asked. Time sure does fly. I know, right? She agreed. It seems like only yesterday that I had you in a chokehold ready to kill you. Until Kurogyre interfered, of course. It had been a little over a full year since Izuku had joined the league. Razor had surprisingly taken him out for this occasion. It seemed that she was into normal things like sweets, which were somewhat reassuring. So much had happened. He had changed a lot as well. Izuku, Razor addressed him. Is there anything about your previous life you miss at all? Izuku stared at her surprised. Where is this coming from? He asked. Razor stared out at the city below them. Just curious, I guess. It's been a year now, so I was just wondering, that's all, she explained. Is there anything you miss? Izuku was about to answer when he saw her stopping by a lamppost across the street. She was exhausted and had lost weight. Was she eating properly? It didn't look that way. Izuku felt a pain in his heart that hurt worse than any pain dealt with him by Razor and Bakugo. Without realizing it, a tear fell from his right eye. Razor noticed his reaction and looked at the woman across the street. As soon as she saw her face, her question was answered. So that's her, huh? Razor said softly, to which Izuku nodded. Wow. When you said you had your mother's looks, you weren't kidding. Inko Midoriya did indeed look like her son. Same face, same eyes, and her hair was the same as his used to be before he dyed it black. Though it seemed she had lost weight in the past year. At least that's what Razor gathered from Izuku's description of her. When she and Izuku had breaks from training, he would sometimes talk about his mother. Razor remembered that Izuku was always smiling when he talked about her. He described Inko as a kind and caring woman who always stood by him when times were tough. He talked about things they had done together, some of which were the happiest moments of his life. Razor could tell from all this that he loved her deeply. Inko started moving again until she was out of their sight. Izuku dried his tears. She's still looking for me. I can't ever go back though, he said sadly. I left to keep her safe. Despite that, I still hurt her in the worst possible way. Razor was silent. She would not admit it, nor would she show it, but she felt sympathy for Izuku. She knew he saved a girl from RPE and helped a student get back on the right track, she heard from Stain. He didn't belong in the league. He was a 15-year-old who should have been in school and making friends. He should have been living his life. Unfortunately, that was no longer possible. The moment AFO wanted him, Izuku's fate was sealed. It wouldn't have mattered he had refused to join. He would have joined the league anyway under Sensei's influence. To put it simply, he was doomed to the life of a villain, of a criminal, the moment he was discovered. Any shot he had at a normal life was taken from him. As they finished up their dessert, Razor started talking. I'll be away for the next couple of days. Sensei has some jobs for me to do, she informed him. I'm not allowed to say what though. You never are, Izuku responded. While you're gone, Shigaraki's big operation will be taking place. It's actually supposed to start in about an hour or so. However, it seems he wants to keep quiet about the specifics, at least to me. Typical, she replied. I guess he wants to be able to brag about it when it succeeds. Whatever the case, be on your guard while I'm gone. You never know what could happen. Razor didn't know why, but she got the feeling something was about to happen. Whether it was good or bad she did not know, but she knew something would happen. She was never wrong about this sort of thing either. She had always gotten this feeling before a major fight or some sort of tragedy that was about to occur. Years of fighting had carved this into her very being. Call it paranoia or precognition, she did not know or care, something bad always happened. This time she felt it was about Izuku and she didn't like it. I will, Izuku replied. I'll keep up the training while I'm at it also. You had better. If you slack off, you'll get weaker, Razor informed him. And then I'll have to whip you back into shape. Izuku knew she meant it literally. As they finished cleaning up, they headed to the alleyway where they began to part ways. Izuku wished her luck with her missions and Razor asked him to tell her the details of Tamura's mission when it failed, most notably his reaction. It was then that they parted ways. Outside the bar, Izuku had no intention of checking in for Tamura's mission. He had done all his work, so he was finished for the day. While walking, he saw Dabi leaning against the wall outside. Of all the new recruits Tamura had gathered, Dabi was the one Izuku got along with the most. He was also the one Izuku interacted with the most. He didn't seem like a bad person, though he didn't have the best manners. He interacted with the other members of the league as well. Twice was nice, but complicated. Izuku could tell he was not a bad person based on their experiences together. Compress seemed nice, but ones such as Moonfish and Muscular were complete psychopaths. Toga, who was also a psychopath, was also somewhat nice. Her primary reason for being in the league was that her life was too hard, and she wanted to make it easier to live in this world, at least in her words. Izuku knew it went much deeper though. The other members also had their reasons for being in the league, some tragic, some noble, and some pure evil. Izuku had a little bit of information on each of them. These interactions happened rarely though, since he was always busy with work. Good evening, Dabi greeted him in a dull tone. Hello Dabi, Izuku replied. How are things? Are you getting ready for the mission? Dabi grinned. He too found Izuku easier to get along with than most of the league. Once when they were talking, he asked about Izuku's encounter with Stain, which the latter explained in great detail. It seemed that the hero killer was nobler than he thought, which was why he was going to work even harder to carry out his will. Dabi actually liked the boy more than he cared to admit. When he heard about his past, he was sympathetic because, like Izuku, his life had been ruined by a hero's when he was young. The only difference was he loathed that man with all his existence. I suppose I'm okay. I've already prepared along with the others, he informed the teenager. What about you? You here to just check in? Izuku shook his head in denial. No, I'm just heading home since all my work for the day is now done, he replied. I don't know anything about the mission anyway, so there's no point. Shigaraki doesn't want me to know about it for some reason. Dabi frowned. Is it someone Deku knows? Dabi wondered. Our mission is to kidnap a student after all. Don't tell Shigaraki I told you this, but our mission involves kidnapping a potential recruit for the league, he explained. He's a slightly well-known figure. I can't tell you any more than that though. Izuku blinked in surprise. Tamura was kidnapping someone. Why was that such a big deal? Maybe he didn't want him to know in case he got captured and interrogated. For some reason though, Izuku got the sense that it was for a completely different reason. Also, Shigaraki is staying behind for this one. He's trying to lead from here and ensure no one realizes it's the League, Dabi added. His first big assignment and he's not even going, Izuku said. Whatever, when you've completed it, call me over. Until then, good night, Dabi. See ya, the villain in black responded. At this apartment, Izuku finished brushing his teeth and stared at his reflection. His fingers traced over his body where there were once a number of injuries. Places where there had been bruises and scars, not all inflicted by Bakugo. Some his scars were self-inflicted. Back then he went through so much that he sometimes did things that relieved him of stress. They had all disappeared due to the regenerative drag, but sometimes he still felt like they were there. Thinking about it all now, Izuku shuddered. A year had now passed. He was different, he was stronger. However, memories of the days when he was severely bullied still haunted him. That doesn't matter now. You're here, you're free from all that, he told himself. You're safe, you never have to back to that. For some reason he still felt unsure. Not wanting to dwell on it any longer, he drifted into a deep sleep, unaware of the chaos that was soon to follow. Izuku awoke at the sound of his phone buzzing. It was a message from Dabi. Mission was a success. If you want to see who we caught, you had better come over now. Izuku guessed that he must have only sent it now because he didn't want to disturb him while he was sleeping. That aside, he was curious as to who this big shot they had kidnapped really was. Quick as he could, Izuku got dressed and hurried down to the bar. Little did he know, he was in for a nasty surprise when he arrived. At the bar. Upon arriving, Izuku was greeted by Dabi and Kurogiri. Kurogiri appeared anxious about something. Deku, before you see who we've captured, Kurogiri started nervously. Tamura believed he would be a good addition to our ranks. Izuku was confused by Kurogiri's behavior. Just who did you kidnap? He asked, concerned. A student, Kurogiri exclaimed. One you know rather well. Kurogiri really seemed nervous now. A student I know well. Who dash? Then it dawned on him. There was only one person that matched his description. No, Izuku said, horrified. Not him. Anyone but him. See for yourself, Dabi piped up. Izuku walked into the bar to see that everyone was there. They had all come back from the mission safe. Well, mostly everyone. Mustard and Moonfish weren't present for some reason. What caught his attention was the person at the center of the bar chained up so that he couldn't escape or speak. A blonde he knew all too well. Bakugo was their target. This can't be happening, Izuku mentally screamed. Katsuki turned to look at the new arrival. The moment he did, he stopped squirming and went completely silent. He couldn't believe his eyes. He suspected, but he never actually believed. What the actual F dash? Deku is with these psycho a-holes. Katsuki thought. Neither boy said a word. The two just stared at each other in shock. The other villains picked up on this. This has got to be the first time this kid has stopped making a fuss, Magna stated. Yeah, it is, Twice added. He's been raging the whole time. Snapping back to reality, Izuku scanned the room until he came across Tamura, who was sitting at the bar area watching TV. Izuku marched over to him angrily. Shigaraki, why is he here? Izuku roared. Everyone in the room was taken back by this. Barring that one time, they had never seen Deku this angry. Well, if it wasn't obvious, he was what the mission was about, Tamura explained. He'll be a great addition to our ranks. Izuku couldn't believe his ears. Was Tamura really that stupid? No, he wasn't. He just didn't know Katsuki like he did. Tamura was amused at the reactions he was getting from Izuku. It was the first time since they had met that he looked so annoyed and angry. Though he really couldn't blame Izuku, this was the kid that ruined his life after all. Why couldn't you have picked someone less volatile, less of an a-hole, and not him, Izuku demanded. Getting away from this thing was one of the reasons I joined the League. Katsuki, who had been listening to them, started making noise and struggling again. He wanted to know why the hell Deku was with these villains. What use could he possibly be to them? He was a quirkless loser who was useless at just about everything. What could they possibly hope to gain from having him around? Also, who did he think he was spouting crap like that about him? The other villains were beginning to pick up on who Katsuki was to Deku. He was the boy from his story, the boy who bullied him to the point of becoming a villain. Izuku turned to glare at Katsuki. He was so angry he couldn't stand it. The latter gave him a surprised look, most likely because Izuku wasn't acting like he usually did. Izuku didn't seem afraid of Katsuki. He was angry also. That never happened. "May I have a minute alone to speak with Bakugo?" Izuku asked as politely as he could. "There are some things I'd like to get off my chest with him. I'll allow it because of your history. However, Kurogiri will be staying to make sure you don't kill him," Tamura replied while getting up and motioning for the others to follow him. "Also, Deku, try not to damage him much. My team went through a lot of trouble to retrieve him." Izuku nodded. It was then just him, Katsuki and Kurogiri. While Kurogiri removed the restraints around Katsuki's mouth. The moment he did, the shouting started. "Deku Biasu, why the f are you with these guys? Have you been with them since you went missing last year? Do you even realize how much stress you put your mom through?" Katsuki roared. Izuku remained silent. He was so angry he could barely keep it in. Even after a year, Katsuki still had the nerve to treat him like he always had. He really hadn't changed at all. "Hey, you quirkless fucker, I'm talking to you, so answer." Katsuki barked. That did it. Izuku stepped back, raised his right leg, spun it and delivered a kick to Katsuki's face. He then rushed forward and grabbed him by the head where he punched him in the jaw. He was about to punch him again when Kurogiri stopped him with his quirk. Tamura had stated not to damage him much. Izuku didn't look at Kurogiri, he simply stepped back. His face was filled with rage and hatred. Katsuki stared at Deku with utter disbelief. Deku attacked him. What's more, it actually hurt. This made no sense. Deku wasn't strong, he never fought, so how was this possible? "Shut up. Just shut the F up," Izuku yelled. Katsuki froze. For as long as he had known Deku, he had never once sworn. "You want to know how all of this happened? Because of you. You, everyone at school, and even All Might. You and everyone at school always beat the crap out of me simply for not having a quirk. When I said I wanted to be a hero, you all laughed and made fun. If that wasn't enough, you and most of our classmates humiliated me on a daily basis," Izuku told him. "You know, the last day you saw me, I met All Might. He saved me from the sludge villain, and I got the chance to talk to him. When I asked if it was possible to be a hero without a quirk, he told me it wasn't. That was the last straw. I couldn't take it anymore. So, you know what I did? I went home to say goodbye to my mom, and then I came to the top of a building to take your advice. I jumped." Katsuki just stared at him in shock. He had never seen this much emotion from Deku. It wasn't all his fault. No one ever stopped him, others even joined in. The dork never once defended himself or went for help, so there was no problem. Bakugo's mother, having heard from Inko, argued about it with him over it constantly, but never more than that. He couldn't believe the last part, however. "You jumped off a roof, yeah right?" Katsuki snorted. "Like you would ever have the ball to do that. You can't even take a few insults without bawling your eyes out." Izuku and Kurogiri stared at him shocked. Why was that so hard for Katsuki to believe? Back then maybe he seemed weak and cowardly enough to not actually try it. Believe what you want, but that's what happened. As to why I'm with the League, well, when I jumped, they, Kurogiri specifically, saved me and brought me here. They were impressed with my work and offered me a place among them, Izuku explained. "What use could they have for a quirkless piece of shit like you?" Katsuki barked. "You can't do anything right." This time it was Kurogiri who spoke up. "Deku is far from useless. Those quirk analysis skills surpass those of any professional. He is also quite gifted in scientific areas," Kurogiri stated. "Perhaps you should stop and consider that before jumping to conclusions. Quirks aren't everything in this world." Katsuki scoffed like he couldn't believe his ears. "You're right. Quirks dominate this world and determine who is strong. Always have, always will," Katsuki stated arrogantly. "Deku is still Deku. He's always going to be a weak nerd and nothing more." Izuku was about to hit him again when Kurojiri spoke. Wikyusei. Well, that's funny because the last time I checked, he beat you to a pulp at the USJ, he said softly, causing both boys to freeze in surprise. And he did it without a quirk. Katsuki looked like he didn't have a counter to that statement. Izuku stared at Kurojiri in surprise. Though he did not show it, Kurojiri was actually furious. This boy was just like that girl who drove his sister to her death. It was a good thing Tamura came back in, or else things may have escalated. It was clear that this conversation was over. Izuku, not wanting to be in the same room as Katsuki, went to the training room to clear his head. No one followed. Everyone seemed to understand that he needed to be alone. When he sat curled up in a ball in the corner. I thought I was over this. When I beat him, I thought I had moved on, but I haven't. Bakugo, right? I'm still the same kid I was from back then, Izuku said to himself. Images of his past flooded his mind. All the times he had been beaten and humiliated were there. It doesn't matter what I do. That happened to me, I can never change it, he whispered. Part of him felt betrayed by the League for bringing Katsuki here. They knew how he felt about him, yet they still brought him. Granted, most of them didn't know Katsuki was his tormentor. Tamura knew, as did Kurojiri and Sensei. Izuku wasn't nearly as angry with them as he was with Tamura though. All Might stepped out of the UA meeting room to answer his phone. He and the teachers had just been discussing the recent attack on the training camp for the students. During the attack, several students and a pro were injured. To make matters worse, a pro had gone missing and 2 students had been kidnapped. It was a complete disaster. The media had also criticized them heavily, though they weren't wrong too. How the League of Villains had found the camp no one knew. The possibility of a traitor was suggested, but there was no definite proof. Young Bakugo had been taken most likely because of the violent behavior he displayed at the sports festival. That was easy to understand. But why was she taken? What use was she to the villains? He heard from the report she had been captured by a villain known as Muscular who overpowered Vlad, but nothing more. It didn't matter though, he would get them both back even if it killed him. That aside, All Might felt shame and guilt for not being there to protect his students. Some symbol of peace he was. He checked his phone to see that it was Naomasa. Sorry, what is it, Tsukachi? All Might asked. We just took their statements. There's been an unexpected development. We may just be able to locate the League of Villains hideout, Naomasa explained. All Might tensed. This was potentially good news. Naomasa explained how one of his men had been investigating the area a couple of weeks back. A description of someone entering a building that supposedly had no tenants matched up with the description of one of the villains who kidnapped the students. The location of the hideout was a bar instilled within the building. Once enough evidence was collected, they were going to raid the place. They also wanted him and several other heroes to assist in the operation. You truly are a good friend. I promise when I come face to face with those beasts I will tell them, for I am here to return the favor, he replied while transforming into his heroic form. I'm glad, but what if Deku's there? Naomasa asked. All Might hesitated to answer. He knew that they would come face to face eventually. He didn't know if Izuku had any involvement in the attack on the camp, no one saw him. Then there was Inko. All Might had checked up on her from time to time to make sure nothing bad had happened to her. She was still out searching for her son, but as usual, having no success. She didn't know he was watching her. All Might kept his distance to make sure she was safe. He dreaded the moment when she found out her son was a villain. When that time comes, I'll treat him as a villain and stop him, All Might finally responded. It was the best answer he could give. Fortunately, Naomasa didn't argue and simply told him to be ready since that man may be there before cutting contact. All Might didn't doubt that AFO would be there. This was why, much to his despair, that he was going to get his old teacher to join in the fight. The mere thought of him terrified him. He then thought about the students that had been captured and Izuku Midoriya. Don't worry. I'll be there soon. The training room an hour later. Izuku had stayed sitting in that position for the past hour without moving. He still had a lot going on. No one had come to see him, so he just sat there. Wonder what they're all talking about now, he murmured. He didn't need to move from where he sat to hear them. He had learned from Stain how to channel his senses, so they were sharper. He closed his eyes and focused on the sounds around him. He listened carefully for the people that were at the bar. Sniffle. What was that? He thought. Izuku's attention was drawn away from the bar. He stood up and tried listening again. Sniffle. There it was again. It sounded like someone was crying. What's more, the voice belonged to a female. Izuku followed the sound to another corridor. He moved along until he came across the door where the sound was emanating from. Not wanting to be unprepared, he took up a fighting stance and kicked the door open. He was shocked at who he saw inside. She was around his age, wearing dark summer clothes. She was held in place by shackles and her mouth was gagged so she couldn't speak. She possessed pink skin and hair, dark eyes with yellow irises. There were also 2 horns sticking out from her head. Izuku instantly recognized her. He'd seen her at the sports festival. One of Katsuki's classmates. Mina Ishido, Izuku said in almost a whisper. The girl eyed him with both surprise and terror. There were tears in her eyes. Is he here to torture me? Mina thought, horrified. I haven't even done anything. I didn't try to escape. Mina was terrified. During the training camp while she was with her classmates and friends, several villains attacked. They were completely unprepared for it. Their main target had been Bakugo, surprisingly. However, the villain referred to as Muscular had been targeting her specifically. But it wasn't to recruit her like Bakugo. Oh no, it was much worse. It was to be as a new torture toy for his boss, Atrocity. Mina was told that the man loved children like her, children with high hopes and dreams. He loved breaking them, ruining them, and shattering those thoughts completely until there was nothing left but despair. He especially loved subhuman freaks, people who took on a less human appearance due to their quirks, like her. To put it simply, he was a monster. Muscular then began to explain how his boss would break her in grand detail. He even went so far as to taunt her by saying that no one would come and save her and that she would die all alone in an effort to make her cry, which he succeeded. He hadn't harmed her yet though. He had been given strict instructions not to. Izuku was stunned to see her here. Why though? Tamura had clearly stated Bakugo was the target. Even Dabi said they were only after one person. But someone brought her here. Who though? What's more, why? Mina hadn't displayed any villain-like tendencies at the sports festival. Izuku took out his phone and texted Kurogiri to show up at this spot without speaking a word to anyone. He mentioned using his quirk so people would think he was gone. 30 seconds later he appeared demanding an explanation. Izuku motioned to Mina, who was still chained up. What on earth? How and why is she here? She wasn't with the others when I warped them here, Kurogiri exclaimed. So, she wasn't a target? Izuku asked. No. It was just Bakugo. This girl wasn't with the others when I warped them back to the bar, not that I saw anyway, Kurogiri explained. Mina, who'd been listening, was rather surprised. The other villains hadn't been in on her abduction. Izuku moved closer and removed the GG in her mouth. I think we should just ask her what happened, Izuku stated. Ms. Ishido, could you please tell us what happened? Don't worry, we won't hurt you. Though that depends on how well you cooperate. Mina quickly weighed her options. Depending on the answer she gave, things may get better or worse for her. Though if she didn't answer, they would force it out of her. She decided to tell them since things couldn't get much worse for her. I was with everyone when you used your quirk. As to why you didn't see me, if I had to guess, Muscular his me underneath his cloak. I was unconscious when he did though. He came to the cabin I was at while chasing after one of the pro's relatives. Fortunately, he got away, Mina explained. As to why I'm here, Mina explained about her conversation with Muscular. It was because of this that Izuku and Kurogiri realized that Muscular was working for Atrocity. Why didn't you try and escape? Kurogiri asked. I couldn't. These shackles prevent me from using my quirk. Also, I was told that the room was guarded, so there was no point, she responded. Izuku silently debated over what to do next. Part of him wanted to let Mina go. On the other hand, he knew he couldn't just let her leave. He knew exactly what kind of person Atrocity was. Razor told him about the things he usually did to people like him and Mina. Personally, he didn't think Mina deserved what Atrocity was going to do to her, but at the same time, there was nothing he could do. Or was there? Did Muscular say when he would be back to get you? Izuku asked. Yes, actually. He said it would be in about a day or two, Mina replied. So, the man was willing to let her starve and dehydrate. Adding to it all, he revealed too much information to his victim and kept her in a place where she could easily have been found. He was clearly an idiot by Izuku's standards. His thoughts were interrupted by Kurogiri intercepting a powered punch aimed at Izuku's head using his quirk. It was Muscular. He was right next to Izuku and smiling sadistically. How did he get behind me? I would have heard him, Izuku thought. He's incredibly fast, Kurogiri realized. The mere sight of Muscular terrified Mina. He had come for her. You know, I did say that. But I couldn't help but check to make sure you were still here, Muscular chuckled before turning his attention to Deku. You really shouldn't meddle in other people's business. You might attract unwanted attention. As he pulled his arm back, he shoved by Izuku and went straight for Mina. I was going to take you away later, but now's as good a time as any, I guess, Muscular said to the girl who was shaking with terror. Please, Mina whimpered. That only made Muscular laugh and look at her with pure estism and malice. Yes, yes, make that face, make those sounds. Atrocity loves it when his toys do those things. Make sure to do those things when he starts playing with you, Muscular gloated. Oh, make sure to scream and cry as well. He loves those things. Izuku felt sorry for the girl in front of him. He wanted to help her, he really did. But could he? Could he do so without getting into trouble with the League? Mina closed her eyes and cried. Her thoughts wavered back to the friends she had made growing up, her family, the dreams she'd had of being a hero, and most of all her friends from UA. They were all precious to her. Goodbye, everyone. I'm glad I got to know you all. I wish could become a hero along with the rest of you, but sadly it isn't meant to be, she thought sadly. All the times we shared, I will always treasure them just like I treasure all of you. As Muscular reached for Mina, Izuku, in the split second, made a choice. I'm afraid you can't do that, he said. Ms. Ishido is not your responsibility. She's mine. Everyone had different reactions. Kurogiri gave him a worried glance. Muscular turned gave him a look that said, what the F dash? Mina looked up at him in shock. Very funny kid, Muscular snorted. You're a real comedian, you know. You shouldn't make jokes like that though, otherwise, you'll end up dead. Do I look like I'm kidding? Izuku retorted seriously. This girl is my responsibility. AFO's orders. Izuku was lying, of course. AFO hadn't given him any such orders. He was making a risky bet in the face of a man who could kill him quite easily. What do you mean AFO's orders? Muscular demanded. He was beginning to get irritated. It's exactly what I say it is. AFO gave me orders to handle any students that weren't targeted for the mission, Izuku lied smoothly. Dabi hadn't known Izuku was unaware of the mission's details, so it was highly likely the others didn't know either. Muscular still looked like he didn't believe him. Tell me, Muscular, how exactly do you think I found her in the first place? Izuku questioned. I spend most of my time in the bar, training room and out on the streets. I don't go wandering around the building because there's absolutely nothing to see. The majority of these rooms are void of objects. For once the bulky villain didn't look like he had a response. He checked the rooms beforehand, so he knew Deku was telling the truth. There are cameras all around the building that only Sensei has access to. Last night when you all returned, Sensei captured footage of you bringing someone here. Granted, he didn't know it was Ms. Ishido, but he knew it was someone. As such, he sent me here to collect this person, Izuku explained. Izuku didn't know if the building had cameras or not, but it must have had some means of notifying the League of Intruders. However, Muscular didn't seem to accept this. He grabbed Deku by the throat and held him up while suffocating him. Don't screw with me, Muscular snarled. That can't be true. Shall we test that? Izuku challenged. I could call Sensei right now if you like and confirm it for you. I'll also be sure to mention that you are currently choking me, but I don't think he'll be happy with that. Kurogiri was getting nervous. Deku was playing a very dangerous game. He wasn't the only one. Mina was nervous also. This villain, It almost sounded like he was trying to help her. But he was a villain, wasn't he supposed to do things like that? Still though, she would have preferred him over Atrocity. Listen you quirkless bstrd. I could snap your neck right now if I wanted to, Muscular snarled. Izuku didn't even look remotely fazed. There was no fear in his eyes. Oh, I know you could. However, are you prepared for what follows afterwards? Izuku asked politely. Muscular was confused at what he meant. Kurogyri understood though. Let me tell you what will happen. Sensei will hunt you and your boss down and kill you both in whatever way he pleases. Why you ask? It's because I happen to be an important member of the League, unlike you. I have done more for them in a year than you probably have in your whole life. Imagine how he'll react when he discovers you killed me. And don't think he couldn't, because we both know he damn well could. I'm sure that even someone as stupid Sensei is a lot more powerful than Atrocity. So, I suggest that you let go of me and forget about this girl. Otherwise, you'll be the one that ends up dead. Izuku threatened with more authority than he had ever used in his life. Everyone was silent. Kurogyri had never once heard Deku speak like that to someone. Mina thought this boy was extremely brave. Muscular was shocked and slightly terrified. This boy, he wasn't screwing around. He meant what he was saying. Well said, Deku, applauded a voice coming from the corner via monitor. It was AFO. Had he been listening to everything? You see, Muscular, everything is as Deku says. Please give my apologies to Atrocity, but he will have to get himself a new toy, Sensei stated calmly. He then switched to a more sinister tone. Also, get your filthy hands off Deku. He is a valued member after all. If dies due to a tantrum from you, then your entire group burns from a tantrum from me. Muscular released Deku instantly. He knew this man wasn't joking. If he didn't do as he was told, he would most certainly end up dead. He glared at Mina for escaping from him. He then glared at Izuku with a burning hatred. This boy, he was the reason he would be in trouble with Atrocity now. Quickly he left to go and report the situation. For a minute no one said anything. Sensei, Izuku started. There's no need for that, Deku. I'm sure you have your reasons for doing this. Besides, with Bakugo here, I'm sure you're having a hard time dealing with it, Sensei interjected before motioning to Mina. However, because you started this, Mizushido is now your responsibility. Mizushido, I am sure you are already aware of this, but we cannot simply let you leave. Yeah, she replied uncertainly. She was still scared of what was to come, but not as much as before. In fact, she was relieved. She no longer had to go with that man to become an object of torture for someone's pleasure. This villain, Deku, had saved her. She wanted to know why. Sensei, how did you know we were here? Izuku asked. Despite being grateful, he found it strange that AFO had shown up when he needed him. How did he even know what room they were in? Kurogyri informed me when you texted him. I would have spoken up sooner, but I wanted to watch and listen first. I must say you put on quite a show, Sensei complimented. I never knew we're so commanding. I'm not normally, Izuku replied sheepishly. But thanks all the same. The screen in the room went blank and he was gone. Kurogyri, please take us to a room where we can talk and where she can get some rest, Izuku requested as he undid the shackles. Izuku picked Mina up in a sort of princess carry-like fashion as Kurogyri surrounded them. The next thing they knew, they were in another room. It was a sort of living room with 2 large couches, a coffee table, an area to make tea and coffee. Izuku placed Mina on a couch and sat opposite to her. Kurogyri made tea for the two and stood in the corner. Mina didn't drink it though, she just stared at the cup. It's not poisoned if that's what you're thinking, Izuku said. Mina looked up at him. She seemed unsure. I didn't think there was, she replied. It's just there's a lot going through my head right now. Understandable considering the situation, Kurogyri interjected. Listen, Deku, I need to go and check on Shigaraki. So, I'll leave it to you to explain the situation. It was just the two of them. Noticing how uncomfortable she was, Izuku decided to speak up. Ms. Ishido, do you have any questions you'd like me to answer? Izuku asked. Mina stared at the floor and then at him. Yes, a couple actually, she replied. To start, just why did you help me? You're a villain, so, just why? Mina hoped she hadn't offended him anyway. However, Deku remained calm. Of course, she would ask that. To be honest, I'm not sure myself. You just seemed like you needed help, he said, much to her surprise. I suppose the best description I can give would be that I didn't want you to suffer since you hadn't actually done anything wrong. I know what sort of things Atrocity does to people, and I didn't really want you to go through that. Furthermore, my status as a villain is irrelevant. I might be a villain, but I am not evil. The same goes for a lot of villains. Heroes and villains are not the same as good and evil. Mina was shocked at his answer. She had never even considered that. Certainly, he had a point, they weren't the same. She drank some of her tea, which she found sweet and refreshing. What's your relationship with Bakugo? That man from before mentioned something about it, she asked. Izuku's face soured slightly. He and I knew each other as children and up through school. He bullied me relentlessly simply for being quirkless, he responded. Mina was a little, but not entirely shocked. She knew Bakugo was a violent person with anger issues. He had shown some signs of being a bully from his former school, but this was the first actual confirmation. Mina despised bullying, so she sympathized with Deku a bit. I kinda understand what that's like, Mina said. Growing up, pink wasn't always easy for me. People made fun of it at first, but I eventually made friends and things worked out well for me. Izuku was slightly surprised at this. Discrimination against people with quirks that altered their appearance these days wasn't as common as when quirks first showed up. Back then, and even now, they were cruelly referred to as subhuman by some people. However, it still existed. Spinner was proof of that. If you don't mind me asking, what are you going to do with me? She asked. This had been the question she had been the most scared to ask. Are you going to make me fight against people or use my quirk to harm others? She asked nervously. Not if you don't want to, Izuku replied. And I won't force you either. But you will be working for me. I guess you could be my assistant and help sort out my work. Mina didn't respond. This boy, he clearly wasn't a bad person, however, she couldn't trust him, not yet anyway. At the very least, she was relieved that she wouldn't have to hurt others. But there was still something bothering her. What sort of work do you do exactly? Mina asked. I'm just curious as to what I'll be doing. I do quirk analysis for the League and am part of their science division in developing things. I'm not really a field agent. The only time I did something like that was the USJ incident, Izuku explained. I was there to fight Bakugo in an attempt to get even with him, which I did. To his surprise, Mina laughed. So, you're the one he was ranting on about. Before and after the sports festival he was swearing, when I find that bastard in black I'm gonna kill him. He really wasn't happy about losing to you, she informed him. He never did like it. That's the first time I think he's ever lost anything, he replied. It was true. Katsuki had never lost at anything before. Whatever was thrown at him, he would always find a way to win and come out on top. Back when they were children, he took on kids bigger than him and still won. His strength and passion to win were part of the reasons Izuku originally looked up to him. How is Bakugo exactly? Mina asked, since she was concerned about what happened to him. Shigaraki is trying to convince him to join the League. However, he is tied because of his volatile nature, he explained. Mina said nothing. She kinda had to agree with that statement, given the guy's personality. She doubted the villains would hurt him since they needed Bakugo. Let's leave it at that for now, Izuku declared. You look very tired, so you may want to get some sleep. He wasn't wrong. Mina had been up early the day before and hadn't gotten much sleep the night before as part of her punishment for failing the exam. She hadn't gotten any sleep last night either. Muscular woke her up to explain her horrific situation, and she cried for most of the night. Being chained up made it less comfortable. To point it simply, she was exhausted. A few hours wouldn't hurt. Izuku took out a blanket and handed it to her. Lying on the couch with the blanket over her, she fell asleep quickly. Izuku, who was still tired, drifted off shortly after. Though Mina didn't fully trust him, she felt safer with him around. At an unknown location. What? That quirkless son of a beach took my new toy, Atrocity roared. He was sad. More than he had been in a long time. He wanted to break something or someone. Unfortunately, his last toy just died and none of his henchmen were around, so couldn't take his anger out on them. He wasn't angry at Muscular. He had done his job like he was told. He wasn't wrong to walk away when AFO got involved. If anything, it was a smart decision. He even ordered him to remain with the League not to arouse suspicion because there was still a chance he could get his toy back. Then there was Deku. He was outraged when that quirkless abomination evaded him the first time, but now he utterly loathed him. That boy had stolen from him. No one did that, no one. Especially not when it came to his toys. He didn't like him before, but now he hated him with a burning passion. That does it, he's dead, Atrocity declared. Whatever future he had, it's gone. He would see to it that Deku was given a slow, torturous death, and he would do it tomorrow when the plan went forward. Hell, he may even take him as an extra toy to play with. Enjoy today while you can, Deku and AFO. For it will be your last, Atrocity swore. So, you are all going then? Tenya questioned the students now before him. They all nodded in confirmation. Currently, Tenya was outside the hospital with Todoroki, Kirishima, and Yaoyorozu. They were planning on rescuing Bakugo and Ishido from the villains. Yaoyorozu had planted a tracking device on one of the villains who had escaped with the aid of a student in Class 1B. The idea was to rescue them without actually getting into a fight, or so they said. The two boys were going because they couldn't do anything before when they were captured, but now they could. Yaoyorozu was going because she trusted Todoroki and would be there to stop the boys in case things got worse. Looks like we'll never be able to see eye to eye. Since that's the case, then take me with you, Tenya asked. I'll be there to stop you all from getting into trouble. There were looks of surprise from everyone. Kirishima changed to a grin. Be honest. You were planning on coming with us all along, he said. Only if I couldn't convince you, Tenya replied. At any rate, since we're avoiding combat, the five of us should extra cautious. Kirishima nodded with enthusiasm. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu looked suspicious though. The five of us? Did you tell another student about this? Yaoyorozu asked nervously. Getting someone else involved doesn't sound like you, Ida. It isn't a student actually, Tenya replied. While you were planning this, I thought I wouldn't be able to convince you, so I made a phone call. You could say I called in a favor. Who is coming with us? Todoroki demanded. Relax, it's not a pro hero. It's Dash. Please leave the introduction to me, a female voice rang out. Up here just so you know. Everybody looked up to see a woman with pinkish hair tied up in pigtails standing on top of a lamppost. She was dressed mostly in black. She wore elbow-length gloves, a mask covering her face, boots, a super mini skirt held by a 3 hearts belt, and a succubus-themed leotard with a heart at its center. She leapt down to properly introduce herself. Internet pop star and vigilante Popstep here. She greeted them. Nice to meet you all. Flashback. Hey there, Tenya. Are you alright? I heard about what happened at your training camp, Koichi said over the phone. I'm fine, but that's not why I'm calling. I called because I need your help, Tenya replied. Tenya explained Kirishima's plan and when it was taking place. So, you're planning on going then? Koichi asked concerned. Did you learn nothing from that time in Hosu? The trouble you got in then will be nothing to the trouble you get in now. I know, Tenya replied frustrated. I will only go if I can't convince them, which I doubt I will. That's why I'm calling Koichi. If we do go, we'll most certainly encounter trouble. Our combat authorizations have been revoked, meaning we'll be powerless. Is there any way you could come over, or even send someone to help us? Tenya realized that if this rescue mission were to succeed, they would need help. They would need a way to bend the rules. A way to fight without actually fighting. Koichi seemed to understand. He knew even if he tried, he couldn't stop Tenya from going. While he did not want Tenya to get in trouble again, he knew it would happen anyway. At the very least, he could make sure he had a better chance of coming out unscathed. Well, Knuckle Duster and I are busy now, but there is someone I can send over to help. She's actually a popular idol online. One warning though, she can be a bit of a diva, Koichi cautioned. Flashback, and the students couldn't believe their eyes or ears. Ida was in contact with vigilantes. That was completely out of character for him, and the opposite of what he was saying to them a few minutes ago. A lot more happened to me in Hosu than you think, Tenya explained. I met people, I changed a bit. The others looked uncertain. Vigilantes were after all technically villains. In other words, they would be working with a criminal. Before you go complain about working with a vigilante, or a criminal as you see it, let me ask you this. What are you planning to do? She asked. Her question earned her uncertain looks. Exactly. What I am and what I do may be against the law, but guess what? What you're planning to do is also, so don't act so high and mighty. This time she got looks of guilt and shame. I know most of you are against this, but please believe me, this will up our odds. Our combat authorizations have been revoked, so we can't attack. Popstep on the other hand can. Technically speaking, she is a villain, but in reality, she is a hero, Tenya reasoned. Let me ask you something. When was it wrong to actually help someone? They all stared at Ida in shock. They couldn't quite tell, but something had changed within him. He was like a completely different version from the one they already knew. Fine, we'll accept your assistance, Ms. Popstep, Todoroki said. But only until we've rescued the others. Popstep nodded. Tenya was relieved. The other two looked determined. With the issue settled, they headed off into the night. Their rescue mission began. At Izuku's apartment. So, you take all these notes simply from observing other people's quirks? Mina exclaimed. I can't believe it. Mina had looked through one book out of curiosity. The way it's so detailed in how the quirks were structured, their weaknesses and how they could be improved. Mina couldn't deny she was impressed. Currently, she was in his room helping him move around some notes as his assistant. It had been stated that she may be helping him in the science department also, but not much more. So far Deku seemed to be keeping to his word about what she would be doing for him. Why was she going along with it? It was a much better option than being a torture toy, and she decided it would be better to go along with it for now, at least until someone came for her. Thanks. The ones from the sports festival are to your right if want to look at them. Notes about your quirk are in the 4th notebook, Izuku offered. The rest are filled with notes on all the competitors. Mina's jaw wide dropped open. She was speechless. Izuku laughed at her reaction, though he really couldn't blame her. There weren't many who were actually capable of that sort of thing. You took notes on every single competitor, Mina stuttered. Izuku nodded. I had the monitor to help me. I'm not that fast, he reasoned. That did nothing to take away her shock. Speaking of the sports festival, there's something I'd like to ask you, about one of your classmates actually, Izuku said. Mina replaced her shocked expression with a confused one. If Deku had been at the festival, shouldn't he know enough about her classmates' quirks already? Since you've been honest with me, I'll be honest with you. I don't know how well I'll be able to answer though, Mina replied. Izuku nodded in understanding. Shoto Todoroki. From what I saw at the festival, he can manipulate both fire and ice with each half of his body representing those powers. Yet for some reason he doesn't use his fire. In fact, from what I could see he seemed disgusted by it. I was just wondering why, Izuku stated. It had been something on his mind for a while now. He remembered at the festival exactly how Todoroki reacted when he used his left side during the cavalry battle. It hadn't been intentional, just a heat of the moment choice. In the aftermath of the event, he appeared quite furious with himself for even using it. Mina went silent. She didn't exactly have a good answer. She didn't speak with Todoroki much, or at all even. He wasn't social with his classmates. He barely even interacted with anyone unless someone spoke to him first. I don't know if this will help, but it may be something to do with his father, Endeavor, Mina explained. Whenever their relation to each other was brought up, which is very rare, he always gets angry. That's all just a guess though. Todoroki isn't really social with any of us in Class 1A. You probably aren't wrong. I've had an encounter or two with Endeavor while performing quirk analysis. Believe me, he is not a nice person. The first encounter, I nearly got caught in his fire. He didn't even apologize, he replied. In contrast to other heroes, he is quite violent and hot-tempered. You aren't wrong. It's been stated by others online. Still though, Mina said with a sad expression. Todoroki can be a bit cold to others, but sometimes he just looks sad, like he's hurting in some awful way. Izuku said nothing. It seemed that Todoroki was reluctant to use his pyrokinetic quirk due to psychological trauma, one possibly caused by his father. Mina looked at the notebook that contained data on her quirk. She was curious at what Deku wrote about it. He's definitely right about my gliding. My weakness, it seems, is that rely too much on my hands and feet to use it offensively. Also, the range at which I can shoot acid isn't very far. There are also questions about whether I can use it without excreting it from my body, she thought. Then she came to the improvement section. If I increase my acid's solubility and viscosity, I may be able to create a gelatinous substance, which could be used for defense. To improve my range of fire, put my palms together and shoot through the gap. Wow, these are some interesting ideas. Deku really did a good job at quirk analysis. He was probably better than most professionals, and at such a young age. At that exact moment, Izuku received a text from Kurogyari saying he, and by extension Mina, was requested at the bar. Mina were needed at the bar, well, mainly me, but you have to come also, Izuku said. I don't know if the other villains are aware you're here or not, but I won't let them bother you. They're not as bad as you think. Mina looked slightly nervous but said nothing. She felt safe with Deku. She believed she could trust him with this. Besides, after getting to know him a bit, she was slightly curious about the other villains. While she had fought against villains before, she had never really interacted with them. Deku was the real first encounter. Muscular and Kurogyari didn't count since she hadn't really had a conversation with them. Before they left, Mina had something she wanted to ask Deku. If you don't mind me asking, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to, she started. Go on, Deku urged. I was wondering. How did you become a villain? She asked nervously. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. He wasn't angry. He knew she would ask this question eventually. But did he want to tell her? Mina had only become his assistant. He didn't want to entrust her with all his secrets, especially since there could be a time when she might escape, or if possible, he could free her with the right circumstances without getting into trouble. Perhaps he could just tell her about how he joined, leaving out the events that led up to it. He didn't feel ready to talk about that stuff. I'll tell you how I joined, but I'd rather leave out the events that happened until that point, he stated, to which Mina nodded. Taking a deep breath, Izuku spoke. About a year ago, I had a lot going on with my life. I had a lot of pain that built up. One day, some bad things happened and I just couldn't take it anymore. So, at the end of the day, I climbed to the top of a building where a certain event happened earlier that day, and I jumped, hoping I'd be reborn with a quirk in another life. Mina's blood froze. She stood there, unable to respond in any way. She was too shocked to. Deku had tried to commit suicide. It was all too much to take in. Kurogyari saved me on Sensei's orders. He'd seen my notes on quirk analysis, was quite impressed. He asked me to join as a result. I accepted, of course, though I did set some conditions to better my situation, he explained. Mina was curious about how that man from before, Sensei he referred to, came across Deku's notes. She was more curious about something else. Conditions? She questioned. I have free reign over what I do. It lets me control what happens. I am provided with this living space since I didn't want to go home. My mother is much safer with me not around, he replied. Mina saw a slight shift in his eyes, a hint of sadness. Regardless of the situation the League is in, I will not have to kill. That's one line I will never cross. Mina said nothing. Deku was a villain not for bad reasons, but because he had been pushed to that point. And his mother, from the way he spoke about her, it was clear he loved her. Leaving to keep her safe was enough proof. At the same time, Mina was relieved he wasn't a killer. He didn't want to cross that line, and he was right to. Since I told you about how I became a villain, would you mind telling me why you wanted to become a hero? Deku continued. I'm just curious. Mina's face brightened into a smile. I don't mind at all, actually. In fact, I'd love to tell you, she said energetically. It all started in middle school. Izuku was surprised at how quickly she had changed her tone. This must have been something Mina really liked talking about. Back then I was popular with the school and my classmates, well, most of them. My quirk was strong, I had good looks and personality, so it was encouraged. What made me really want to be one, however, was the way I dealt with bullies. I told you before I didn't always have it easy growing up, Pink, but that all stopped a while before I entered middle school. Whenever I saw someone being bullied, I would intervene and manage to make everyone get along. Even if I was scared of a bully, I would do it. I can't quite describe it, but when I did, the feeling I got after helping someone, I wanted to get it again. I wanted to help someone again. And I think that's when I realized I wanted to become a hero, to help others, Mina explained. Well, this was a surprise. Mina wanted to be a hero for the same reasons he had. She was quite passionate about it too. It was sort of admirable, really. There weren't many aspiring heroes like her around. At that exact moment, Kurogiri appeared using his quirk. Sorry to interrupt you both, but Deku, you are requested at the bar. Ms. Ishido, I do apologize, but you must come also since we cannot leave you unattended, Kurogiri explained. Oh, that's all right. But will he be there? Mina asked nervously. You mean Muscular? Yes, he will be there, I'm afraid. However, he will not try anything. Not unless he wants to end up dead in a ditch, Kurogiri replied seriously. Muscular knew better than to stand against Sensei. There is something I should mention. The rest of the villains, Shigaraki included, are unaware that you are actually here. The two teenagers were surprised. Mina may have only been here a short while, but it's still something the others should have been told about. I did not inform them about your presence because now Shigaraki is mainly focused on Bakugo. To put it simply, it wasn't the right time to tell them, Kurogiri continued. While you may not agree with it, that's the truth. A quick warning though, Ms. Ishido, some of them can be a bit extreme. Mina gulped but nodded in understanding. Izuku was annoyed with the situation but made no complaint. He did, however, advise Mina to stay near him, something she was fine with. And so Kurogiri transported them to the bar. At the bar. Ah, Kurogiri, you've brought Deku, Tamura started. The moment he saw Mina, however, his tone changed. What the hell? Who's she? Everyone turned to look at Mina. The majority, Bakugo included, were surprised to see her. Muscular grunted in annoyance. This is Mina Ishido from Class 1A. Like Bakugo, she was kidnapped and brought here, Kurogiri introduced. And now she is Deku's assistant. Everyone gave looks that held a mixture of surprise and confusion. Explain, Tamura demanded. And so, it was Izuku who explained the situation. How he found Mina, why she was here, and that she was now his responsibility. He made sure to include that it was all on Sensei's orders so Tamura and everyone else would understand the situation. So, you went on your own little mission, did you, Muscular? Why does that not surprise me? Tamura stated. I was warned that you were one of Atrocity's group but didn't really care since you were of use to me. I still don't care because the mission was a success. However, since you are part of this group, try to act like it. I won't tolerate something like this next time. Muscular flashed a glare at Tamura and turned away. He didn't really want to be part of this conversation. Dabi also remained silent. He knew Deku hadn't known about the mission until last night, so there was a high probability he would get in trouble. Besides, he didn't like Tamura much, Muscular even less, a lot less. Tamura wasn't sure how Deku knew about the mission's objective, but he didn't care. If he was doing this on Sensei's orders, then that was enough. Listen up, you, Tamura threatened, turning his attention to Mina. If you try anything, I'll kill you. You so much as try to escape, and I'll disintegrate your face. Understand? Mina nodded fearfully. She knew full well what this man was capable of. She remembered the injuries Mr. Aizawa sustained during the USJ incident. You'll do nothing of the sort, Shigaraki, Izuku stated loud and clear. Mina is my responsibility, not yours. Therefore, what happens to her will be my decision. That applies to all of you. She is not to be harmed, not unnecessarily at least. But you are definitely not allowed to kill her. The villains, except Kurogiri and Bakugo, were surprised at this. Mina, on the other hand, was touched to the core. She hadn't known Deku long, but in the short time she had, he had defended her from both harm and death. He was a good person. Fine, whatever, just make sure she doesn't do anything rash, Tamura replied. As Tamura turned his attention back to Bakugo, several villains moved towards Deku and Mina. These were Dabi, Toga and Twice. Toga here, Himiko Toga, Toga said while blushing. I hope we can become friends. Mina was taken back at this girl's attitude. Hi there. I'm Twice. Nice to meet you. It's not nice to meet you, Twice exclaimed. Mina was confused by Twice's speech patterns. He said something 1 second, and the next he was saying the exact opposite. There was no logic to it. Name's Dabi. Dabi introduced himself. He said nothing more after that. Mina didn't know what to make of him. Aside from that, they didn't seem too bad. Can I try some of your blood? Toga asked enthusiastically. Then again. No, Toga, you may not, Deku told the girl. I said no harming her. Toga pouted with annoyance. Mina wasn't comfortable though. Sensing this, Dabi spoke up. Don't worry about it. She's like that with everyone. Something to do with her quirk, Dabi explained. Yes, she is, Twice added. She's the sanest person in the room. If you say so, Mina replied as she turned to Toga. You wouldn't want to try my blood anyway, sweetie. It's acidic. Everyone was amused by her response. It seemed the girl had a sense of humor, even in the strangest of situations. Hey, my classmates. I know you encountered some of them during your mission, Mina said. Basically, what I'm curious about is Dash. They aren't dead if that's what you're thinking, Dabi stated. The majority of them got injuries but no more. Once we got Blasty over there, we retreated. Mina sighed in relief. She had been worried about the status of her friends. They're really something though, Dabi continued. Not the sort that should be underestimated. Achiko and Tsuyu are really cute too. I'm glad I could become friends with them, Toga stated. Achiko especially, she's a girl in love, I like people like her. Mina ignored the friends part completely. It was the last part that had her complete attention. Mina quickly moved in front of Toga. No way. Achiko has the hots for someone. Someone from Class 1A? It can't be Ida, they're just friends. It definitely isn't Mineta, he's such a huge pervert. Todoroki possibly, since he's the most handsome in class. Don't know about the others, she said quickly and loudly. Oh, and it definitely can't be Bakugo since he's such an obnoxious jerk. The latter, having heard her comment, started shouting. Watch what you say, Acid Beach, or I'll kick your butt, Bakugo shouted. Mina promptly ignored him, much to his fury. She, along with the rest of her classmates, was pretty used to Bakugo's outbursts now. That aside, her attention returned to Toga. Who is it? She asked impatiently. Who does she have a crush on? Toga giggled. She really liked this girl. I don't know, Toga responded with a grin on her face. But I could tell just by looking at her. When I brought it up, she was blushing like crazy, so I knew I was right. Mina was disappointed that Toga didn't know who Achiko had a crush on but was excited, nonetheless. This was big news, the kind which she would be bringing up the next time she saw the girl. Her reaction would be something to look forward to. How could tell just by looking at her? Dabi asked, confused. Toga blushed again. Girls, we just know these sorts of things, she stated. At that moment, no one had a response to that. The three men standing there just stared at Toga blankly. Well, that's good for you, Twice said. You shouldn't have something that awful. Mr. Twice, are you okay? Mina asked, concerned. It's just that you're saying something and then contradicting yourself repeatedly. Twice flinched at being called Mr. He had never been addressed so politely before. The other villains were surprised at how polite Mina was being to them. Shouldn't she be scared of them? They were the reason she was here after all. Oh, that's well, it's a personal problem that stemmed from me using my quirk, Twice informed her. I can make clones of different objects, myself and other people included. When I was younger, I made a lot of clones of myself and made them do what I wanted. I was their ruler, you could say. However, they had their own wills and soon started arguing amongst each other. We argued about who was the original and who was a clone. Eventually, things got violent. We began a fight which lasted for 9 days where we killed each other. It was quite brutal. At the end of it all, I was the last one left standing. Now I don't know whether I'm the original or just a clone created. Mina gasped. She couldn't believe the trauma this man had gone through. Didn't anyone ever try and help him? That's kinda why I act this way, Twice explained. It hasn't been easy though. My personality made it difficult to get a job, and there was never anyone who knew how to help me. It's also one of the reasons I joined the League, to make a society where people like me can live. Well, that, and I was inspired by Stain also. Mina felt a pang of sympathy in her heart. Like Deku, Twice was a villain due to terrible circumstances. All he really wanted was a better life than the one he had now. That wasn't wrong, his methods maybe, but his intentions. Mina couldn't help but wonder if anyone ever actually tried to help Twice. Surely there must have been some way, therapy perhaps. Mina couldn't help but wonder about the other villains' reasons for being here. If you don't mind me asking, why are most of you villains? Mina asked. Dabi frowned. Toga's blushed more profusely. Mina knew her question was slightly daring, but she couldn't suppress her curiosity. From all she had seen and heard, she knew they had their reasons for choosing this life, just as she and her classmates had their reasons for wanting to become heroes. Well, the majority of us were inspired by Stain to do more, to create a better society. As to why we're villains, well, Dabi started. For me, life is too hard. I just want to make it easier to live in this world, Toga spoke up. My quirk involves me consuming people's blood, and it's kinda become addictive in a bad way for me, so. Mina felt sad for the girl next to her. Toga had a quirk that basically ruined her life, and she hadn't done anything to deserve it. Izuku frowned as he knew it was far worse than what Toga was describing. I'd rather not say, Dabi muttered. It's something similar to theirs though. He did not want to talk about his past to anyone, especially a stranger. It was painful enough just remembering it. What that man put him and his family through, he would never forgive. Once he made Stain's will a reality, he would hunt that man down like a dog and kill him in the slowest way possible. I'm sorry, she said, barely keeping tears back. What for? Dabi asked, confused. It's not like it was your fault? It was then that tears ran down Mina's face. Deku, Twice, Toga and Dabi were stunned at her reaction. They couldn't understand what they had done to make Mina so upset. I know it's just that, those things that happened to you all. You didn't deserve any of it, but it still happened. And what's worse, no one ever tried to help you, Mina sobbed. How can I not feel terrible? How can I not feel sad for you? The villains were shocked at what they had just heard, though it was only the ones nearest to Mina that showed it. The others tried to pretend as though they hadn't heard it. They were still surprised though. Even Katsuki was stunned at Mina's reaction. For the ones who had told their story, no one had cried for them, much less felt the remotest bit of sympathy for their situation. Perhaps it was because they were villains that people didn't care, but still, the fact that this girl did care made them feel a warmth they hadn't felt in so long. It made them feel happy. With Atrocity was shaking with excitement. It was almost time for his plan to come into full effect. AFO didn't need to die just yet. Atrocity needed him alive for just one thing. It was the very reason he had Viper working on the device. The police and heroes should be starting their assault sometime now, Atrocity sneered. Why wouldn't they? Especially when they were tipped off about the hideout's location. Atrocity may have let it slip where AFO's base of operations was. His group were the only one that anyone was focused on these days, as the police and heroes were unaware of the League's other branches. When Tamura's group is captured, AFO will step in and use a quirk to bring them to his location while sending several Nomu to distract the heroes. However, the moment that quirk appears, the device's Atrocity planted around the hideout will lock on and follow through. And that's when the Real show begins. As he thought about all of this, he laughed to himself. It's finally time. Get ready, boys, because here I come. With others, different groups were ready to make their move. The heroes and police were ready to raid the hideout and take back the kidnapped students, as well as deal with the Nomu warehouse. All Might was prepared to face AFO. He was ready to put an end to the League once and for all. He was ready to save his students. He was ready to save Izuku from his dark fate. Tenya's group was currently at the warehouse where the tracker was emitting its signal. They were all wearing disguises so the villains wouldn't recognize them. Pop's outfit was already a disguise itself. So far, they had been fortunate enough not to encounter any trouble. Nevertheless, Pop was ready should the moment arrive. She was a lot more formidable than she was when she first started off as a vigilante and had even learned how to use the whip she was currently carrying. Utilizing her quirk, Leap, which allowed her to jump very high provided there was something to jump off, she jumped taking Kirishima to the top of the wall to gaze into the warehouse using binoculars he purchased earlier. He and the rest of the group were shocked to discover that the entire warehouse was stored with Nomus. That just left one question. Where were Bakugo and Mina? At the bar. Mina and Izuku were watching the press conference from UA, and she didn't like the way it was going. The reporters were making the teachers and school look like the bad guys when it wasn't really their fault that the camp was attacked. Mina was even more surprised that Mr. Aizawa was doing this considering how much he hated the media. Since he was a teacher present during the event, it did kind of make sense. They paid no attention to Tamura's conversation with Bakugo. The sound of an explosion brought them back to the people around them. Mina and Deku turned to see Bakugo freed and the hand that usually covered Tamura's face was blown off. I tried being quiet for as long as possible, but I can't stand it anymore. If I hear one more word out of you, I'm gonna throw up, Katsuki snarled before switching to a more menacing grin. Basically, you guys want me to join you, right? You gotta be kidding me. I've already been won over by the way All Might looks when he wins. And nothing you say or do will change that. Mina panicked slightly. It looked like things were about to get violent. Izuku wasn't the least bit surprised by Bakugo's reaction. Despite his personality, he had always deeply admired All Might. The way he looked when he won a battle is what inspired Bakugo to become a hero. The UA interview continued. One reporter was questioning Aizawa about why he urged the students to fight, to which he and Nizu replied honestly, they imagined a scenario where there were deaths. Then came the part about the kidnapped students. Bakugo was believed to be kidnapped because of the villainous qualities he displayed during the sports festival. What he said about Mina next stunned her as well as others in the room. As for the girl Ishido, despite not showing any villainous qualities, she does possess a dangerous quirk, one that could easily be used to kill others. What if the villains kidnapped her as a potential weapon for them to use? The reporter accused. Mina flinched. Was that what people really thought about her quirk and herself? She was usually quite careful when she used her quirk to avoid causing any harmful damage to anyone. She had to be, otherwise, someone could die. Some of the villains couldn't believe what they had just heard. Mina wasn't kidnapped for any such reason. Where the press was getting these ideas, they had no idea. Ms. Ishido, Kurogyari spoke up. I wouldn't let a statement like that bother you. The press is clearly just trying to get your teachers to say something negative so it will damage their reputation, nothing more. Mina glanced at Kurogyari, unsure of how to respond. That was when Deku spoke up. What they are saying about your quirk isn't wrong, however, it's the same for every other person with a quirk, he explained. Take a look at your classmates and teachers. Can you say that none of their quirks could be used to kill? Mina considered this for a moment. Deku wasn't wrong. Quirks like Bakugo's and All Might's could be used to take life unless they were exercised with great caution. So, she was in the same boat as others. I guess you're right. I was just surprised that people would think those sorts of things about me, Mina explained. Unfortunately for her, the reporter was not done. Furthermore, given that Ishido is a mutant, is the risk of defection not greater with her? Mina and Spinner froze. After all, it is a widely known fact that mutant types shift to villainy more often than others. The entire room was rendered quiet by that question. Most were left speechless, Mina included. Toga dropped her knife in shock. Spinner was spluttering as he eyed the screen with a horrified and hurt expression. Muscular whistled in amusement. Tamura and Izuku were both in a state of disbelief. Hell, even Katsuki was in a state of shock over what the reporter said. Okay, that was just racist. Twice exclaimed. And he said it on live television. For those that knew Twice, it was incredibly rare to hear him say something without contradicting himself. And when he did, you knew it was serious. Tidetta son of a beach. Spinner stuttered. The gecko villain was shaking with rage. That man, how dare he? Izuku glanced over towards Mina. She was still staring at the screen in shock. Thinking back on their conversation and his interactions with Spinner, He wondered just how bad discrimination was for heteromorphic types. They weren't the only ones shocked. Some at the press conference appeared offended by the comment while the teachers were trying, emphasis on trying, to appear neutral. However, it was evident enough to know they were angry. At that exact moment, they heard Aizawa's voice. Any lapse in his behavior is my failing. His behavior at the festival was the result of his strong convictions and ideals because he pursues the rank of the top hero with everything he's got. If the villains saw this as a weakness to exploit, then they are stupider than they appear. And as for Ms. Ishido, throughout the entire year and the course of her life, she has displayed a great deal of control over her quirk and has displayed nothing but a positive attitude towards becoming a hero. Why was she kidnapped? We don't know. However, I seriously doubt it's for the reasons you are suggesting, Aizawa stated. Bakugo's emotions and Ishido's capabilities aside, do you have a counter-strategy? The reporter questioned. It's not like we're sitting around doing nothing. Currently, we are working with the police in their investigation. Make no mistake, we will rescue our students, Nizu declared. Also, if it is not too much to ask, please keep such comments to yourself as they extend to more than one person. His tone sounded soft but contained a darker edge that promised trouble. Aizawa's faith in them and Nizu's declaration to rescue them broke Mina out of her shock. It was clear that they hadn't been abandoned. Katsuki thanked Yue for sticking up for them and made more threats to the League. Just so you know, my combat authorizations haven't been revoked, so I can still kick all your buttes, he shouted. That goes for you too, Ishido. Stop being nice to these guys and actually fight back. While the villains commented on Bakugo's attitude, Mina started speaking. Bakugo used some common sense for once. We are outnumbered. And to top it all off, even if you do attack Mr. Kurogiri, will just block it like back at the USJ. Everyone was seriously surprised at how polite Mina really was being, especially considering the situation. Had she gotten that comfortable around them in such a short span of time? Katsuki glared harshly at her. The F is wrong with you? Katsuki snapped. How can you be so buddy with them? Did you forget they kidnapped us? He kidnapped me, she pointed at Muscular. And he rescued me. She pointed at Izuku. And as long as I play nice, no one is going to hurt me. Of course, I'm going to try and be civil. Because unlike you, I'm smart enough not to fight a battle I can't win. Katsuki scowled at her in disgust. With that cowardly attitude, it's no wonder you ranked low in the sports festival. Mina, fed up with his attitude, shot her own glare. I'm not the one who had to be chained to the podium when All Might was handing out medals over a stupid tantrum, now am I? She yelled. Tick marks appeared on Katsuki's forehead at the reminder of the humiliation he endured. She has a point, darling, Magna admitted. Your conduct during the event was hardly heroic. Are you kidding? Spinner asked incredulously. He looked like an insane asylum escapee about to commit mass murder. Shut the F up, Katsuki roared. Ugh, so loud, Dabi complained. Is he always like this? You have no idea, Izuku deadpanned. Ah, Toga groaned. Shigaraki, I don't like this one. Can we send him back and then kidnap someone less annoying? Tamura did not like his decision being called into question. Although with the way Katsuki was acting, he was finding it hard to disagree. No wonder Deku hated him. Excuse me. Who the F don't you think you are? He screamed, completely offended. There isn't anyone you could get better than me. That's just a matter of opinion, Toga replied, unfazed by the volume of his voice. Other members, like Dabi, covered their ears at how loud Katsuki was. They were really starting to regret kidnapping him now. Izuku and Mina were unaffected due to being used to tirades. That does it. I'm going to kill every single last one of you. Izuku rolled his eyes. Yeah, you want to kill everyone, he said impassively. Get a grip, Bakugo. For once in your life, just get a grip. If that's not so much to ask, Magna added as she caressed her ears. Ugh, my poor ears. That makes two of us, Compress groaned. Just when they thought he couldn't get any angrier, Katsuki's rage skyrocketed. If one were to look at him now, all they would see was a volcano on the verge of eruption. Deku BSTRD. I am gonna beat the sheet out of you so bad you'll be recovering for months, he roared. He had never wanted to hurt Deku more than he did now. He wanted to remind Deku just how weak and pathetic he truly was. He wanted to remind him that he was the best, and he always would be. You're welcome to try, Izuku challenged. He wasn't the least bit frightened of Katsuki's threats, not anymore. Kurogiri was worried that Tamura was about to go berserk from what Bakugo just did, considering just how much that hand meant to him. Tamura, however, remained surprisingly calm. He picked up his father's hand and placed it back on his face. He then ordered everyone not to attack since Bakugo was a valuable pawn. Knowing that Bakugo wouldn't agree with him willingly, he turned to the monitor. "Sensei, please lend me your strength," he asked his master. "Excellent decision, Tamura Shigaraki," Sensei replied. "That voice, you're from before," Mina exclaimed, recognizing the voice. There was no mistaking it. This was the man that appeared on the monitor she was held captive in. "I'm glad you remember me, Ms. Ishido. I do hope you are settling in all right," the voice replied politely. Mina simply nodded as a response. Deku was surprised he was there at all. How long had Sensei been there? Was he just here to observe Tamura's efforts? "Sensei? You're not the boss." "Well, now that's just pathetic," Katsuki barked. Tamura ignored Katsuki's outburst and told Kurogiri and Compress to put him to sleep. Katsuki continued to stand there and threaten them. He really wanted to beat the crap out of them all, Deku especially. He was so close, yet he couldn't reach him. At that precise moment, there was a knock at the door. "Hello, Kamino Pizza DLVY." It was then that the wall spinner was leaning against exploded. Or more correctly, All Might smashed right through it. Kamui Woods, closely followed by, used his special move, Lacquered Chain Prison, to restrain everyone. Katsuki and Mina weren't caught in it. Dabi was knocked out with a quick kick by an elderly hero Izuku didn't recognize. "League of Villains, there's no escape for you." "Why, you ask?" "Because we are here," All Might announced. It was then that the number 5 hero edge shot entered through the door, along with the police. "It must have been terrifying for you, young Bakugo. You did well to hold out." "I am sorry I was not here sooner, but you're okay now," All Might said, causing the boy to make an embarrassed expression. "Speaking of which, where is young Ishido?" "I'm here," Mina called out. Mina was unharmed, much to his relief. However, it was who she was standing next to that had his complete attention. His hair was shorter and was now black instead of green. His face was the same, and his eyes, he recognized them from the US. "Izuku Midoriya," All Might murmured. "I suspected you were Deku, but I didn't want to believe it." Izuku was stunned that All Might knew who he was. "How could you have possibly known?" Izuku questioned. "We've only ever met twice, and the second time my face was covered." It didn't matter whether he confirmed it or not. He had already been exposed as a villain. Now people would know exactly who to look out for. "I'll explain that later after we've finished this ordeal," All Might replied. "There's a lot I'd like to talk about with you." "What could you possibly want from me?" Izuku coldly retorted. He didn't see why he should tell this man anything. He owed him absolutely nothing. The two students were surprised. Deku and All Might knew each other. The way Deku was being hostile towards the man suggested their relationship was negative. "No way around it then. Kurogiri, bring them all over," Tamura shouted. "I'm sorry, Tamura Shigaraki, but the Nomu set for us are gone," Kurogiri pointed out. Izuku didn't know what had happened to the Nomu, but he didn't care either. After his last encounter with one, he personally never wanted to see them again. He didn't look at Mina. He wasn't going to beg for help in this situation. Besides, she was safer now that she was being returned to UA. He didn't really care what happened to him anymore. This was his fate since he joined the League after all. He was still sad about it and for his comrades. Prison, he had never even thought about what that was like, though he probably should have. Up until now, he had felt safe with the League, well, safer than he had ever been in his life. But now that had come to an end, and it was deeply unsettling for him. "You have a lot to learn, Shigaraki," All Might informed him, much to the latter's confusion. "There seem to be a few things that you and your little league have underestimated. Like this boy's indomitable spirit, this girl's incredible perseverance, and the relentless police investigation. And most of all, our rage." Your pranks have gone on long enough. It ends here, Tamura Shigaraki. Tamura couldn't accept this and went on a rant. Izuku didn't pay attention because struggling to breathe as Kamui Woods tightened his grip. Mina, who was still looking at Deku, noticed this. Hey, be careful, Mina said. Takenui. You're suffocating him. What? Kamui replied, confused. Then he noticed the way Deku was breathing and slightly loosened his grip. Sorry about that. Mina moved closer to check on Deku, not caring about the situation. He hadn't known her, but when the time came to it, Deku protected her from even greater danger, twice. The least she could do was make sure he was okay. Deku, are you all right? Mina asked, concerned. I'm fine, Deku panted. Believe me, I've been through much worse. What's going on here? Gran Torino asked curiously. He wasn't the only one. The heroes and the police were curious about what was going on also. The way Mina was behaving towards Deku was odd. She wasn't scared of him in the slightest, on the contrary, she appeared to be quite comfortable around him. She had to be if she was more concerned about his well-being than her own. Deku isn't a bad person. He actually saved me, Mina reasoned with them. Her statement received surprised looks from everyone, excluding the villains, in the room. They couldn't comprehend why a villain would save Mina. She had already been kidnapped. What could he have possibly saved her from that was worse? All Might was more relieved than surprised. He didn't know what Izuku had done to aid Mina, but it did better his situation. While the heroes were distracted, Tamura called out to Kurogiri to get them out of here. He never got the chance though. Something pierced through Kurogiri's side and rendered him unconscious. Magna believed him to be dead. Izuku knew what had really happened though. He isn't dead, just unconscious, he explained. It's Edgeshot's quirk. He can make his body super thin and stretch his limbs. He's even capable of transforming at the speed of sound, just like what he did now. Very impressive, the pro applauded. There aren't many who know what my quirk is capable of. Since this guy was the biggest threat, I just meddled around with his insides. We realized that despite being made up of mist, even he must have a physical type of body to keep his form. Don't worry, he's just going to be taking a little nap. With Kurogiri out of the picture, they really had no way to escape now. Their capture was all but assured. It was then that Gran Torino started listing off all of their names, with the exception of Dabi. There's nowhere left for you to run, so tell us. Where's that boss of yours? Gran Torino demanded. You gotta be kidding me, Tamura replied with a voice that held a mixture of rage and disbelief. Beaten just like that? No freaking way. Disappeared at go to hell. Everyone present was disturbed by Tamura's behavior. Mina felt uncomfortable. Was this man having a nervous breakdown? It seemed that way. However, she couldn't help but feel there was something more to it. Izuku understood where it was coming from since he knew Tamura's story. All Might asked the same question, but the latter screamed about how he hated him. It's all right now. I'm here. Without warning, several Nomu appeared through a black liquid substance similar to Kurogiri's quirk. The Nomus began fighting against the heroes while the liquid absorbed every league member and the two students. Mina was caught by accident when she reached for Deku. As it did, the device's Atrocity planted locked on and followed through, flying straight past the heroes. All Might screamed out as the children were taken from him again. He was about to dash for Tamura but switched to Izuku at the last second. Like the others, he disappeared also, much to his frustration. Oklahoma smash, he shouted as he shook off the Nomu by twirling around at major speed. He didn't have any time to waste. He needed to go after them. The way Izuku spoke and looked at him bothered him, but there was no time to think about it. He promised his mother he would find him and bring him back. That was all there was to it. A destroyed warehouse where the Nomu were stored. Everyone arrived gasping for air. That black liquid was awful, it reeked of death. All for one stood there to greet them. My apologies, Bakugo. And to you, Mizushido, I hadn't planned to bring you along, he addressed the two students. He then turned to his apprentice. It appears you've failed again, Tamura. But that's okay. You just need to keep trying. That's why I brought your team. And this boy because you deemed him an important pawn. So, try again. That's what I'm here to help you do. He then held out his hand to Tamura. It's all for you. He wasn't lying either. He genuinely did care about Tamura. Ever since he had saved him from his accident, he had grown to care about him, although he was surprised at who he was related to. That didn't matter though. AFO wasn't prejudiced against anyone, whether they were related to an enemy of his, had a weak quirk, a quirk that altered their appearance, or even quirkless. He had been born in the age where quirks first appeared, so he knew better than judge someone. It wasn't just Tamura he was concerned about, there was Kurogiri and Deku also. Kurogiri had faithfully and loyally served the League since his sister's suicide. AFO wasn't about to let him be captured. Then there was Deku. Despite having gifted abilities, AFO couldn't help but see a little bit of his brother in him. They were alike in so many ways, both originally quirkless, Deku still, both highly intelligent, both aspired to be the kind of hero people looked up to despite whatever odds were stacked against them. Deku had also done so much for the League, so there was plenty of reason to be concerned about him. AFO detected All Might coming at him and blocked his attack with equal strength, causing a shockwave that sent everyone flying. I knew Sensei was powerful, but I didn't think he was this powerful, Izuku thought impressed. He's definitely as strong as All Might. Meanwhile, the two rivals began to utter insults to each other about being weak while everyone watched. I'm not going to make the same mistakes I made 5 years ago, AFO. I'm going to take back Bakugo, Ishido and Midoriya. Then I'm going to throw you and the rest of your league into prison where they belong, All Might shouted as he charged toward Sensei. The part in that statement about Izuku confused everyone. Just what did All Might want with him? Did he think he had been brainwashed into joining the League? AFO, not caring about All Might's statement in the slightest, unleashed a combination of quirks from his arm that blasted the symbol of peace across the city, destroying several buildings in the process. Propulsion, musculoskeletal coiling, for instantaneous impact quirks, and 3 physical strength amplification quirks. This is a fun combination. I think I'll add a few amplifier quirks to it next time, Sensei mused. Multiple quirks? Mina whispered. That's not possible. No one can have that many quirks. Izuku wasn't surprised at Mina's reaction. Having more than 2 quirks would be abnormal in this society. It didn't kill All Might, but it stalled him long enough for AFO to forcefully activate an unconscious Kurogiri's quirk so the others could escape. Tamura, remember, there's still plenty of time for you to grow, Sensei urged his apprentice as he faced his arch-nemesis. At Compress urging, Tamura ordered everyone to capture Bakugo while Sensei held off All Might. Izuku offered to look after Dabi, who Compress had transformed into a marble for being unconscious since he had absolutely no intention of helping capture Bakugo. If anything, he was hoping they wouldn't succeed since he didn't want Bakugo in the League. Compress seemed to understand this, so he gave Dabi to Deku without question. The League members then began trying to desperately capture Bakugo. Of course, he wasn't making it easy for them. Even Muscular was taking part, though only out of fear of Sensei. With everyone's attention focused elsewhere, now was as good a time as any to do it. It was time to free Mina. Mina, he addressed the girl next to him. You need to run and you need to do it now. Go left here and by the buildings where no one will see you. Then head to the city center where there are lots of people. It'll be easier for you to escape. What about you? Mina responded fearfully. If you stay here, you'll dash. I won't betray my comrades. I owe them everything. But you need to escape, you won't get another chance like this, Deku insisted. Realizing he was right, Mina did as she was told. However, she called out to him just before disappearing. Thank you to Dash, Izuku, for everything really. I wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for you. Whatever happens from now on, I hope it works out for you. Goodbye. And good luck, she said to him. And she was gone. Tenya, who was hiding behind a wall with his friends, noticed this and felt a great wave of relief. Mina was safe. That meant they only had to rescue Katsuki now. All Might, who had been battling Sensei, rushed to help his student. Sensei pulled him back, however, to stop his interference. It seems Ms. Ishido has escaped, Sensei murmured. No matter. She was never part of our plans. Sensei wasn't not particularly bothered by Mina's escape. He knew very well that Deku had freed her. He figured he would. The reason he allowed Deku to keep her was that he rarely, if ever, asked for anything in the League. Also, Mina never did anything against his plans, so there was no reason for her to suffer any unnecessary cruelty, especially from Atrocity. That was another reason he did it. In part it was just to PSS Atrocity off. He was the one person who he hated about as much as All Might, for so many reasons. All Might was silently happy that the girl escaped. That just left Bakugo. As he stood up again, he noticed Izuku just standing at the side watching as the other villains tried to capture Bakugo. It appeared he had no desire to join, though from Inko told him about their relationship it made sense. That was a big mistake. Once he noticed his enemy distracted Sensei launched himself at him to deliver a full-powered punch to All Might's face that sent the symbol of peace flying. Now don't ignore me, All Might. I'm your opponent, not them, Sensei mocked. Why do you care about Deku anyway? Last time I checked you were the one who told him he couldn't become a hero. Were you feeling guilty about it and trying to make things better? All Might gritted his teeth. So, AFO knew about that. Of course he did. All for One had many methods of getting information. However, All Might had something he had been wanting to know for a long time now. Why? All Might asked, much to AFO's confusion. Why is he with you? What did you do to get him to join your organization? A few seconds after hearing what his nemesis said, AFO began laughing. But, you want to know why? AFO taunted. Alright, I'll tell you. He's with us because of you, that boy you're so desperately trying to save, and most people that ever knew him. All Might froze. Though Deku did tell us about his past, I couldn't help but look at his memories to learn a bit more about him, AFO explained. I must say I was surprised when I saw it was much worse than he described. The things that those children and even his teachers put him through for being quirkless are all worthy of being called villains themselves. Take Bakugo for example, he abused Deku quite a bit back then. In fact, the day he met you, an hour or so earlier, Bakugo told him to kill himself by jumping off the roof so he could be reborn with a quirk in another life. AFO didn't attack All Might, he wanted to see his reaction first. His eyes widened in shock and horror, much to his satisfaction. He knew Bakugo wasn't the nicest person, but he never believed he could be that cruel. And you told him he couldn't become a hero, well, that was the last straw for him. After that he went home to say goodbye to his mother before returning to the same building. He met you. Tell me, All Might, just what do you think happened then? AFO gloated. All Might was frozen with shock. For a few seconds he couldn't even breathe. No, he thought, horrified. He couldn't have. I didn't mean to, I never thought he'd. While it may not have been the best time to gloat, the sight of his mortal enemy suffering was too good to resist. As the old saying went, revenge is sweet, and it most certainly was in this case. He jumped, of course, hoping to put an end to it all. Kurogiri saved him at my orders and brought him here. I, politely, asked him to join us and he accepted, albeit with some conditions, AFO continued. Just things such as accommodation, work control, and not having to kill. The last part of that sentence caught All Might's attention. Why did you want him? He asked nervously. AFO grinned. While you and the rest of this society looked down on him for being quirkless, I actually noticed his talents and put them to good use. Thanks to his notes and formulas, our group has advanced in scientific development and our strategies and tactics have evolved much further than they were before. All Might frowned. Just what did Midoriya do for the League that made it so powerful? It was clear he wasn't an active field agent. Enough chat, All for One declared. Let's get down to business. All Might snapped back to reality. He decided to think about all this later. Now he needed to deal with All for One. No words were spoken. The two enemies simply charged at each other and clashed once again. Meanwhile, Tamura and his group were having a lot of trouble trying to capture Bakugo, who was shooting explosions at anyone who came near him, especially Compress. Muscular successfully grabbed him at one point. That is until Bakugo unleashed a massive full-powered explosion, like the one he used against Uraraka at the festival, in his face. This temporarily blinded Muscular before he tried to capture him again. Not to be fussy guys, but we need to rescue him now. It doesn't look like All Might's fighting at full strength since Explosion Boy is there, Pop announced. And since the villains haven't noticed us yet, it's the perfect time to do it. The students knew she was right. The only question was how to do it? Tenya surveyed the situation very quickly. From the looks of things, Bakugo wasn't too far from them. In fact, if he and Pop used their quirks right, they could leap up with someone and beckon him towards them. Bakugo would be able to use his quirk to propel himself towards them. However, there was only one person who he would accept help from, someone he respected as an equal. Kirishima. I have an idea that might work. Tenya started drawing everyone's attention. Tenya explained his idea quickly. Everyone, especially Kirishima, agreed with it. And so Tenya and Pop, holding Kirishima by the legs, used their quirks to leap up into the sky. Bakugo, Kirishima shouted, catching everyone by surprise. The latter of which even put on stunned look. Take my hand. Not hesitating in the slightest, Katsuki propelled himself into the air and grabbed his hand. Magna tried to use his quirk, magnetism, to send compress after them, but MT Lady got up to block him with her body before falling again. Unfortunately, that did nothing to stop Muscular. He launched himself after the students. And he was definitely said with Bakugo after being blasted in the face. That little beastie, I'm gonna kill him, he swore. I don't think so, Pop retorted. Pop released herself from Kirishima. Using her whip, she caught Muscular by the neck and pulled herself in to deliver a drill kick to the face. Muscular fell back to his allies. The rest of the villains were quickly knocked out by the arrival of Gran Torino. With that, the students finally escaped, much to Tamura's fury. Izuku, on the other hand, was delighted that he wouldn't have to put up with Katsuki. Foiled by a single move, Sensei mused. No way around it then. It was then he forcefully activated Magna's quirk to pull Tamura and his allies through the warp gate. As an extra precaution, he had set Kurogiri's quirk to send Muscular to a different area since he did not trust him. Wait, Sensei. You can't, with that body you can't, Tamura screamed frantically. I'm still Dash. Izuku didn't know what Tamura meant, but he knew he should be concerned. Was Sensei injured? He knew the man was old, but he was not aware of any major health problems. Before they were dragged through the warp gate, Sensei called out to them. Tamura, continue the fight. Help him, Sensei said. With Atrocity. Atrocity, who had been watching the events up until now, had other plans. He wasn't about to let Deku slip away from him. Oh no, he was going to kill him right here and now. It was then that he activated the devices around the area. Deku, who was being SCK'd into the warp gate, was shot from behind by a laser beam. It sent him flying away just in time for the warp gate to close. Because it was just a test shot, it did not kill him. These devices were mini-pods, small flying devices that shot laser beams at their target. Normally they were invisible but appeared when they used energy to fire. There was a special one just lying around for AFO, but now wasn't the time to use it. Atrocity watched as Deku stood up, confused as to what had hit him. Atrocity sent out his 6 mini-pods to deal with Deku. You quirkless scum. You took my toy from me and then you let it escape, he growled before switching to a more psychotic grin. A knight rescuing the princess? My, how awfully heroic of you. If you want to play hero so much, then fine, let's play hero. You be the hero, and I'll be the villain. Back at the warehouse. What the hell? Izuku muttered, bewildered as he stood up slowly. The blast hurt, but not that much. He noticed 6 small, thin figures flying towards him. They began shooting beams of light at him. Izuku immediately dodged them by cartwheeling to the side. Sensei and All Might stopped fighting for a moment to look at this. What on earth? Defo said. You brought mini-pods with you. Are you that desperate to capture him? No, I came here on my own, All Might retorted. He then noticed the kind of damage those devices were causing. Wait, I don't think those things are for capturing him. Look at the power of their beams. It was true. The beams were burning the very earth around them. Sensei, don't worry about me, Izuku shouted. Just focus on defeating All Might. I can handle this. Very well, I'll leave it to you, Sensei replied. All Might, however, couldn't believe what he was hearing. You're just going to leave him to fend for himself, he yelled. I, unlike you, have faith in his abilities, AFO declared. I know he can handle this and he will. So please, stop pretending to care about him when all you're really trying to do is correct a mistake, probably the biggest of your life, you made. The two rivals began exchanging blows of strength with each other. They caused shockwaves, but none of them was affecting Izuku, Gran Torino, or the heroes AFO defeated earlier. You destroyed all my comrades so you could become the magnificent symbol of peace. How's the view from standing over a bunch of defeated bodies? It's nice, right? FO taunted. He prepared to use the quirk combination from before. All Might was ready for it this time though. He cancelled it with a Detroit smash, the impact of which forced them both back. I'm not going to let you fight as freely as you want. Heroes like you always have something that needs protecting, AFO stated. Just shut up. All Might shouted. That's how you always toy with others. You break them, steal from them, use them and rule them, all while you mock them from your throne. All Might then dashed forward with immense speed. So much that his enemy couldn't react. I will never allow such evil to continue existing, he said as he smashed through All for One's mask, revealing the scarred, faceless man inside. Such beautiful words, All Might. Unfortunately, I've heard them all before from your predecessor, Nana Shimura, AFO replied weakly. Upon hearing his master's name, All Might became enraged. He tried to attack again, but he was blasted by a weaker version of that quirk combination. He was caught by Gran Torino, who berated him for losing his temper and reasoned that he needed to stay calm to win. Helicopters arrived to broadcast the entire ordeal. They even caught Izuku dodging back and forth from the mini-pods. So, all of Japan was watching all of it. Kamino City Center. Tenya's group had successfully escaped from the area and were now watching the battle on a large screen TV. Hey, you guys, Mina shouted as she rushed towards them. Yaoyorozu immediately embraced her while the others, except Bakugo, expressed their concerns. It was lucky you escaped when you did, Yaoyorozu said. Things are pretty crazy over there. It was Deku who freed me. While the other villains were distracted, he told me where to run, Mina explained. Deku, Tenya said. Was he the boy you were standing next to? Mina nodded in confirmation. So that's who he is, Tenya thought. Wait, then that means. His attention drifted back to the screen, as did Mina. They looked just in time to see Deku's shoulder grazed by a laser beam. They didn't know why, but for some reason, that got the feeling that Deku was in more danger than anyone here. Whatever those things were, they certainly didn't belong to a hero. They weren't the only ones who were staring at Deku. Stain, who was watching via phone, quickly recognized what was really happening. Someone was trying to kill Deku. He cursed as all he could do was watch. Kid, you had better not die, he growled. Razor had a similar reaction when she saw it on TV. However, she was more composed than Stain. So, someone's actually trying to kill him. Good luck with that. With the training he's received, there's no way he'll die, she stated. Also, Tashinori, stay focused on your enemy. Otherwise, you'll end up dead. Nizu, who was watching with his colleagues, quickly got to a computer. He might not have been able to help All Might, but he could at least stop those mini-pods from trying to kill that boy. Alright, here we go. Inko, who had been watching over at Mitsuki's, she was worried her son, had the strongest reaction. The moment she saw him on TV, she felt her heart stop. Though his appearance had changed, she knew her son when she saw him. "Azumai baby," she whispered with tears forming in her eyes. She stood up ready to leave, but Mitsuki stopped her. "Don't go, Inko," she warned. "The area is a war ground right now. Even if you did go, there's no way anyone would let you near it." "So, you're saying I should do nothing? My son, my baby, is there, and he's in danger. I finally know where he is, and you're saying I should do nothing," Inko nearly yelled. Mitsuki remained calm and composed. "I'm not saying that at all. But the way things are now, you would just be getting in the way. You need to leave this to the pros, have faith that Izuku will survive this ordeal," she replied. Inko gritted her teeth. She knew her friend was right. Grudgingly, she sat back down and focused on the screen. "The second this is over, I'm heading down to the police station," she stated. Back at the warehouse, All Might and AFO continued to exchange fists, neither one letting up. FO formed a whip made of light and attempted to hit All Might with it. the latter of which caught it, though it did sting, and used it to pull AFO close enough to deliver a powered kick to his gut that sent flying in the air. In retaliation, FO sent a blast of fire at All Might and strengthened it with air to increase the power. All Might held it back with another Detroit smash. All Might then leapt into the air, only to be caught and kicked back down. AFO then unleashed the quirk combination from before, only this time he added a few more amplifier quirks. All Might tried a Detroit smash in midair, but it only lessened the power slightly. All Might crashed on the ground, taking on the full force of the attack. The impact from that attack had damaged the surrounding area, but Izuku was still safe as far as he could see. All Might stood up slowly. His body was damaged from that attack, with blood running from his head and mouth. FO was in no position to brag, he was extremely exhausted. His body was in bad condition and been ever since All Might defeated him all those years ago. No matter what you put me through, no matter how beaten my body is, my heart will continue burning bright as the symbol of peace, All Might declared. How wonderful! I forgot how strong your pride was. However, I wonder if it will remain that way after you hear this. You see, All for One said, Tamura Shigaraki is Nana Shimura's grandson. The second those words left his mouth, All Might froze entirely. His smile vanished and was replaced by an expression of complete and utter shock. FO was laughing inside at the way his nemesis looked right now. He had gotten the reaction he was hoping for. I've been waiting a long time to tell you that. It's funny, isn't it? You and Nana, you both fought against me, you tried to stop me, and yet you're both responsible for giving two wonderful things. Because she abandoned her son, it led to me getting Tamura. And because you shattered Deku's dream, I received him, FO jeered. That attack on the USJ was just to get you two to meet. And you beat him into SBM-sen with a smile, completely unaware. Oh, and this isn't a lie, you know I wouldn't lie about something like this. All Might said nothing. At that exact moment, he was screaming internally. This couldn't be possible. He was related to Master. Those two, what have I done? All Might thought, horrified. His face had changed to one of complete despair. FO had never been as happy as he was right now. His mortal enemy was broken, it was all he could have ever hoped for. Don't give up. All Might, came a ragged voice that belonged to a woman. She was trapped beneath some debris, and she was crying. Please, save me. All over Japan. All over Japan, people were cheering for All Might. Encouraging him not to give up, encouraging him to win. Don't give up, All Might. You can do it. He'll save the day. He always does. All Might win the day. Everyone believed in him. With Nizu was hacking as fast as his paws could go. These machines weren't so easy to override. He had seen the state All Might was in but wasn't particularly worried. All Might would win, he just knew it. Right now, he needed to help that boy. So far that boy had been lucky enough to dodge all the beams fired at him, but he wouldn't last much longer. The boy howled in pain. He had finally been hit from behind and hit the ground. The pods then shot at him repeatedly. Hold on, just one more, Nizu said as he finally took control. And there we go. Now let's stop this, shall we? And just like that, the mini-pods deactivated and fell to the ground. The boy who had been attacked stood up slowly. He was injured but alive, which was a relief. Just then Nizu saw a video chat link with the pods. Curious as to who was behind them, he connected to it. A new image appeared. One he, unfortunately, knew rather well. The image also knew him and was quite surprised to see him. Nevertheless, he switched to a malicious grin. Well, if it isn't my little mascot, Atrocity greeted. I didn't expect to see you here. Likewise, Nizu murmured. He didn't know what to expect, but it certainly wasn't him. How I've missed you, Atrocity said. I can't say I feel the same way, Nizu retorted. Don't be like that, we used to have a lot of fun together, Atrocity said. I was sad when you ran away. So much that I slaughtered anyone in my view at the time. Nizu said nothing. He felt sorry for the poor souls that were dead because of his escape, but at the same time, there was nothing he could do about it. Why are you trying to kill this boy? Nizu asked. His question made Atrocity angry. You mean Deku? Atrocity spat. Nizu raised an eyebrow. He knew all about this boy from All Might. That quirkless bastard took my new toy from me. Then he let it go, Atrocity raged. He deserves to die as painfully as possible for stealing from me. Toy? You mean Ms. Ishido? Nizu asked, barely keeping the rage he was feeling back. The reason for Mina's kidnapping was finally revealed. He knew exactly what sort of person Atrocity was. He had been a toy for him once. He had been experimented on by him, tortured by him. It was how he received the scar over his right eye. Knowing he was going to do that to one of his students just made him angrier. The pink subhuman? Yeah, her, Atrocity stated. Listen, mascot, as much as I'd love to catch up, I have an important errand I need to run, so, see ya. And just like that, the screen blinked out, and it was just Nizu and his colleagues. Nizu turned his attention back to All Might. Regardless of how angry he was at seeing Atrocity again, he needed to give his friend his support. Back at the warehouse. Though All Might could not see them, he could feel the chants and hopes of the people cheering him on, telling him to win. That alone gave him the strength he needed to push forward. He stood up and stared at AFO, who was hovering in the air. He only had one option left, one attack that would finish this. His ultimate special move. All Might poured every ounce of power he had into his right arm and stood up. Never fear, he said, his voice filled with strength. You know you're right, AFO. Heroes do have many things they need to protect. It's for that very reason why they can't lose. Use every bit of strength you have. Wounded heroes are always the most fearsome, AFO mused. He then began preparing to use his quirk combo again. Since you're going all out, it would be impolite of me not to do the same. At that moment the other heroes, Endeavor, Edgeshot, Kemi, arrived. Endeavor cancelled out AFO's attack with his flames. Edgeshot followed up with a quick attack to his face. Kamui focused on rescuing the defeated heroes, MT Lady, Best Jeanist, Gang Orca. FO, however, having had enough of these interruptions, exerted a force from his body that sent everyone, minus All Might, flying. Izuku was also pushed back, but he managed to remain standing since he wasn't as close. He looked up at Sensei and said he had put an amalgamation of quirks on his right arm. This is it, Izuku realized. This will be the deciding factor. In order to kill you, I'll need the best and most suitable quirks I have, and strike you with them, All for One declared. He briefly glanced over at Izuku to make sure he was out of harm's way. After confirming his safety, he resumed his battle with All Might. The two enemies charged at each other once more in an effort to end this. With Atrocity. Well now, this is a glorious battle, AFO. Truly inspirational. Unfortunately, I can't take the chance that you might win, Atrocity declared. That's why I saved a very special mini-pod just for you. Atrocity aimed at the pod from where AFO was charging. He locked on and fired. At the warehouse, FO felt something hot pierce through the left side of his chest. It wasn't critical, but it made him lose his focus, which was more than enough for All Might. The symbol piece flew full force at AFO and delivered a powerful blow to his face. United States of Smash. All Might shouted. The impact blasted AFO halfway across the city. When he crashed, he didn't get up. It was over. All Might had won. The citizens who had been watching were cheering like crazy. Despite his victory, All Might quickly glanced over where Izuku was. He saw that the boy was lying against a pile of debris unconscious. He must have been forced back from the impact of his attack. It didn't matter though, he had found him, and that was what that mattered. Defeating AFO was an added bonus. I did it, Inko. I kept my promise, All Might said.